Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is distorted reality in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 18, The Red Lotus Blooms. Hold the cranfish peering into water. Now, wind in the willows. Good. Breathe in, flow into heron taking flight. Aang followed the motions as Piandao voiced each form, his pearl blade from Ozai gleaming in the white light cast from the sky above. The morning brought a sky with clouds almost as pearly white as Aang's blade, tinged with streaks of pink and even silver. As beautiful as it looked, and as peaceful as it seemed, there was a stillness and stagnancy to the air that brought with it the gleaming forms of light spirits dancing in the sky above, like glittering snowflakes. Far away, and not yet a threat, but Aang worried all the same. Practicing his sword forms with Piandao gave him clarity of mind as they trained on a hill overlooking Lake Laogai. The noise below of the invasion forces gathering didn't reach them here. Once, when Aang's blade passed in front of his face, he spotted his reflection in the blade's sheen. It showed Aang the apprehension and distaste of his younger self. He still didn't like the fact that Aang wielded a sword, but Aang kept telling himself he needed every advantage he could get. Piandao's smooth voice continued. Autumn leaf drifting downward. And finish it with swallow swooping to its prey. Piandao nodded approvingly as Aang finished the last form, a snapping cleave. Good, you've improved. These forms in particular are suited to your light, dancing movements with airbending. You'd think airbending wouldn't be suited to such a weapon, but I'd say we've found forms appropriate for each element, wouldn't you say? Aang looked into the blade one last time before sheathing it. That time, he didn't see his other self. You'd think, he said under his breath. Such delicate names for such deadly forms. Yes, master. I'd say we have, he said louder. He'd had lots of time to train with his masters since coming here to the White Lotus camp. Zhang Zhang had been as rough as ever, but less critical when Aang showed the fruits of his practice with Azula. Training with Bumi for the first time had been a delight, if unconventional. Pakku hadn't arrived from the Fire Nation yet, but according to Kunna he was due today. Aang looked forward to seeing him again, too. Aang winced when a giant boulder crashed on the ground near them, sliding across the grass. Bumi and Toph fought each other in a titanic clash, but Aang thought it had been far enough away not to disturb him and Piandao. They still hadn't come to the conclusion of which one was the better earthbender, even after days straight of on and off battling since even before the conflict between Ba Sing Se, Si Wang City, and Wan Shi Tong. Part of Aang suspected they both got too much enjoyment out of it to care much about who was the truly superior bender. Footsteps approached Aang and Piandao on the hill, and Aang recognized them as Iroh and Kunna before he turned. He bowed to them as a student would their master, too, even though they hadn't actually trained together yet. I hope we're not interrupting anything, said Kunna, adjusting her white lotus shawl as they crested the hill. Not at all, said Piandao with a warm smile. Aang and I were just finishing. If you'll excuse me, I need to see to Lord Ozai's men. Well done today, Aang. As he departed, Kunna folded her hands behind her back and smiled. Perhaps you and I could train together someday as well. I suspect we'd have a fair bit of fun. You and Iroh have been so busy, said Aang. He could understand, though. But it would be helpful to learn how to counter bloodbending eventually. He'd hoped they would have a full moon he could use to get a feel for it himself, but the events of the night before made that difficult. Besides, with the eclipse, even the partial one in this part of the world, it would have made practice difficult. You will get the chance to learn, I promise you that, she said, though she looked grave. It is not an ability I'm proud to know, but if you are to face my son you must be able to resist it, and to do that you must learn it. Iroh looked just as somber while he gazed down at the lake. Aang's brow furrowed with worry and he leaned forward into Iroh's view. Is everything okay? You seem distracted. Iroh glanced back at Aang, his face brightening. Just thinking about my own son, he said. Now that Ozai and his soldiers have arrived from Chameleon Bay. I've already played 5 Pai Sho games with Lu Ten, but I'm worried he'll start to get sick of it before long. He laughed, but Aang gave him a sad smile. I doubt it, Aang said. I'm sure he loves spending all the time with you that he can. Iroh gave him an appreciative look in return, but seemed as if he was blinking away tears. Kun Na offered a distraction. We've come to find you so we can discuss Zabao, Aang, she said. We fear that he will make his move soon. Zhang Jiang's investigation at the secret Sun Warrior village here in the Earth Kingdom has revealed something quite startling, that none of the people of that village even know who Zabao is. Aang scratched his head. Zhang Jiang had only returned from his excursion earlier that morning using one of Teo's hot air balloons. Huh? But he's from there. When the delegation from the Golden City came to Chameleon Bay with your friend Ty Lee in tow, none of them knew Zabao, either, said Iroh. Nor did Master Zhang Jiang himself. We didn't think anything of it at the time, since Zabao never claimed to be from there like he did the Sun Warrior village. But now it is concerning. What does it mean? Aang asked. If he's not from the Golden City or the secret mountain village, is Zabao only pretending to be a Sun Warrior? We don't know, said Kun Na. Before his time as a member of Emperor Kvichak's court, I don't know where he had come from. But he was already a member of the White Lotus even then. Iroh sighed. All we know is that his goal is to break down the barriers between the four nations in each world. But if we wipe away the lines that define us, it would deal irreparable damage to this world, to all worlds. We have already seen the effects of it on many people and it cannot be allowed to continue. He thought of Zhao, who was kept under close watch by Ozay's men and frequently fell into rambling meaningless nonsense to himself. He thought of General Muku, who failed to see the distinction between this world and Aang's world anymore. And he thought of Ozay himself, who told Aang in Chameleon Bay that visions of another Ozay haunted his dreams. Not to mention Azula, who frequently occupied his thoughts regardless. I know that, Aang said. He sat down and cradled his head in his hands. I do. I know I have to go home. But I know for sure that I can't do that until I stop Zabao and Hakuda. If I don't stop Zabao in this world, any damage he would do could follow me home anyway. Stopping Hakuda may be your destiny, said Kun Na. She tapped her chin. Or, well, at least it is the destiny of the Avatar in this world. But stopping Zabao alone doesn't have to be. Iroh and I will both help you. He is a rogue member of our society, after all. But first, said Iroh, we should focus on the invasion. Time is, as ever, working against us. Our forces will soon be ready to begin our journey to the South Pole, but I am still unsure how we are supposed to get there in time to defeat the Emperor before Seireu's moon. Aang clenched his fists. He was unsure of how Kun Na and Iroh would like this plan, but he felt confident about it. We're going to go back south the same way I got here, he said. Through the spirit world. You're really just going to let them die from this? Listen to them. Can't you tell how sick they are? Jet, we're fine. This is a cold. It isn't life-threatening. I don't know, Mai. You look really pale and sickly. Every time I see your face through the bars it's like I'm seeing a ghost. I'm so worried. Thanks, Ty Lee. Another round of coughs came from Mai's cell, and then Haru's. Gashiun kept his distance, especially from Mai and Jet's cell doors. He still didn't trust them, and he thought they'd find some way to poke his eyes out if he ever looked inside the slit of their cell doors at them. Haru, on the other hand, curled on the floor of a frozen, suspended cage inside his cell. He looked pale, too, and didn't stop shivering. Gashiun turned away from his cell. You're being dramatic, Gashiun said. Though he didn't disagree with Ty Lee's assessment. He thought Mai always looked like that. Mai is right. They'll live. Jet banged on his cell door. They need medicine, he said. And warm meals. We've been down here for weeks, this is torture. You're letting them torture us. Gashiun grit his teeth. I've risked much by coming down here as often as I have. Any more and they'll throw me in prison with you. He already took too many chances going to visit them in the cells below the Spirit Portal Monastery, giving them blankets or scarves and portions of his own scant meals. He was running out of money to bribe the guards with, too. All the while, he'd hoped they would eventually understand the futility of their fight. If sickness didn't claim them, continuing their fruitless battles would. It's okay, Gashiun, said Haru. His voice sounded weak. We understand. Thank you. But comments like that kept coming, too. Why was he so infuriatingly nice? Gashiun rapped his knuckle on Haru's cell door. Don't thank me too much. I'm the one who put you all down here in the first place. You had help. Jet interjected, as if offended at the suggestion that Gashiun beat them all by himself. From your water tribe friends. Gashiun pulled his mask up over his mouth to cover his smirk at Jet's angry eyebrows appearing through the window of his cell. Yeah, he said. He offered the back of his hand as a sort of wave as he walked away. Going back up to my water tribe friends now. Which wasn't exactly true. He hated Han. He supposed he could arrange to have a healer sent down to check up on them. For the past few weeks, ever since their arrival at the monastery, Gashiun felt restless. He knew Haru and the others had come to save Nagi and Yu and one of the Avatar's companions from the spirit world, even if Gashiun had no idea how they planned to do it. Even if Haru himself admitted he had never even met either of them. It was a reckless and stupid goal and Gashiun couldn't understand why they would do such a thing at great risk to themselves. But it wasn't as if Arnook was any closer to getting Nagi and Yu out himself. Sometimes Gashiun wondered how much the High Chief even cared about his own daughter. He spent long hours sequestered away in the monastery's inner sanctums, seeing only shamans and spiritualists. When a new moon had arrived just a couple of weeks before, Arnook had the entire North Pole fasting and praying to the Night Seher. That was the only night he had departed from the monastery, going a short distance to the spirit portal outside. When he returned the following night, he and his followers had been furious about something. Something changed in the monastery after that. Gashiun had the constant feeling of being watched as he stalked its halls, even during the day. Ravens that usually kept to the monastery's highest roost showed up in the strangest of places, once even in Gashiun's windowless private chamber. Always just staring. Not helping the fact was the continued strange weather and even stranger dreams and feelings. Sometimes, when gazing out from the cliffside to the spirit portal forest below, he thought he saw his desert homeland appearing as if from a mirage. At first he thought it was just homesickness, but occasionally he had vivid memories of a great hairy beast trying to fly, something he vaguely recognized as the Avatar's beast of burden. But he also saw a boy with glowing eyes at the center of a sandstorm, divine in his rage, and Gashiun would be overcome with a sense of terror so great that all he wanted to do was run as far away as he could. When the lunar eclipse had come, Gashiun thought something was going to happen. But aside from a conflict between light and dark spirits near the portal that they had largely ignored, it had been a day like any other. All of it made Gashiun feel like they were on the cusp of something, a short fuse on a barrel of blasting jelly. He had been emerging from the cellars when he heard Suki call out his name. He stopped but didn't turn to face her. What? She caught up to him. Were you down there visiting them again? She asked, outright disapproval in her voice. He faced her with narrowed eyes but answered with a question of his own. She didn't have her face makeup on, but she wore her heavy layered armor for warmth. Were you leaving the monastery again? She scowled and pushed him toward the nearest room and shut the door. It was small and completely empty except for a carving of some sort of amphibious creature with bulging eyes and 6 arms that made Gashiun think of a cross between a salamander and a toad. It was taller than both of them, reaching nearly to the ceiling. I don't like sitting still, Suki said once she closed the door. And I didn't fully leave the monastery grounds. Gashiun leaned against the wall and crossed his arms. Then where have you been going? Suki fixed her eyes on the carving. The mountain is part of this monastery too, you know, she said. I found rooms inside the mountain where they've kept records of all sorts of things. Did you know this monastery was built as a joint effort between the water tribes and air nomads to study the spirit portal? It must have been old, because Gashiun had never heard of any situation where those two nations worked together. The amphibian carving had some of its fingers missing, crumbled away by age. No. She rolled her eyes and continued, interpreting his curt answer and wandering gaze as disinterest. They called it the Aurora Gampa, and those who lived here preached ascetic lifestyles. Simple and disciplined, dedicated only to the pursuit of enlightenment. Each person was a follower of a different spirit they took on as a patron who they thought would help toward that enlightenment. My guess is that whoever used this room worshipped ugly over here. Suki's hand extended toward the carving looming over them. You certainly read a lot, didn't you? Didn't think you were the bookish type. She made a face. I'm not. I just figured I'd do something with my time instead of wallowing and waiting for Arnook to rescue you and Nagi. If I can find something that would help him do that, all the better. Gashiun kicked off of the wall and stood up straight. A woman of action. Well? Did you find anything? Suki averted her eyes and shrugged. Well, it kinda sounds similar to what Arnook is doing, doesn't it? He's praying only to the Night Seer, except this time it seems to be on a much bigger scale. She examined the carving with a thoughtful frown. Just to give an example, this spirit looks like one called Fuyo the Golden Toad. He was said to leave riches to those he favored, giving them enough gold to become a lord overnight. Oh, so it is some kind of toad. I was wondering. Gashiun looked around at the tiny room sparse of any other decoration or furnishing. But the pursuit of something material seems at odds with their lifestyle. No, it's supposed to have golden toes, he leaves coins wherever he steps. She rifled through her bag and found a scroll. I don't know. It wasn't always in pursuit of riches. Some of it might have been political. There's one spirit, Chengzhong the Judge, who is said to appear when one dynasty in Ba Sing Se is meant to end and another is to begin. Or Beha the White Tiger, elder guardian of wind. They've worshipped all kinds here. They believed enlightenment had a different definition for every spirit, every person. Gashiun tried not to show it, but he was impressed. Maybe there was some merit to what Arnook was doing. Can any of these spirits get my sister out of the spirit world? Suki quirked an eyebrow and pursed her lips. If I found one who did that so easily, you and your sister would be right here with me. They heard a commotion outside in the hallway and Gashiun slid out the door before anyone would find their gathering suspicious. Many of Arnook's men had gathered in the hall, lined up on both sides of it with a deep bow. And at the center, bundled up in furs, a woman entered the monastery and lowered her hood. Sorry for the unannounced arrival, she said, revealing a startling head of white hair that Gashiun would have recognized anywhere. I was in a hurry, you see. Gashiun couldn't hide his unabashed shock and shared a glance with Suki, who pushed past Gashiun and ran right up to the arrival. You! Suki called out, rushing you with such force that she nearly took the ladder off of her feet in a massive hug. How is this possible? You looked startled at first but relaxed into the hug, closing her eyes with a contented smile. I've missed you so much, Suki. It's a long story. Gashiun tried looking around both of them, but he didn't see Nagi anywhere. So explain to me again how this is gonna work. Toph asked. She shuffled her feet, looking small among the crowd of people. Earth Kingdom soldiers, Ose's contingent, and White Lotus members all gathered in the old prison beneath Lake Laogai. Every tunnel and chamber had been filled with people. Every cell had been stocked with supplies, food, rations, fuel for the war balloons, and the war balloons themselves. All of the tunnels to the catacombs beneath the city have been sealed, right? Teo asked, hands on his hips while he looked around. Yes, they have been, Aang confirmed for Teo. After he got the signal from Pakka that everyone involved in the invasion force had descended beneath the lake, Aang retreated from the central chamber for something quieter and with a much smaller audience. He gestured for Toph and Teo to follow him and explained as he walked. You know how I entered the spirit world through the southern portal and came out at the Great Banyan Tree? That's how I first got the idea for how to move everyone back down south. But we don't need any portals anymore because the barrier between worlds is more or less falling apart, right? Teo asked, but then he bunched up his face. Wow, saying it like that really makes it not seem like a big deal, huh? Toph still sounded skeptical. What did Big Scary Owl Guy have to do with it? He used to move the library all around the desert by going in and out of the spirit world, Aang said. He told me my initial idea was possible. With the barriers between worlds as thin as they are, like Teo said, it should be easy, and it'll allow us to travel further than Wan Shi Tong did with the library. And the headquarters of the Creeping Crystal, this prison beneath Lake Laogai, is our vessel for this traversal. Teo asked, scratching his head. I think I get it. For Wan Shi Tong, it was his library. Aang grinned as they entered a smaller chamber that housed Appa. He rumbled at them in greeting but went right to nudging some heavy, rusted monocles with his front feet, sniffing at them with curiosity. Aang patted him on the nose. Right. For bringing this many people into the spirit world, he said we needed a structure big enough to hold everyone together. We couldn't use the library itself because if we moved it then Ba Sing Se would collapse. This way, Lake Laogai will just get a little bit deeper. Toph punched her fist into her palm. It works out. So the Creeping Crystal headquarters is moving to the South Pole. I guess it can be our base while we figure things out. And then, it'll be time to kick the Emperor's butt. Aang gave her an uneasy grin. I hope so. He sat down in front of Appa in a lotus position, taking a deep breath. Are you ready to go back into the spirit world? Hold it, Twinkle Toes, said Toph. What about the other me? Teo blinked. The other you. Aang knew what she implied. When Toph went into the spirit world, she was able to meet her other self. But what about everyone else here? Would they all be confronted with the person they'd been dreaming about? I thought about that, too, and asked Wan Shi Tong. He said that our vessel will work to keep spirits from interfering. It's a piece of this world that'll protect us in the spirit world. It's the same reason he didn't get a bunch of spirits straggling in his library every time he went in and out, it was always just him and the knowledge seekers. Toph frowned. Okay, if you say so. Not that I don't want to see her again. Teo crossed his arms. I feel like there's something you guys aren't telling me. Not a whole lot of time to explain that right now, said Toph. But remember that copy of you that you said gave you the idea for those war balloons. He's basically in the spirit world with, well, everyone else. I think I'm even more confused, he said after a pause. We'll explain it to you once we get there, Aang said, closing his eyes. It's a promise. Aang had told Toph and Teo it would be easy, but that was only to hide how nervous he felt. He was the Avatar, the bridge between worlds, but the water flowing under that bridge had swelled and flooded it out. Now he had to be the one to guide all of these people across the remains of the bridge without losing them to the raging river around them. In the dark. Wan Shi Tong had told him to think of it like a tunnel instead. There was an ancient spirit, he'd said, who could create rifts between the mortal world and spirit world, Father Glowworm. The World Borer. Many places where the barrier between worlds remained thin was because of him. These tunnels made hundreds of years ago lingered, which was how Wan Shi Tong and many other spirits crossed in and out of the mortal worlds. With the barrier itself so weak now, they were difficult to identify. But Aang could see in the dark. He could see in the raging current that threatened to wipe away these tunnels, this bridge, like lines in the sand. The ground rumbled. Distantly, he heard Teo mutter something but his voice sounded stretched out and faded away. He felt the entirety of the prison beneath Lake Laogai like it had been attached to him. It had to be both a ship and an anchor, their safety in the raging river and their connection to the mortal world. He wasn't going to lose anyone. Water dripped onto his head. He heard a deluge, the waters of Lake Laogai rushing in to fill the space left by the prison. The rumbling turned to rocking back and forth, the sensation of spinning. He grit his teeth and felt like he was going to be sick, but he felt someone sitting down behind him, their backs pressed against each other, and he knew it to be his other self. Not physically there, but it almost felt like it. The weight felt comforting. When Aang opened his eyes, everything looked the same. Both Toph and Teo had their feet spread as if bracing themselves for impact. Was that it? Teo asked. Or are we just halfway there? We're in the spirit world now, right? Despite how they looked, Aang felt as if he'd been running for hours. He nodded through his deep breaths. He took off his headband, sweat plastering his hair to his forehead. Now he had to take them back out, ideally, they'd be in a spot underground in the South Pole away from any villages or clans. But for all he knew, a battle awaited them as soon as they arrived. Toph turned toward the wall. Aang, hurry up and get us out of here. Now. He didn't need his seismic sense or Toph's exclamation to tell him danger approached. He felt the flow of energy in the spirit world more clearly than ever before, knew it to be a dark spirit full of wrath. He focused on shifting the prison back into the mortal world, but Toph stomped her feet and pulled up a shield of earth just in time for the wall to disintegrate in a beam of blue light. The whole prison shook. Panicked shouts from the other chambers echoed in the tunnels. A massive spirit stood outside the prison, black and white with unervingly long arms and a vicious mouth full of jagged teeth. Another, smaller pair of arms hung limply from its torso, and Aang recognized the angry forest spirit with a start. "That's Heibai!" Aang shouted, shooting up to his feet. "He's a dark spirit." Heibai lifted his arms and gripped the outside of the prison as if trying to rip down its walls. When he opened his mouth to blast them with spirit energy again, Toph raised a fist and used a block of stone to force his mouth shut. The attack made him stumble backward and he unleashed his attack into the red sky. "I'll hold him off while you finish getting us out," Toph said, holding her stance. Aang clenched his fist around his staff. "No way. I can't leave Heibai like this, he's a friend. This'll be quick." Toph scoffed, but he caught her grin, too. "I knew you'd say that. I'll help." Without another word, she launched herself out of the hole in the prison, continuing her barrage. Avatar Aang. The metal door to the chamber swung open, admitting Ozai, who had his broadswords unsheathed and ready for battle. His eyes, bloodshot and ringed by lack of sleep, widened upon seeing the gap in the prison wall and the spirit beyond it. He regained his composure and looked at Aang. "We are being assaulted by two other spirits. They're trying to break in." With this much dark energy around, Aang wasn't sure how he knew it, but he felt he would be hard-pressed to transfer them all back to the mortal world until he dealt with it. "Teo, go and see if you can find any more damage to the prison. I'll deal with the spirits." "You can," said Ozai, as Teo nodded and departed with haste. "For you are at your most powerful in the spirit world." Aang held his gaze for a moment, wondering about the Phoenix King behind his eyes, but a roar from Heibai spurred him back into action. "Don't let anyone go outside," he said. "You especially need to stay here." Ozai looked as if he was about to say something, but bit back his words. He nodded and Aang leapt outside after Toph and Heibai, unfurling his glider in midair. From above, the prison looked like a wet, muddy mass of domes and tunnels, a complex web of chambers and connecting pathways. It was a stain on the world around it, which resembled a lake below its surface but without any water. Long tendrils of a plant that looked like seaweed swayed hauntingly beneath a scarlet sky that looked alive like fire. The forest concealed the other two spirits raiding the prison, deceptively placid until the seaweed parted and went up in flames that consumed a whole swathe of it at once like tinder. Aang managed to swing his glider at it and divert the fire with a barrier of air. He landed on the ground just as a spirit dragon emerged from the burning forest. Nearly as red as the sky with black horns and a wicked smile, Aang had the momentary fear that it was going to eat him. He landed on the ground and drew his sword just in time for a monstrous, shaggy wolf to emerge from the burning forest, black-furred and rabid with wild eyes. These were the two spirits Ozai spoke of, he surmised. Despite their forms, something about them felt intimately familiar. "Fang!" exclaimed a voice inside his mind. Roku's voice. "Dart!" said another voice at the same time, this one Kuruk. How dare he do this to them? He felt the righteous fury of both of his predecessors filling him at once, took it and made it his own when he thought of how he himself would feel if Appa had been corrupted into a dark spirit. He braced himself when Fang opened his maw and belched flames as black as his horns, and as he felt the heat engulf him, Aang bent the flames and wondered who Kuruk meant by he. The black flames circled him in a swirling dome, a constant deluge that he held at bay with his sword and staff crossed above his head. He was so focused on not burning alive that he scarcely noticed the figure crossing through the flames behind him until the man stopped and spoke into his ear. "I never knew you'd stoop to such hypocrisy, Avatar," said Zabao, who he heard clearly despite the dragon's roar. He didn't sound angry, if anything, he was amused. "Denouncing me for my ways as you and yours make use of the crumbling borders between worlds to your own advantage. How is that fair? How is that balance?" And then Zabao grabbed him by the back of his tunic and hurled him into the flames. Any sense of exhaustion you had from her weeks of traveling felt like it evaporated when Suki hugged her tight. After everything, reuniting with one of her oldest friends after what felt like forever gave her such a sense of elation that she couldn't stop smiling, even as the tears fell. "In all honesty, I didn't expect to find you here, either," she said, at last pulling away. Even Suki looked as if she struggled to blink away tears. This almost doesn't feel real. Yu gathered herself in the presence of her father's shamans, first spears, and other warriors as they greeted her, and someone attended to her buffalo yak outside. Just as someone else took her traveling cloak from her, more first spears appeared at the end of the hallway, and suddenly everyone but Yu backed themselves against the walls. "My dearest daughter," said Arnook, spreading his arms wide. His black fur and feather mantle spread with his arms, casting a shadow from the sconces on the walls. "Welcome home." "Thank you, father," she said, inclining her head toward him. "Though even now, we are far from home. I fear I have missed much in my time away from the North Pole. So much, ever since you became a water sage, and even earlier in your stay at Aniaktu," he said. He gestured for her to follow and turned with a sweep of black feathers. "Come. We have much to catch up on before you rest and recuperate from your long journey." Knowing she had little choice in the matter, she gave an apologetic glance to Suki before following him down the hall. As she walked, she spotted Gashiun of all people, stone-faced and hesitant, and her heart fluttered when she thought of Nagi. She reached out a hand to him as she passed, which to her surprise he took, grasping it like a lifeline. Yu smiled. "She's okay," she whispered. "Nagi is safe." His hands fell back to his sides, stunned. He didn't say a word as she continued in her father's footsteps. Her journey to the North Pole had been a brutal and restless one. Ever since leaving Nagi, Ain, and Tofan Siwang City, she crossed the desert in a merchant's caravan to Gaipan and reunited with her people at a military outpost near the riverside village. From there, a series of water navy ships ferried her up through the Serpent's Pass and the Serpent's Neck River. It was just as she arrived at the Serpent's Pass that the new moon started in earnest. Dark spirits attacked, putting their ship in peril, and there were so many that you thought they would drag everyone to their watery deaths. All of the waterbenders on board fought through the night, a battle that felt endless. The whole time, all you could do was hide below deck, hating herself for every second of it. But then the dawn finally came, and respite with it. There weren't enough healers on board. Despite being surrounded by her people, it was a lonely journey. None of the men ever expected to have to come to the aid of the Northern Princess and delivered her home with all haste in a rare moment of you pressing her authority. When they reached the Northern Sea, she felt like precious cargo being passed around as a clan chief's vessel carried her to the North Pole. Despite not visiting her home in years, she didn't remain long when she learned about the rituals taking place throughout the city and that her father had departed for the Northern Portal. Arnook led her to a chamber within the monastery with rows of tables that made her think it may have once been used by monks to transcribe tomes and scrolls in long hours of work. Like everything else here, it was bare of any decoration. The first spears left them as Arnook and Yu entered, leaving her alone with her father. "To think that you journeyed through the spirit world in the way you did, body and soul." Her father swept through the room, but then he rounded on her with his palms pressed flat against the table between them. "Do you feel it, Yu? Do you feel her power surging within you?" Yu only lowered her eyes. "It's different now." New moons had always been a time of quiet introspection for her, a full night of solitude and meditation in the spirit oasis every month through her whole life. Her time at Avatar Kurak's temple with the other water sages was no different, except that on new moons she had a chamber all to herself instead. She spoke with fear quavering in her voice, barely above a whisper. "A confession. I always tried to avoid the presence of spirits during new moons, but now it seems as if they are drawn to me. I can't control it, father." Arnook straightened. "Then it is as it should be," he said. He let out a deep breath she didn't realize he had been holding, and she looked up at him in alarm. "The spirits recognize you now. Your power. Recognize me?" she asked, stepping back from him. "What do you mean?" I've always felt reviled by spirits, never more so than when I was in the spirit world. I felt that they viewed me as an aberration. That my whole life I've been cursed. I had always avoided the presence of any spirits during the new moon in the fear that they would turn dark just for being around me. "You have a seed of the night Sarah in you," he said. He held up a hand and stared somewhere above her, beyond her, at something she couldn't see. "But now you have grown. You are as a lotus in bloom, empowered by your journey into the spirit world. With the barrier between our worlds so thin now, you can finally awaken. And I have paved that path for you. She clenched her fists but otherwise retained her composure despite feeling like she would be sick. To what end? What will happen if the Night Seer awakens? Is this the reason for all the changes in the city? We will have the power of 1,000 spirits at our side and the strength of every warrior gaining the gift of waterbending, said Arnook, his arms spread wide. The Night Seer's blessing in our divinely mandated mission to end this war once and for all. The spirituality and wisdom of the air nomads along with the power and resources of the water tribes. We are the inevitability of night. We are the oceans covering the world. And all with you leading the charge, my daughter, as is your duty. We didn't have you here this past new moon. But now you are home, and you are primed for her arrival. She is part of me, said Yu, holding a hand to her chest. I don't understand. Why now? What will happen to me when she awakens? The world has changed so much, he said, striding from one end of the room to the other. Spirits frolic among mortals in ways they haven't in eons. You'll be just like them. Don't you see what a blessing that is? The Night Seer gave you life when you were a baby. And now she is coming to take her end of the bargain. But it is a wonderful thing, something that will benefit both of us, and our tribe as a whole. You will see. She closed her eyes and grit her teeth. My duty, you say? She said. Had he known this day would come her whole life? He had changed once her mother died, but before then she always thought he'd been a loving father. She couldn't find the words to voice how she felt. Instead, she tried to imagine what Nagi would focus on. The practical things. Anything else could come later. Is this your grand plan? Everything you and Emperor Hakata have been working toward in order to end this war. Hakata is a short-sighted man focused only on the tangible things in front of him, Arnook snapped. He wouldn't see the necessity of this at first. But I believe once we provide the results he will see the wisdom of it, the beauty. He has taken a northern woman as his new wife. She will show him the way. Shadows danced in the chamber and she felt a weight bearing down on her that she couldn't handle anymore. Her chest ached. I understand, father, she said, bowing deeply to him in a formal way she only did during public ceremonies. I will do everything in my power to complete my duty. But for now, please excuse me. My journey was long and arduous, and I wish to rest. With his approval, she departed. When she went out into the halls, she passed by her father's legion of first spears and with hurried steps retreated to her private chamber reserved for royal visits. Normally, she drew comfort from shadowed places, but now every empty corner where the light didn't touch made her breath hitch. In her rooms, she found Suki waiting for her. Is everything all right? Suki asked her, worry creasing her brow. We have to leave this place, you said. So much has happened since Ba Sing Se. Things you wouldn't believe. And now my father plans to do something frightening. Suki clenched her fist. I believe it. And at this point I'd probably believe anything you'd tell me. I've got your back, you. The Avatar is the one who rescued me from the spirit world, she said, the words pouring out. We may need his help to stop what my father is doing because I am central to his plan, which is why I have to leave. I heard from the Avatar that some of his companions journeyed here to the north. Maybe we could find them and request their help, too. I don't know what else to do. She felt herself working up into a panic but the more she replayed her father's words in her head she couldn't help herself. They're here, Suki said, putting her hands on Yu's shoulders. And don't worry. I've come this far to rescue you, but now that I don't need to I am still going to help you. You're my best friend, Yu. And, well, Katar is my other best friend and she might not be happy about getting the Avatar's help, but right now you need me more. I know that there's been some fishy stuff going on ever since Agnicale, and while I might not understand all of it, I know that I have to do something. She felt a surge of gratitude to Suki and a measure of calm returned. Thank you, Suki. Where are the Avatar's friends? They've been imprisoned below the monastery, she answered, stepping back with a hand on her hip. I don't know how great of an idea it is, but I guess we'll have to break them out. We'll need all the help we can get, Aang felt the burning of dragon fire consume him for only a moment before a rush of cold air replaced it and he rolled across the rocky ground. When he came to a stop, he winced in pain and opened his eyes again to find himself in a barren land beaten by raging winds and storms. It was a coastal plain with its shore covered in the rotten, bloated carcasses of sea creatures he couldn't identify. Even the ocean looked sick and dying, the tides weak, the water still. On land, flickering embers burned in the distance, smoke and ash choking the skies. You could have been the epitome of everything I ever hoped for in the world. Aang stood, facing the direction he had rolled from to see Zaibao walking toward him. The forest of weeds where the Laogai prison had arrived in the spirit world was nowhere to be seen. Fang, Dart, and Heibai had all vanished. Zaibao had taken him to a different part of the spirit world. The Avatar is the joining of all four nations into one, Zaibao continued. You should have been superior to us all. Yet you take sides like any other human, show the same failings as any of us. Even when you finally manage to convince Wan Shi Tong himself to teach you something new, you immediately turn around and use it to advance your cause in war. You use the breakdown between worlds to your advantage despite denouncing me for trying to unite them. Aang pressed his staff against the ground. I never claimed to be superior to anyone. I'm the one meant to keep balance between all the nations and spirits, and if that means siding with one against the other to fight for someone not strong enough to fight on their own, then I'll do what I have to. He remembered what Yang Chen had told him once, long ago, that the Avatar spirit, Rava, took human form to understand their people. To understand all peoples. But what I'm doing is different from what you're trying to do. Zaibao stopped 10 paces from him. How so? I want to unite this world. I want to unite all worlds. With a singular purpose, all conflict would cease. With no borders there is no conflict. With no nations, no justification that any person is better than another. With no line between the mortal world and spirit world, humans and spirits would all find enlightenment. And with no line between my world, your world, and all the others, there'd be no loss. You should know this. Doesn't the world you've been in have everything your original world lacks? A world without borders sounds like it could be a great thing, Aang responded, his voice lower. A world where people don't define themselves by what kind of bender they are, or where they live. It sounds nice. I'm just not sure our worlds are ready for something like that yet. None of the worlds are. A useless notion. You justify your stance by saying we're not ready. But when would we be ready? Who decides such a thing? I ask you again, the world you've come to, doesn't it have the things you truly want? Aang's shoulders slackened. Parts of what Zaibao said were right. He'd often thought himself how difficult it would be to leave his new friends and go back to his original world to keep fighting in what felt like an endless struggle. In some ways, it does, Aang admitted. And you're not entirely wrong. I've seen people do great things when they look past their differences and unite with each other. Friends who used to be enemies. The alliance between Ba Sing Se and Si Wang City, or between the Earth Kingdom, Fire Nation, and White Lotus. Zaibao shook his head, his eyes narrowing. No, you don't see what I am saying. You still think too small. Each of those people still unite against a common enemy, the Water Nation. The world is still not truly unified. If people need conflict as their purpose to unify with others, true peace will never be found hand in hand with unity. The four nations and the spirits in every world would just go back to being separate entities. Aang furrowed his brow. Then what are you saying? Didn't you just try to justify everything in the name of peace? I did, said Zaibao, his arms spread wide. The wind continued to rage all around them, the smoke from distant fires making streaks in the sky high above them. The smells of the dying ocean carried to them and the earth quaked under their feet. For a moment Aang thought Zaibao was the source of it all, but they were still in the spirit world. It was a sign of how bad things had become. Isn't it oxymoronic? To truly be united, all people and spirits need is an enemy. One who will never truly be able to unite with them. A singular purpose. I don't understand, Aang said. Is that what you want the Avatar to be? I considered that option, Zaibao said, inclining his head in acquiescence. But I eventually realized that is not a role suited to an Avatar. You need to be the one to bring hope, to unite all of the worlds against this singular enemy. Vato, then. No, said Zabao. Not even him. Vato is a force of nature, the destroyer. While I admit the poetry in A Clash of Light and Darkness sounds appealing, even using Vato goes against the ideals I stand for. By opposing Rava and Vato to each other that way, it is a clash due only to the intrinsic differences between those two beings. No, Avatar. The enemy of all humans and spirits must be a different one, a clash between your ideals and mine. This enemy is me. Aang shifted his staff behind him and frowned. That's crazy. Why would I fight you like that? How could you make yourself an enemy of, well, everything? I'm not alone, he said. His arms moved opposite to each other, forming a circle with one moving up and the other down. After images trailed behind each arm, like echoes, momentarily giving him the appearance of a multi-armed being like a mural of an ancient spirit. Here in the spirit world, the nexus of all worlds, I reached out to myself in other worlds. And we are united in our purpose. Before Aang could react to his words, Zabao joined his hands together and unleashed a spinning torrent of blue and white flames. When Aang pulled the ground up to block the attack, the fire raged through it and forced him to leap high above. Fire surged from Zabao's feet, lifting him just as high, and a spinning kick unleashed an arc of flame that covered such a wide area that Aang flashed back to battling under Sozin's comet. Or even memories of his own fire bending in the Avatar state. He cleaved Zabao's attack with his own fire bending and landed back on the ground. Swirls of blue and white assaulted him from both of Zabao's hands as they both kept light on their feet, dancing around the barren landscape. White fire erupted at Aang's side and he spun away with a shield of wind only to barely avoid getting burned by a flood of blue fire. Zabao's onslaught continued, his flames ever burning. Could connecting with all of his other selves truly make him this strong? All of yourselves? How? You really found all of them and you all have the same goal? But everyone I've met, so many people between the two different worlds have so many differences. Zabao kicked a jet of flame to avoid Aang's blast of air and launched himself forward with blasts from his hands pointed behind him. Not all of us. No, it would have been unrealistic to hope for as much. Some disagreed. Some are no longer even alive, like the one from your new world. He died as a child. Aang pulled water from the beach to douse Zabao's flames and throw off his footing, but as he wove the tides under his feet Zabao leapt high and brought his attacks in for close combat. Aang stood his ground with earth. What do you mean? My new world. So are you from someplace different? I am, said Zabao, his forearm clashing against Aang's. Perhaps it was enlightenment, or my destiny, or even just chance, but upon meditating underneath the great banyan, the link that tethers all worlds together, I found a way to travel to another world, body and soul. I thought I'd been given another chance, stranded somewhere to live out the rest of my days, but I realized it was a brand new opportunity. To have a new life where all I thought had been lost could be returned to me. To prevent all other worlds from being devastated by war and famine and disease like mine had been. Aang stepped away from Zabao and lowered his stance. He never would have thought anyone else could have shared an experience like his. Who was it, in your world? He asked. What made things different there? Who was the cause of that war? Zabao finally stood still, his face darkening. Does it matter? All 4 nations destroyed themselves and each other. 4 nations became 6, and eventually 10. And then it dwindled down to a single nation that finally conquered all the others, uniting them all under one name and greed in a dominion they touted as unending, but even that didn't last long. All of this continued until there was nothing left. I thought people would finally see the errors of their ways when the nations were no more, when anarchy and desperation forced them to fight side by side, but lacking any more enemies they just made more. Continued to find excuses to fight each other. It was reflecting upon that, and meeting Iroh who had fully merged with himself from a different world, that I realized my dreams of a united world could be a reality only if I guided them. But what you're doing, letting the worlds get so destabilized like this, can release Vato from his prison. Don't you know that? Zabao showed his palms and blue and white fireballs appeared in each one. He'll be freed one day soon regardless. It is irrelevant. Maybe by then our worlds will be ready for him. The spirit of Aang's other self appeared, floating above them with a worried look on his face. Zabao, you'd really do such a thing? You'd really make yourself an enemy of everyone else? You don't think the world would unite for the sake of peace? Or even to share knowledge? We've learned that people can put aside differences and conflicts if they put their minds to it. You're an idealist, Zabao said to him. I appreciate that. But it is to the point of naivete. When factoring in the joining of countless worlds, simply embracing those differences wouldn't be enough. Which is why I need to take on the monumental task of being this symbolic enemy to be overcome. So here I am, he continued. He flung his arms and pillars of blue and white surrounded Aang on both sides. In your defeat, Avatar, you'll become a martyr for your world to rally behind. It'll be the first step in uniting the world in a common cause. And you won't be able to stop the merging worlds in time for your next life to be strong enough to do anything about it. Aang spread his arms and circled the water around him. But before you said I was going to be the symbol of hope fighting against you. The Avatar state. Aang's other self said, pulling him from his thoughts and hiding with him in the shield of water. You'll need it to be powerful enough to beat him like this. He could go into it at will now, with so much spiritual energy available to him. But he still couldn't fully control himself. He never would be in control until he chose one world once and for all. I don't know what'll happen, Aang admitted. I don't want to lose control and kill Zabao. Not if there's another way, not if I can still reason with him. And he told himself there must be a way, that Zabao's set goal of making himself the enemy of all worlds was altruistic enough that he could still be reasoned with. Zabao, we're both more similar than I ever could have thought. You must have lost so much, too. I know it's tempting to use the other worlds to get your people back, but would they really want you to be their enemy? I will never falter in my conviction, he said, and the glow of white and blue radiating between them cast a shadow on his face that made him look menacing. This world around us is a recreation of my world, a reminder of the devastation that destroyed it. The only way you'll stop me is if you kill me. Are you prepared to do the same if you ever face Hakata? Or even have another clash with Ozai? Aang didn't have an answer for him. When he spread his arms to dissipate Zabao's flames, Zabao punched forward again and white fire roared toward him. Water swept to shore from the rotting sea and made a barrier between Aang and the flames, a hiss of steam rising from the clash. When it cleared, Aang saw Kunna standing between them. Found you, she said, holding a water-bending stance. My, you two don't know how difficult it was to navigate the spirit world in such a way. Aang, didn't we tell you that you wouldn't face him alone? Aang smiled, but he couldn't help but be worried for them. You're right. Sorry. Iroh stood with her, absorbing Zabao's white fire and holding the form of the dancing dragon. He may claim his conviction is absolute, he said. But so is ours. We fight together, and not because he is our common enemy. Because we share the same beliefs of a world in peace and balance. A ring of blue and white fire burned around Zabao and his gaze hardened as he looked at his three opponents. If all three of you shall stand against me, so be it. Suki's gut told her that almost every part of this plan was a bad idea. Yu's suggestion for breaking out Mai and the others and escaping was already enough to make Suki doubt. Gashiun's idea to dig out of the bottom of the Ororogampa and the mountain it was perched on with earthbending was even worse. Yu's follow-up plan to dig from the cellars to the Buffalo Yak stables and then steal a toboggan ride, somehow make it around the mountain to its south side, and ride free across the wastelands of the North Pole to Agnikole had so many things that could go wrong that Suki couldn't even begin to list them. Yet here she was, walking down the hallway between the cellars and storeroom while Yu and Gashiun dealt with the warriors standing guard over the prisoners. Suki, meanwhile, had the task of retrieving the prisoners' belongings and gathering supplies and foodstuffs that she could sneak from the kitchens. Snagging those supplies and food for their journey in a pack on her back was the easy part. Suki opened the door to the storeroom to find a trio of guards playing a game of dice. All three looked up when she arrived. Two of them stood, trying their best to look menacing. "What are you doing here?" one asked. She recognized him as one of the guards whose duty it was to watch the prisoners. He was one of the more thuggish ones, prone to insulting her and Gashiun just because they had Earth Kingdom blood. Acting on the stupid requests of a friend, she said, shrugging. She paused. What are you doing here? Aren't you supposed to be on duty? Her awkward question took him by surprise, but then he scowled. It's not my shift. But I don't have to answer to you. Buzz off. Suki smirked at him and cracked her knuckles. Well, it's your unlucky day, she said. Because you're about to wish it was your shift. One of the other warriors scratched his head, taking the wind out of her sails. Why? She couldn't help but cringe at herself. The exchange sounded better in her head, maybe letting out witty one-liners wasn't her strong suit. Well, 'cause then it would mean I wouldn't have to beat you up. Before they could do more than tilt their heads in confusion, she took out the closest one with a single punch to the face. When the second warrior let out a yell and brandished a jagged knife, she deflected it with her fan and jabbed her elbow into his forearm, pinning it against the table. When he dropped the knife, she pulled his arm and threw him bodily to the floor. Before the third could even stand, she spun around with a kick that knocked his chair backward into a pile of crates. The second guard got up from the floor and charged at her with a wordless snarl, but she leaned into his attack to get within his defenses, making him pass harmlessly behind her, and she swept out her legs to make him trip with his head smacking right into the table. The dice from their game clattered to the floor. I meant what I said, she told their unconscious forms. You would have gone easy on you guys in comparison. After making sure Mai's full stash of weapons, Jet's hook swords, and Haru's mallets were stuffed into a sack with their parkas, gloves, mittens, and even a collection of silk scarves for some reason, she hefted it over her shoulder and made her way back to the cellar. She was proven right when she arrived in the cellar and found two fully conscious guards with gags in their mouths and earth bent to the floor. She didn't have much time to regard them, however. Yu and Gashiun had let all four prisoners out of their cells, but they seemed in the midst of a tense standoff. I'm telling you, Yu implored them. Aang got us out of the spirit world. Toph is safe with him. Jet stood in the lead. How are we supposed to trust what you say? Do you have any other choice? Gashiun asked. He looked just as happy as Suki felt to be in this situation. Would you rather freeze to death down here, forgotten? We're helping you out of here. My sister is out of the spirit world, too. Arnook has nothing for me. Haru leaned against the wall. He looked exhausted, pale with half-lidded eyes. His breathing came out ragged and Ty Lee was at his side helping him stay upright. I think going with them is a good idea, she said. We need to get Haru out of here. And maybe to a healer. He's gotten really sick. Suki supposed it was a good sign that the two who didn't need weapons didn't seem to want to fight them. She stepped forward so they could all see her. I've got your things, she said. All your weapons and parkas. Is this enough for you to trust that we're helping you out of here? Mai locked eyes with her. She, too, looked sickly and exhausted, but she stood as straight as ever. What if we don't want to leave here? She asked. Where is Arnook? What do you want with my father? You asked. Weren't you here to go to the spirit portal? Suki saw a fire in Mai's eyes and somehow she knew what the other warrior intended. If you intend to stop him, I wouldn't recommend it now. He's within the prayer mound in the courtyard, the most fortified part of the monastery. And you won't get far with a sick friend. We all need to get out of here and regroup, find out what exactly he's planning. Mai looked at the sack of their belongings and a knife appeared in her hand, one Suki didn't know she still had. She would have scowled in any other situation. Give me my weapons. Jet, you need to get everyone else out of here. Jet rounded on her. Mai, are you kidding? You really think you can go do that alone? Calm down, she said, her answer flat. Just go. I'll make sure they're focused on me so you can all escape. I wouldn't finish the mission without my team or whatever. Ty Lee smiled at her. Be safe, Mai. We'll meet you out there. Suki dropped the sack of their belongings, her arms crossed. Some kind of understanding passed between her and Mai as she stocked herself up on all of her daggers, throwing stars, wrist and ankle holsters, darts, and needles. Once she finished draping her fur-lined cloak around her shoulders and pulled up her hood, she vanished up the steps before the others finished dressing for the cold. Yu looked in Mai's direction with something like worry, but Suki wasn't sure if it was for Mai or for her father. She pointed at a section of the wall in the back of what was Tai Li's cell. If you dig through this wall, we can eventually get to an old tunnel that will lead to a crevice in the side of the mountain. It was a tunnel that the waterbenders here once used to descend into the spirit portal forest down in the valley. And that path will lead to the Buffalo Yak stables, right? Gashiun asked, taking a stance. Haru pushed himself off of the wall to help, but Gashiun shook his head. You need to conserve your strength. I'll handle this. As Gashiun worked at carving them a path through the depths of the monastery, Suki couldn't help but feel tense. They moved slower than she wanted to, deeper and further through the inside of the mountain than she expected it to be. When they rounded a bend and the torchlight from the cellars diminished, Suki lit a torch from her pack. I still don't understand why an earthbender threw his lot in with the water tribes, said Jet. He did not put down his swords ever since Suki gave them back to him. And now I wonder why you had a sudden change of heart. You don't know our histories, Suki shot at him. She didn't know why she felt the need to stand up for Gashiun. Or what paths our lives took to bring us here. What parts we can't help. But me, personally? I trust you. And I trust my gut, which tells me the High Chief is up to something fishy. You looked down at her feet as they walked. And I've had my eyes opened to the true dangers of this war. I always thought it was my duty to serve my people no matter what, to end this war and bring peace on the Emperor's terms, but they're wrong. Gashiun said nothing, and neither did Jet, but when a section of the stone fell away and the light of the moon just starting to wane came into the tunnel, all of them looked out over the vista below. They found themselves on a narrow pass, one side leading down into the verdant valley where the spirit portal rested and the other leading up to the Buffalo Yak stables. Gashiun sealed the tunnel behind him and they all filed out onto the path, so narrow that two could barely walk side by side. Nestled between snow-capped mountains, the green valley made a sharp contrast to the night sky above. Something like a pale imitation of the sun, much smaller and casting little light, drifted across it. Constellations moved, the fire ferret's tail wiggled as it readied to pounce, the fisher cast his line, and the courtesan's fan spun in a dazzling display. But other than that, the sky looked almost natural. I've come to learn some things myself, Jet said, once they turned from the view and started their hike up the trail. He took the lead with Gashiun. I met someone who made a choice to do evil things. And, he paid for them, I think. It had nothing to do with his blood or who I thought he was. Some choices come easy, said Gashiun, focused on the path ahead. I've made some choices I'm not proud of, but many I don't regret. Where does this one fall? Haru asked him after coughing. Tai Li continued to support him on their hurried walk. The one to help us. Gashiun looked as if he was about to answer, but they rounded a bend and the path widened and leveled out. It split into a fork, one side ascended to the monastery proper while the other continued on a path that rounded around the side of the mountain. Their escape route. Here, they found the Buffalo Yak stables nestled among some snow drifts, but they also found it full of both stable hands and warriors. There was a sense of urgency here, with Buffalo Yaks getting saddled by men with spears and bows readied. Princess Yu! Shouted one of the men, rushing over to them as soon as they saw her. You need to come inside. It was discovered that the prisoners escaped. Stand down, she said. I have things under control. We are returning to Agnicole. The man's eyes passed over the company she kept, and then narrowed in recognition. Before he let out a shout or attacked, Jet rushed forward and hooked him by the ankles, flipping him heels over head. Gashiun raised an earthen wall before they could be peppered with arrows, but both Suki and Tai Li emerged from behind it to go on the attack. Even despite her heavy pink parka stuffed into a round shape with many layers underneath, Tai Li moved as swiftly as she always did, cartwheeling through the ranks of the closest warriors and heading toward the waterbenders and archers nearer to the stables. Suki made her way there just a little slower, disarming warriors and slicing with her fans. When an archer aimed his bow at her, she snapped her fan shut and hurled it with all her strength, nailing him in the head with a heavy thwoonk and unsheathing her blade and collapsible shield. She advanced toward the fallen archer to retrieve her fan while Yu covered her back, cutting cleanly through spears. Jet took down the last two warriors on his own while Gashiun pinned any of the still conscious ones to the ground with his earthbending. Haru stumbled forward as soon as the battle ended, but Jet pulled Haru's arm over his shoulder. "Come on, soldier," he said, urging him on. "Still got a ways to go." "I'm no good with the cold," Haru mumbled as Suki and Ty Lee gathered 3 buffalo yaks. There was no time to hitch toboggans to them. Their steeds shuffled on their hooves nervously but consented to letting them ride in pairs. Suki was thankful that they had already been saddled and wondered how much of a ruckus Mai had been causing in the monastery. She had the mental image of all the warriors in a panic about an unseen, ghostly assailant picking them off one by one, and she smirked. Gashiun jumped on the mount with Suki while Jet looked after Haru, and Ty Lee and Yu rode together. This time, Yu and Ty Lee took the lead. Ravens perched on top of the stables, watching them. "We must continue down this pass," said Yu. "Be careful, everyone. It's perilous at night even at the best of times." Any attempt at going slow and steady was stopped in its tracks when they heard shouting coming from the path to the monastery. Reinforcements had arrived, and to make matters worse, Suki recognized one of them, Han. "Oh, I hate that guy!" Ty Lee exclaimed as their buffalo yaks galloped ahead. "Gashiun, please tell me he's not actually a friend of yours." "No way," he responded. "I can't stand him. Huge jerk." "Well, he's not that bad," said Yu. "He can actually be kind of sweet sometimes. Before Sokka was decided as my betrothed when we were young, there were even talks that—" "Yu," said Suki, cutting her friend off. "I don't mean this to be rude, but he only acts that way to you because you're the princess. Han is a major." "Oh," said Yu, blushing in embarrassment before she could finish. "I see. From one princess to another, I know the feeling," Ty Lee said, giving her a placating pat on the back. Braziers lit their path under the mountain's shadow, lining the edge of the mountain pass and acting as their only guide to avoid the sheer drop into the valley below. Hoofbeats pounded on the stone behind them, their pursuers gaining ground fast. At the speed they were going, if they slipped on one unseen patch of ice. "The coals," Haru choked out in a rasp. "Use the coals." Catching his meaning, Suki tugged on the reins just enough to pull her buffalo yak just behind the others. At her back, she felt Gashiun raise his arms and pull them down, tearing down the braziers and spilling their flaming coals across the path behind them. The panicked shouts she heard from their pursuers told her that it worked, but she knew it would only slow them down. Gashiun's arms continued to flap behind her as he toppled each flaming brazier they passed. Suki was starting to think they would actually be in the clear until a row of warriors with spears raised acted as a blockade across the path. All 3 buffalo yaks ground to a halt just as a duo of archers behind the warriors raised their bows. She knew Gashiun wouldn't be able to raise a wall high enough in time, and all she could do was raise her shield. She heard something whistle through the air, and unseen strikes took out both archers, and Yu used the reach of her katana to slice at the spearmen from the back of her buffalo yak while they were distracted. Ty Lee, Jet, and Gashiun all dismounted at the same time and knocked them off the path, sending them tumbling down the steep slope and into the wooded valley. Gashiun covered their backs before they could get trapped in a pincer attack by extending the wall across the path, cutting it off from their pursuers. Mai appeared from the shadows of the braziers ahead. She looked out of breath but otherwise unharmed. "The way ahead is blocked," she said, only offering token resistance to Ty Lee's hug of joy. "Our Nuke's first spears have mobilized. We won't be able to go out that way, they're waiting to ambush us." "So what do we do?" Jet asked. "We're trapped." She gestured to where the warriors had just fallen. "We have no choice but to go down into the valley." "But we'll be trapped down there too," said Yu. "The only way in and out of the valley, aside from scaling the mountains ourselves, is through the pass coming up into the Ororagampa. And we don't have equipment to climb mountains like these. All that's down there is the spirit portal and the ocean out past it." "We'll figure something out," Mai answered. "We don't have time." "How will we get down there?" Suki asked. "Like you said, we don't have any climbing equipment to make our way down." She fixed her piercing gaze on Gashiun. "Do you have rope? I remember that trick you did with the rope and your sandbags when you captured us." With your earthbending you'll be able to anchor it to one of the trees down there and we'll use that to cross safely down into the valley. I have rope, said Suki, shuffling through her pack. She wasn't sure how much she liked Mai's plan, but they had no other options. And lots of it. When she handed the coil of rope to Gashiun, he started tying one of his sandbags around the end of it. He let go of the rope and let the sandbag hover experimentally. Don't know how secure this will be, or if we'll make it down fast enough. My wall won't hold them back forever, he said. He hurled the sandbag out to the sea of green and gestured while it was still in midair, aiming it to the tallest tree within reach of the rope. Suki couldn't see that far in the dark, but she thought she saw it coil successfully around the branches. Gashiun anchored his end of the rope into the ground. I'm not sure I like this idea, said Haru. No offense, but how do we know if it's secure? I'll go down there and make sure it is, said Ty Lee. I'm not afraid of heights. How are we gonna climb down? Suki asked. Just go hand over hand? Maybe we can tie more rope into a loop and slide down. Too much friction, said Mai. It won't work. We need something soft or smooth. Ty Lee clapped her hands. Oh. My scarves. Suki, please, please, please tell me you packed them in our stuff. She furrowed her brow. I think I saw them. I wondered why you guys brought flimsy silk scarves to the North Pole. They won't keep you warm. I know, but an Earth Kingdom tailor was selling them and I bought them to commemorate my first trip outside the Fire Nation, she said, pulling them out of the sack and unveiling them. Look how pretty they are. Here's one in pink, and one in green, and one in turquoise, and... We need to hurry, said Yu as they heard more hoofbeats thundering down the path ahead. Apparently the first spears tired of waiting for them to march right into their ambush. That'll have to do. Ty Lee nodded and handed her scarves to Mai, and without another word she stepped out onto the rope as if walking across the sky. She ran all the way across without faltering once, surprising even Suki and Gashiun, and a few moments later she tugged at the rope to indicate it was safe to cross. There are only 4 scarves and 6 of us left, said Yu, frowning. And I'm worried about Haru. I don't need one of those, said Jet, and he leapt right off of the cliffside. Catching the rope with his hook swords, he slid down as effortlessly as Ty Lee and crowed in something like exhilaration the entire way. If we had more rope we could put out another line and make a kind of sling to carry Haru across, Mai said. Sort of like a little gondola. There's no time for that, said Suki. Your turn. Right. She said, nodding, and sitting on the ground by the rope. Wrapping the silk scarf around her wrists, she grasped it and shut her eyes, kicking off from the ledge without a peep escaping from her lips. She slid much slower than Jet did, but it worked. No way I'm doing that, said Gashiun. I'll climb down with my earthbending. He put a hand on Haru's shoulder, however briefly, and disappeared over the edge. He climbed down almost like a canyon crawler. Can I do that too? Haru asked, gulping as he looked across the gap. I'm strong enough. Even if you could climb without falling you won't be fast enough in your condition, said Mai. Do you have enough strength to hold onto the scarf? He stared at the green scarf in his hands. His face looked nearly as green. I do. I'm not happy about it, but I can do it. Mai nodded and exchanged a glance with Suki before following after Yu, trusting her to take up the rear. Men shouted from behind the wall Gashiun had made. Any minute now they'd bring explosives and blast their way through. Go on. Suki urged him. I'll follow. Haru took a deep breath and went for the plunge, but even from the way he kicked off of the ledge Suki knew he didn't propel himself fast enough. He slid down the rope slower than everyone before him before stopping completely somewhere halfway. Suki scowled and was prepared to slide down after him and push him the rest of the way, not knowing how long his strength would hold, but then the arrows started flying toward the stationary target. She heard him yelp with what she could only hope was fear, but whether it was because his strength gave out or an arrow struck him he let go of the scarf and plummeted to the ground below. The air burned with the force of Zabao's assault, relentless and consuming, as Ain, Iroh, and Kun Na combined their strength in an attempt to match his. A conflagration of white screamed toward Iroh, who tried to dissipate it with his hands, but it knocked him off his feet. Kunna reached for the water in the dying sea, but the tides swept back as if it began to dry up, and Aang summoned a wall of earth to protect her when she suddenly found herself defenseless. "Don't you see the joys of a combined world, Iroh?" Zabao asked, pumping his fists. Kunna had found more water and used it to defend Iroh from his assault, and when Iroh found his feet again he unleashed a breath of fire. "You, who have died in another world to be reborn in this one. I won't deny that this world has returned a great many things to me," Iroh responded. "My son and my own life, most of all. But also even a relationship with my brother and my niece. I never thought I could be so fortunate." "Then why do you fight me?" Orange flames circled around Iroh and converged on Zabao, but the Sun Warrior's flames, backed with the power of his countless other selves, devoured his. After images of Zabao moved behind him, moved separately from him, multiple arms with multiple fire-bending forms. His main attack roared toward Aang, but faded echoes launched toward Iroh and Kunna, too. "You are no different from any other tyrant," Iroh said. "You seek power like all others to stand above them. But I have become part of this new world, living amongst them instead of separate and above." Kunna's water sizzled away under the force of Zabao's attacks. Aang saw another old woman materialize behind her wearing a blue parka. Gran. Both Kunnas spoke. "You fight against the flow of destiny," they said together. Only the physical Kunna continued. "You are like a child throwing a tantrum, rebelling against the destiny decided for you to force its flow into the path you want. It is one thing to have a choice and make it, but another to deny them altogether." The sea behind her brightened, the currents quickening again. Waves crashed against the shore and washed away the carcasses on the beach. Kunna called forth the waves and doused Zabao's flames. Aang had been warding off Zabao's attacks, but when he saw the ocean change he gasped. Iroh took advantage of the distraction and slammed into Zabao with his bulk, knocking the other man away from Aang. Above them all, the sky began to clear, a beam of sunlight shining down on them. "What's happening?" Aang asked, looking around. The signs of devastation from Zabao's world had started to fade away. "The spirit world is an immaterial place influenced by the emotions of its inhabitants," Iroh said. Zabao thought only of how his world had fallen to ruin, so that is what appeared around him. "But Kunna and I reject it." Aang kept his eyes on Zabao. "But what about me? What does that say about me, and the ruined world I come from?" Kunna stepped to his side. "Instead of answering, let me ask you this, are you someone who will dwell on the past forevermore, or will you fight to save your future?" Zabao stood again, calling forth even greater flames than before. "I'll destroy all three of you. I'll destroy all who stand against me. I will fight to unite this world, and all worlds." "To destroy it or unite it?" Aang asked him. That contradiction again. And then he knew how he would stop Zabao once and for all. Oze's words rang in his head. In the spirit world, the Avatar was at their most powerful. "I can't control the Avatar state yet," he thought. "I was able to go into it before when I wanted to, back when I first went through the spirit portal, but..." "We are with you," said Roku's voice. "Let us help, just this once," said Kuruk. Then he heard Rava. "You are never alone." Fire and dust circled him, and when it faded, his eyes were radiant. And he stood tall as Avatar Roku. Zabao raged with white fire, but when the pillars rushed toward Roku he slammed his hand down and parted the ground beneath them. Lava gushed out, a torrent of flame falling from the heavens to consume the Sun Warrior's bright fire. Zabao hovered above the lava, preparing his counter-attack, but Aang put his hands around his mouth. He was Kyoshi. Wind spiraled out from between her hands, spreading Zabao's blue and white in a funnel. When the flames cleared, they stood in a bamboo forest clearing, the earth rising up to meet Zabao. He bounced between the pillars of stone, kicking off of them, focused on assaulting Aang with a drilling kick of blue fire. He was Kuruk. All four combatants stood on icebergs floating in a vibrant ocean, and a tidal wave rose up to meet Zabao's offense. He fell among the currents, his white fire sputtering, but a spinning spout of wind buffeted him and pulled him out of the water. He dangled, helpless, until Zabao righted himself with bursts of orange fire from his fists, and he propelled himself toward Aang with his feet, fist pulled back to punch. He was Yang Chen. A golden field formed on the ice, spreading life to the devastated plains of Zaibao's world. She was behind Zaibao in a flash, and when she spun she knocked him off balance, a hurricane of wind and water flattening him to the earth. Still, he persisted even with flowers blooming under his feet, yellow and pink and periwinkle and crimson, the colors of the night and the stars, the blue of a glacier, the amber of a firebender's eyes. He was Zeto. He was Saleh. He was Hainan. He was countless others, and he was Wan. With each change, their environment changed around them, finally stopping on the primordial chaos that might have been the spirit world's true form. Aang stood on a precipice of stone over a sea of endless night, of stars and gaseous shapes in all the same colors as the flowers that had previously bloomed. He stood with Iroh and Kun Na as if in a dream, staring over the abyss with Zaibao sitting just at the edge of the precipice. Far below them, Aang saw the banyan tree. The tree of time. One tree the other's roots, like an hourglass. Zaibao glared with hatred. What makes you think you've won? You haven't united with all of your other selves like you think, Aang said, kneeling down to face him. They all cry out with their own wants, their own needs. Some of them might want the same things you do, but not all of them. Some want to destroy, others want peace. Some want to kill me and some want me to be the champion of all humans and spirits. You're at war with yourself. Iroh looked at Zaibao almost as if he mourned. Perhaps we can work toward your vision one day, he said. And you can help us achieve it. Zaibao closed his eyes as if he mourned the possibility too, all vitriol gone. How can I achieve peace without the absolute conviction to fight for it? Why don't my other selves see the path lit before me? He looked back at Aang. My world achieved greatness at one time, you know. A wonderful world. A world of constant innovation and the free exchange of ideas. A history free of war and pain, so different from any other world out there. Humanity lived in harmony with the spirits, not warring with such petty squabbles as you do now. The Avatar was a guide, a mentor, a bridge. All I ever wanted was to bring that greatness back. It couldn't last forever, said Kun Na. Despite how much you wish for it to. Nothing does, said Zaibao. But I thought it could be reborn. Remember this, Avatar Aang. Remember my words. Remember the devastation you saw, the world I fought for. He stood. My world teetered on the edge of a precipice just like this one, but in that world the White Lotus just watched it happen. They were so fixated on tradition, on their past, that they could not see what needed to be done. But I will keep fighting. I will never lose sight of my future or forget the past that brought me here. Aang held out his hand to Zaibao. Like Iroh said, let us fight together for that future. The Sun Warrior stepped back and Aang lunged forward with a start, but Zaibao held up a hand to stop him. I'll do it my way. Without the Avatar or your passive ancient traditions. Wherever I end up, I will stain those petals with blood. I'll make them see that their future is the Red Lotus instead. He stepped backward again and fell into the abyss, a smile on his face. Aang almost jumped after him, almost disappeared with him into the endless night, but Iroh held him back. Zaibao fell in silence, drifting away toward the great banyan tree, a tiny speck disappearing into the spine between all the worlds. I don't think you would ever come back from that, said Kun Na, shaking her head. If you followed him, you would be lost forever. With Zaibao gone, the world will not yet stabilize, said Iroh. But it won't get any worse, either. Aang watched him fade away. He'll find his way to another world, he said. And maybe there it is the destiny of another me to defeat him. Aang's other self appeared at his side again. I'll never forget his words, he said. I know he didn't want us to forget them. Maybe it's a bad thing to give him what he wants, but... I know, Aang said, once the boy struggled to find the words for what he wanted to say. They're memories he needed to share. I just hoped we helped him somehow, if even a little bit. Let us return to the Laogai prison, Kun Na said after a moment. It's time for us to leave the spirit world. I'm sorry, High Chief Arnook. We failed you. Han knelt before him, head bowed low. The boy quivered with shame and anger, for what first spear let his quarry escape him so many times. Arnook took his ceremonial staff from the wall, glancing at the sigils painted onto its head. Carved mostly from the whitewood of a sacred tree, it resembled bleached bone. Cloth stretched over the top like a drum, and it was upon this cloth that the sigils had been painted, today a raven wing in flight. The sigils always changed, and it was his calling to decipher them each day. Messages from the Night Seer. His hand brushed against the top of it, feeling the soft down of a raven's feathers under his fingertips. "You won't fail me again," he said. For if he did, it would have ended in the boy's death. And Arnook could see Han's death. It was a long time from now, and involved water. Likely drowning. "My daughter needs to be found before the next new moon." "They were maniacs," Han said. "They jumped right off the mountainside. But there's no way out of that valley. We'll chase them all the way to the ocean on the other end." "See that you do," Arnook replied. "The Night Seer's awakening is nigh, and we cannot let it happen without her safety assured, here in our sanctuary." Without Zabao's influence, the dark spirits of Fang, Dart, and Heibai were easily pacified when Aang used water spirit bending on them. After seeing them all off, he helped Toph and Bumi fix the outside of the prison. Once Toph, Iroh, and Kunna headed back inside, Aang checked over his surroundings one last time. That was when he saw Ozai among the seaweed forest. Not the one from this world. He was the Phoenix King, resplendent in his golden armor. The man who burned his world to ash and smoke, who brought Aang face to face with death and destruction during the comet. Aang had never faced him since. The sight stopped him. The seaweed forest withered, the grass blackening under his feet. The Phoenix King noticed the change. He turned to find the source of it, his movement as slow as heavy heartbeats, and when his eyes found Aang he drew his head back and laughed. He didn't need words, didn't need to attack or taunt him to bring Aang right back to the events of that day. Aang's blood rushed in his ears as an image of the comet soared by overhead, the sky burning as it did over Zabao's world. A broadsword emerged from the Phoenix King's chest and he vanished in a blink. Ozai, the soldier of this world, stood behind him, his limbs shaking as he held the sword aloft. Once the specter vanished, his strength seemed to disappear with it, as did its hold over Aang, so he rushed to Ozai's side, checking for wounds as Ozai crumpled to the ground. On the outside, he seemed unharmed. The man's strength seemed to come back all at once and he grasped at Aang's arm. "If that demon ever takes control." His voice came out in a rasp, low and desperate and trembling. "I need you to kill me. Promise me that." Aang wanted to sound angry but he knew he just sounded afraid. "I told you not to go outside." Ozai gripped him harder with enough strength to hurt. "Give me your word." Aang pulled away and stood up straight. The sky returned to what served as normal in the spirit world. "You need to get inside the prison. Now, before any more spirits come." Ozai said nothing, but managed to stand as well. Looking past Aang, he walked back toward the prison. Once he left, Aang unsheathed the sword that Ozai once gave him, staring into the red gem at its pommel. That encounter was another reminder of its own, that the Phoenix King waited for him at the end of his journey, that he couldn't stop fighting no matter what. With Zabao defeated, he still had his two greatest foes ahead of him. But before he could face Ozai, he had to defeat Hakata first. A chill descended on the ashes of the seaweed forest and for a moment Aang thought Hakata had somehow come as well. He wouldn't put the possibility aside after everything that had happened, but instead a woman appeared before him. He recognized her as Sedna the ice spirit when he saw her eye patch. "What are you doing here?" Aang asked her, frowning. "With the world in disarray, it is easy for me to appear in the spirit world or the mortal world," she answered. The iron rings at the ends of her braids tapped against each other, chiming like icicles. The reminder of their agreement went unspoken, but he knew she thought of it like he did. That deal hung heavy between them. As it is for all spirits now. "But I have come to guide you out of here. Your battle with Hakata looms ever closer." Aang leapt into the prison through the hole that Heibai initially made, and when he passed into the sanctuary of the material world, the air felt warmer. "Out of the spirit world?" "Yes," she said. "And to your friends?" "They are some ways away from Aniaktu. From here until the day you invade, I promise you clear weather. No blizzards will impede your progress as you march upon the city." Aang nodded, his expression grim as he sealed off the last hole in the prison with his earthbending. "Thank you." He sat in meditation as she vanished back into the spirit world, closing his eyes as he envisioned their navigation across the flooded bridge again. Back to the mortal world. It was easier this time. The prison made no visual impact when it appeared back in the mortal world, becoming part of the landscape when it manifested under the earth and snow. Even here, in the South Pole, it would be their secret base. He ascended to the outside world and like everyone else was eager to put their perilous journey into the spirit world behind them. Aang climbed up the ladder ahead of Toph and Nagi, opening the earthen lid that once concealed one of the entrances under the lake. Sunlight flooded in. Wind brushed against the layer of powdery snow on top of the ice. He squinted against the light and crisp air, looking out over the vast expanse, the distant mountains, and the otter penguins sliding across the ice. A rocky outcropping jutted from the ground not far from the Laogai prison, an igloo sheltering underneath it from the wind. Figures emerged from the igloo, perhaps to investigate the disturbance of the prison appearing beneath the snow and earth. 3 people, first, 2 with weapons drawn, and his heart swelled when he recognized Sokka, Zuko, and Sangmu even from this distance. Aang jumped straight up and made his way toward them with a laugh and a dance in his footsteps. A 4th figure emerged from the igloo, one that nearly made Aang stop in his tracks. It didn't feel real to see her again after so long, and he had seen her so briefly in Water Tribe clothes that he almost didn't recognize her in them. But she was unmistakably Azula. He didn't even notice that he had started moving again. They met in the middle between the igloo and the prison. His hands found hers. He'd never known her to be so warm. She spoke first. Are you real?" "I think so," he said, and then he couldn't help but chuckle. He'd been about to ask her the same thing. Azula looked down at their joined hands and he thought back to that night under the plum blossom tree when she had confessed everything to him. The pain that was in her eyes that night was written all over her face again. "Aang, I'm so sorry. For everything that's happened, and..." "That doesn't matter," he said, catching her gaze again. Her words trailed off. "I'm sorry for waiting so long to tell you that I love you, too." Her mouth parted in surprise, and Aang closed the little bit of distance left between them by pressing his lips to hers. When her arms wrapped around his shoulders, Aang fell into the kiss and didn't want to trade it for the world. Chapter 19, Spirit Lights. "All right, team. Strategy time." Aang and his friends sat in a circle around Sokka once he called for them all to gather together. No one looked particularly happy to leave the eaves of shade around Zuko's family home and come to open courtyard, but Sokka had set up a poorly drawn diagram in the center where he outlined his plan. It was a scorching day on Ember Island and it made Aang anxious about the arrival of Sozin's comet. He wondered if that day would feel like this, too. After everyone settled, Suki was the one to speak first. "Okay, to recap everyone, Sokka's idea to ask his master for help worked out for us," she said. "When we went to see Piandao, we told him everything about our situation, and how we were short on allies. And he told us that we're not alone. A secret army is mobilizing near Ba Sing Se and they are dedicated to helping us." Sokka took a moment to look around at all of them, the general sending his troops into war. "Here's what else we learned. It was publicly announced that Azula is going to be crowned the next Fire Lord, while Oze is giving himself some fancy new title no one knows yet. Apparently it's going to happen after the comet comes." Zuko looked grim. "The mark of his glory over the Earth Kingdom. He's going to burn it all to ashes. Some father-daughter bonding time, I guess." The last part came out sardonic. "It'll be in our best interest to go see this secret army," said Sokka. "We'll have to find out what they know. Where the attack is going to begin. Maybe a way to counter those giant airships they unveiled during the day of Black Sunday." Toph leaned back on her hands. "If those big ships are made of metal, I'll clip their wings before they can even fly." Katara looked to Haru, who sat next to her. "How's your metal bending training coming along?" Haru shuffled and scratched his head, looking uncomfortable. "Not great. It needs work," Toph said, blunt as ever. "But he'll manage. He can help." Sokka continued. "Katara and Zuko, you two will need to be the ones who take down Azula. Suki and I will handle Mai and Tai Li, who are bound to be near. On the bright side, we'll all be close to each other if anything happens. Zuko, Katara, and Suki all exchanged glances and nodded. What about the Duke and I? Teo asked. What should we do to help? Sokka grinned. You'll be artillery support. You've both got tons of experience with blasting jelly and explosive powder. We'll stock up Appa and you'll be flying above the battlefield, wherever that'll be. Once we meet with this secret army we'll get more details, but I want everyone to be prepared in case we end up getting separated, know who your enemy is, and what the plan will be. I think that'll play best to everyone's strengths. Aang took a deep breath. All that leaves is me. And Ozai. Unseen by his friends, his copy appeared at his side. Blue, like a spirit. By this point, you already tried to contact your past lives, didn't you? He said aloud. You sought their wisdom, and you couldn't reach them. Yeah, Aang answered, lowering his head. I didn't know what to do. I still couldn't go into the Avatar state. I was on my own. Aang and Azula sat with each other under a fractured night sky, huddled together in their parkas with a blanket draped over their shoulders while they wrapped their mid-end hands around mugs of piping hot tea. Light winds whispered over the barren snowfields as they sat on an outcropping of rock, the Laogai camp below. But neither of them looked at the snow-covered, subterranean camp below them, at the emptiness stretching on forever. The world below, the invasion planning, all that could wait. Instead, they looked at the spirit lights dancing in the sky, and they talked. The beauty and majesty of the spirit world was on full display tonight. Emerald flared in starlit paths as the auroras blazed, but apparently the influence of the spirit world itself against the sky made it even more fantastic, a rosy gold intertwined with the green, or sometimes orange like the color of the sky during a sunset, even a brilliant indigo. It was like the spirits put on a fireworks show. Aang wanted to call it Skyfire. Aang told her about their journey after she had left. He knew Azula heard some of the details from Zuko and Sokka already, but he wanted to tell her everything himself. To let her know he bore her no animosity for leaving them on Peach Petal Island. He spoke about Sokka's mother and Sedna, his journey into the spirit world, reuniting with Toph, battling KOH, meeting the Mother of Faces. He recounted what he learned of Vato and the Foggy Swamp, and the adventure in the Si Wong Desert, and finally making amends with Wan Shi Tong. She mostly listened, content with letting him speak as they watched the sky and all its wonders, occasionally stealing a glance at each other's eyes. Azula seemed hesitant, almost shy, and when he finished his account and caught up to returning to the South Pole they fell into silence. It wasn't a heavy silence, or an uncomfortable one, all of their troubles seemed so far away with the spectacle above them. There's something I want to give you, Aang said, fishing inside of his parka. I've been holding onto it for a while. I know you're not really one for jewelry, but... He held up the plum blossom pendant. He was almost ashamed of how the pink salt crystal looked so dull in comparison to the sky above, and briefly wished he could perform some grand gesture like give her the lights instead. Especially once she looked away from it and directed her eyes back to the dancing spirits, her gaze expressionless. His heart dropped. I don't deserve that, Aang, she said after a moment. I've been able to indulge myself tonight. Lie to myself and finally live in a fantasy I've wanted for so long, but this can never be. He forgot all about the fractured sky above them. Now it was only snow and cold. Why? The fact that you have to go home is one thing, but... Azula folded her hands under her legs and stared down at her knees, her empty mug forgotten in the snow. I've done terrible things, she said. There was a weight to her voice that he had never heard before. Some that were mistakes, some that were on purpose. I told myself that everything I did was to protect you and everyone else from danger. It was arrogance. I could barely protect myself. The pendant on its leather cord pooled in Aang's lap and he frowned. That was all Fire Lord Azula's doing, wasn't it? Some, she admitted. It would be easy to say it was all her. I plotted to kill Heikuto with my own hands. I told him about the invasion. Told him when it was coming. Aang shook his head. That doesn't matter anymore. He'll be looking for us in the seas. There's no way he'd know we're already here. I killed 2 men. She said it without moving, without looking at him. I think I killed Katara, Aang. You should hate me. Aang's breath stopped. I lost control, Azula went on. Her hands came out from under her legs and she stared at them. Those 2 men were monsters leading one of the clans. I justified what I had done by telling myself I did it to save myself and others. Even now, I don't regret that part. But Katara. She wanted to kill me, but I knew. I knew the Fire Lord hated her. Part of me did, too. Deep down. Her words became more hurried the more she poured them out. I shot her in the back. I should have just let her go, let her and Hekata fight amongst themselves, come what may. I've been such a fool. Words finally came back to Aang. His first thought that it wasn't the Katara he knew, that it was a different Katara who died, burned at the back of his mind. There are healers in the city, he said, his gaze falling from her face and its storm of emotions to her mittens. Some of the best in the world. She might still be alive. It's slim, but I choose to believe. I think part of me would know if she died. She finally looked at him. How? She asked. After all that, how can you think she's still alive? I've killed and I gave the Fire Lord control even though I thought I could stop her. But I'm just as much of a monster as she is. You're not a monster. You're not her. You're so much better than that. Katara was the one who was a symbol of hope for you, wasn't she? Azula scoffed and looked across the frozen landscape. She sniffled, her eyes glistening. Now that hope's gone. She's not here. Aang grabbed her hand. I'm not just hoping, he said. I'm choosing to believe. I believe in you. The way you're tearing yourself up over this, saying such horrible things about yourself over what you may have done. I know you've been fighting the Fire Lord all this time. Ever since you first told me about her back in Ba Sing Se. Maybe your lightning wasn't as powerful as usual. Maybe you aimed it somewhere she'd survive, fought her just enough so that she'd miss. Even when the Fire Lord took control, I believe you didn't stop fighting. You don't know that. How do you not hate me for what I've done? How badly I messed up? The look she gave him was pleading, even desperate, as if she wanted him to hate her. Aang averted his eyes. I know better than anyone what it's like to make mistakes. I failed an entire world. He wrapped his arms around her and she twisted to bury her head in his chest. If she truly let the tears fall now, he couldn't see them. I've been slipping, Aang, she said quietly, so quietly he almost didn't hear. I'm so tired. I don't know how to fight an enemy like her, without her here in front of me. He squeezed her tighter. I know, he said. He ached for her and his eyes burned when his own tears struggled to fall. I just wish you didn't have to do it alone all this time. You're my partner. I've been fighting her for years, let me help you. I've been so afraid she'd make me do something to hurt you. Or Zuko. Even Sokka, or Appa. I won't let that happen, he said. This might not stop until I go home. I don't know how to fight her, but I'll just have to end this as soon as I can so you can be free of it. She pulled out of his embrace, slowly sitting up straight again. So you are choosing to go back to your world after all? She didn't phrase it as a question. It's selfish of me to tell you my feelings and then say that I have to go home, he admitted. Now it was his turn to stare at his hands. Every day this world tempts me with more things to make me stay. But I can't leave my other friends behind in that world, leave them to fight on their own and die. You told me once that I can't save everyone. And maybe that it'll lead to not saving anyone. But I have to try. No, she said, wiping her eye. It's stupid and idealistic and hopeful of you, but it isn't selfish. Those unending heroics are part of the reason I fell in love with you in the first place. I know you have to go home. I wouldn't expect anything else. His lips quirked into the barest of smiles. I'm sorry, he said. Especially for finally admitting my feelings to you now. I don't want to cause you any hurt, but Toph told me to live in the moment and forget about everything else, so I've been trying. She put her mitt over his mouth. Shush, she said, stretching her legs out straight. I'm glad you told me. Despite everything, I really am. Maybe I'm the one who's selfish to admit this, but I wish you would stay. At the same time, if you ever did anything to turn your back on your other world, I'd fight you every step of the way and make you turn around and go right home. He let out a deep breath, amazed all over again at how strong Angela was. And I just want to make sure you know, it's not because of Katara, he said. He tilted his head and added on to the declaration. Either one of them. Some part of me still loves her. Maybe I always will. But I've changed so much. The person I am now wouldn't work with her. Not anymore. And I'm fine with that. The person I love now is you. She leaned into him and put her head on his shoulder. She sighed. Leave it to you to mention loving another girl in your heartfelt speech. When he tensed, she laughed, while somewhat restrained. It was still wonderful to hear. I'm kidding. You don't have to tell me that. I appreciate you clarifying your feelings, but I know she's not the reason why you have to go back. She took the pendant from his hand and held it over her heart. I will take this, though. Thank you. As long as you understand, he said, sighing with relief. We don't have that much time together, but I intend to make the most of it now. She joined him in staring back up at the sky. I do understand, she said. Live in the moment. Ty Lee didn't know how many hours they spent in the valley around the spirit portal, hiding among the trees. Clouds of dark shapes fluttered just above the tree-line, spirits that made her think of wolf bats and something smaller and darker that might have been Arnook's ravens. She was starting to hate ravens. It had become a forest of perpetual night. While they fled from Aurora Gampa, they made their way north. None of them knew what awaited them that way, but it was the only open side of the valley that didn't bring them closer to the monastery where Arnook's men waited. But that far north, past the spirit portal, was so far north that Suki reminded them it was technically south again. Only the stormy seas awaited them that way. But they had no other choice. The only noise they dared make was Jet's bird calls. Anything else risked drawing spirits or Arnook's men to them. Both kinds of spirits terrified Ty Lee, dark or light. They didn't have any chi points she knew of that she could use to take them down. Human enemies she could deal with. Light spirits wandered these woods like tiny pinpricks of stars, hovering toward them and flashing bright until they formed a horrid thing with blank eyes and spindly legs, sometimes with wings or giant paws like a platypus bear. Dark spirits at least looked like a corruption of life. Light spirits were an affront to everything mortal or natural, sometimes so alien that she couldn't even describe them. How are we supposed to find them? Ty Lee asked, chewing on her fingertips. She felt so tired after their stay in those cold, uncomfortable cellars. They ducked low among a tangle of tree roots as a shadow passed by overhead. A man's voice shouted in the distance, then screamed. Ty Lee had to cover her ears, it sounded so terrible. I didn't see where Haru fell. I hope Gashiun finds him. Gashiun had climbed down the mountain slope instead of riding along the improvised zipline like the rest of them. If they were lucky, he would come across Haru's path. We have to trust that they'll find us, said Jet, whistling across the valley again. Ty Lee didn't think that was such a good idea, but they had no other options. She'd seen no other signs of life since they came to the valley, no normal birds to make a call like that. But it was a signal for Haru and Gashiun to find them. She hated the idea of leaving Haru behind. Ty Lee had tried to go back for him when he fell, but the arrows flew and spirits swarmed whenever they tried moving even vaguely in his direction. One spirit had already torn a gash in her thick parka. They could only hope that Gashiun would find him, but she had to wonder if Gashiun would even go out of his way to help more than he already had. All she could do was hope. They pushed through the valley. Yu and Mai took the lead. More otherworldly sounds echoed behind them, as if in pursuit. Ty Lee's hood fell as she ran, and she felt something tug on her braid. She thought she'd caught it on a tree branch, but when she turned around to look she saw a shining monster with a giant head and tiny hands grasping at her braid, its jagged mouth open wide. She screamed, unable to shake the fear that it was about to eat her. The ground shook under her feet and a crunch of stone enclosed the grinning light spirit. Its smile didn't falter as it was squeezed between the earth, but it let go of her hair and she scrambled away just as Jet, Yu, Suki, and Mai came back for her. Gashiun had found them. Haru's arm was draped around his shoulder and he barely looked like he could stand on his own feet. "We need to keep moving," was all Gashiun said. Haru's eyes were red and puffy, his breath as ragged as it was back at the monastery. "More spirits are coming." "More?" Suki asked, gaping. "How'd so many get here?" Ty Lee let out a breath of relief. "Haru, you're all right." Gashiun glanced at him with something like appreciation. He softened his fall with earthbending, but it took a lot out of him. Behind Gashiun, a light shone. White light in the shape of ethereal swords cut the air, orbiting around a circle of gold at their epicenter like a bobbing lantern. A roughly human figure held the lantern, but it was like someone who forgot what people looked like had designed it. The creature was pearl white and totally featureless, with limbs and a neck that looked like all muscles in them occasionally stopped working. It flailed after them in total silence, the beams of light around the lantern spinning. Jet yelled and tried to slash at the creature with his swords, but its own blades rang like the crash of dissonant wind chimes and swung at his blades with enough force that it knocked him to the side. Gashiun tried impeding it with earthbending, but its lack of joints enabled it to dodge. Suki and Mai attacked it together, but it shrugged off Mai's knives and hurled Suki into the trunk of a tree with a single blow from its slim arm. It shuffled straight to you, all of its blades moving as one to impale her. A much larger dark spirit appeared, a hunched creature with a monstrous face like a vengeful, furious theater mask. Its fingers were sharp as claws and it threw itself at the light spirit with an ear-splitting shriek. They tumbled in the dirt and more dark, amorphous shapes descended on them from above. You stared at the growing mess of spirits, stunned, but Ty Lee gathered her wits and pulled you along by the hand. "Come on, we have to keep moving," she shouted at them all. As they fled, they formed a protective circle around Gashiun and Haru. Other monsters with too much hair or too many eyes reached for them through the trees, almost like a caress, while more light spirits blinded them from afar. Bright shapes flapped at them, but the shadows converged whenever they got too close, and it didn't take long for Ty Lee to realize that the dark spirits were protecting them for some reason. And all the light spirits seemed to want you most of all. Their environment became barren and cold again all at once. The moment the trees ended, they had reached the other end of the valley. Just as you had predicted, only a dark ocean greeted them. Waves crashed against the rocky shore with all the fury of the dark spirits they'd left behind. With how black the sky and the sea both looked, Ty Lee felt like they had reached the end of the world. Even with a ship and a waterbender, it wouldn't be fit for sailing. They were trapped. "What now?" Suki asked. The gold of her fans looked as if they were the only objects with color out here. Ty Lee saw shapes far out on the water, too jagged and misshapen to be islands or mountains. Once her eyes accustomed to the dark, she realized they were icebergs. There was nothing out there for them. No life, no salvation. More monsters howled behind them. In the distance, Ty Lee heard a war horn, too. Maybe the clash of light and dark spirits would hold off Arnook's men, but neither party would be stopped for long. Everyone looked back at the forest except for Ty Lee. She stared across the water. It felt like the ocean would swallow them up. At first she thought she was imagining it, but the water receded. It didn't look any calmer, but directly in front of them the ocean started to part. Her jaw dropped as a path formed in the waves, water rising and even floating in midair. The path lingered, bearing the slate-gray rocks hidden underneath. "What's going on?" Jet asked, hefting his hook swords. "Waterbenders." "No," said Yu in a breathless gasp. "I think this is a boon from the spirits. I can feel it." Something felt strange to Ty Lee. It was something heavy, something important, and she knew with all certainty that they were meant to walk down that path. "I feel it, too," she said. "We have to go down there. It's not like the dark spirits protecting us back there. It feels different. We're all meant to go this way." "Those dark spirits were protecting me," you said. She looked shaken. "And only me, I think. I suppose it is because of the Night Seraph. What if the ocean comes back together and drowns us?" Suki asked, hesitant. "We don't have any other options," said Mai. "Unless you'd prefer to fight off all those spirits and make your way back to the monastery." Suki looked like she might have been considering it, but both Ty Lee and Yu led the way into the ocean. True to Sedna's word, the next morning brought a clear and sunny sky. In order to facilitate the fact that their invasion was a sneak attack, however, the entirety of the force had to remain inside until they were ready to commence the attack. Despite the cavernous halls of Laogai Prison, or Camp Crystal, as Bumi had taken to calling it, which eventually caught on, it felt crowded no matter where he wandered, so Aang went outside for air. There was still preparation to be done, so they couldn't just pull out the hot air balloons and fly everyone to Aniaktu. The primary concerns were logistical ones, such as the fact that there weren't enough balloons to carry the entire invasion force, so much of it still had to go on the ground. And the balloons couldn't travel long distances in such brutally cold weather, so they would have to do some marching. Sokka helped work with officers of Ba Sing Se's army and Oze's forces to help map out where they were and figure out the best route to the city. Meanwhile, Zuko and Lu Ten had joined scouting missions, avoiding hunting bands and mapping out the sometimes invisible lines that divided clan territories. Bumi and Nagi worked with General Zhang, the only one of the Council of Five to come to the South Pole since Feng was in custody and Muku was temporarily out of commission, to plan their escape route if anything went awry. The current plan if that happened was to escape north across the Southern Water Tribe and rendezvous with Ki and General Ganjin's fleet off the coast that would be attacking at the same time as the invasion force in an attempt to divert some of Hakuda's forces. But no one liked that plan. Aang wasn't sure if he'd be able to bring everyone back through the spirit world, especially if it required everyone going back inside Camp Crystal during the chaos of a retreat. This time, he wouldn't let it come to that. Aang also had to remind everyone that dark spirits were creatures drawn to conflict. The remaining White Lotus members worked to mitigate that issue, the spiritualists among them like Wu finding ways to ward the army with charms and offerings and the like. Any tumultuous energies also interfered with Aang's ability to transport people through the spirit world, so he and Sangmu planned to try and help where they could in that regard. Lastly, the invasion force wanted to avoid damage to the city itself and the people in it, but that was a problem they still struggled to fix. Aang spent his morning in the extremely awkward company of Kunna and Pakka while they all used waterbending to make high snow drifts that looked as natural as possible. It was an attempt to hide any members of the invasion force who came above ground for any reason, which they tried to limit as much as possible. Aang had forgotten until he saw them together that after Pakka journeyed to the South Pole in his world, they had decided to marry. He believed it was the first time that either of the two White Lotus Masters got to spend some time together without the rest of their peers and the greater invasion force, but they were mostly quiet except for occasional stolen glances at each other that made him feel like he was intruding on something. Aang was doubly annoyed when he wondered if everyone thought the same thing about him and Azula. He had no idea if they had even remotely the same relationship in this world at one point, but something was definitely going on. "Do you two, need some time alone?" he eventually asked, once he witnessed the decidedly un-Pakka-like behavior of a blush. Pakka closed his eyes as if holding back his irritation and then opened them again after a deep breath. There was the Pakka he knew. "What gives you that idea, Avatar?" Well. Aang didn't know how he was going to answer, but he was saved from it by the arrival of Azula, who appeared from one of the stone hatches below. "I have other business to attend to. You can stay here, Avatar, and use this chance to show your progress in waterbending," Pakka said, with an overly formal chill. He bowed once to Kunna. "Lady Kunna." And he departed without another word, descending back into the depths. Aang scratched his head and gave Kunna a sheepish shrug as Azula approached. He didn't think Kunna was such a touchy subject for him. "Sorry. I didn't mean for him to leave." Kunna gave him a soft smile, unconcerned with his abrupt departure. "Oh, don't worry yourself. He was always a proud man. We were betrothed many years ago, you know, until my father was approached by the Wolf clan with the promise of a more enticing marriage to a prince. I didn't have a choice in the matter, of course, but Pakku and I hadn't seen each other after that until the White Lotus gathered again. It is bound to be a little uncomfortable between us." "You married each other in my world," Aang blurted out. "Pretty recently. But it was only until..." He let himself trail off, letting his unspoken words fill in the blanks. "Until she was left a widow again." "Did we, now?" she said, and she tapped her lips and walked off, deep in thought with steps lighter than before. Angela exchanged a glance with him as Kun Na walked off. Do I want to know the details? She asked. Aang shook his head. Pakku isn't the only one avoiding people here. Have you had the chance to talk to your dad yet? Angela sniffed. No. But I'm in no hurry to see him either. I'd rather not give the chance for the other me to try and take over the moment she sees him. She winced, and Aang put his hand on her arm with concern. It's nothing. Angela. She sighed and relented. I just keep seeing images in my head of the earth burning with her blue fire and my father's red. All she wants to do right now is cause destruction with him. Aang frowned, suspecting that Ozai avoided both her and Zuko in turn with all his might. Do you want to go back down with me? He asked. I need to go check on Appa. I feel bad leaving him underground for so long. Angela nodded and they followed Kun Na's footprints back to the hatch leading down into the camp. Aang caught himself stealing glances with her as they walked through the halls and past soldiers and captains milling about, but then blushed when he thought of Pakku and Kun Na. To distract himself, he wondered about how they could get all of these people outside at least occasionally if they were going to linger here a few days. It wasn't healthy for them all to stay hidden underground for so long. But that might have been the airbender in him. Appa rumbled in greeting when they entered his chamber, the same one Aang had slept in that night. He looked restless, his hay bales uneaten, but he calmed when Aang entered and patted his nose. Sang Mu was already here with the lemurs, sitting against the wall. She played with Momo and Sabi, flicking an air ball at them as they soared around the room. The air ball floated to the top of the chamber after Momo and it dissipated with a high-pitched chime that made Momo screech in protest, but he went back for more anyway. Aang almost introduced her to Angela when Sabi flew to Angela's arm, much to the latter's surprise. But he remembered they had already spent some time together after fleeing from Aniakta with Sokka and Zuko after the eclipse. She's gotten a little more attached to me than I remember, Angela said, holding Sabi somewhat at arm's length. Sabi missed you, Aang said, as Momo climbed all over his head and shoulders. He gave Sang Mu an encouraging smile. He felt a knot of guilt twist in his chest and remembered that he still hadn't told her about his other world. And I missed you too, Sang Mu. She smiled. Thanks, Aang. I'm glad you got back from the spirit world safe. It's a shame we have to wait down here, though. Aang heard footsteps right outside the door and it burst open to admit Sokka, Toph, and Zuko. Oh, so you guys really are here, Sokka said. He had a pure white falcon perched on his arm, a water tribe messenger falcon with a scroll case tied to its foot. I told you they were, Toph said, huffing. Hey, Aang, said Zuko with a wave. Didn't really get to say hi last night, since you ran off with my sister and all and then stayed up so late. Aang felt heat rise to his face and rubbed the back of his neck. That was mostly untrue. He did say hi to his friends, and even hugged them all, before sitting under the spirit lights to talk with Angela. Wow, you couldn't wait even a minute to make a comment about us, said Angela, crossing her arms. Mind your own business, Zuzu. No, let the two lovebirds have their time together, said Sokka, waving his free hand. They couldn't even have the decency to wait until they were alone before planting a big smooch on each other. Zuko scowled, ignoring Sokka. I don't have a problem with it. I just think there are more important things going on right now. Toph laughed. I bet you're just jealous cause your girlfriend's all the way on the other side of the world. Zuko's shoulders slumped, as glum as a cabbage merchant being told his produce had pests. Whose side are you on? Sokka, where did you get that falcon? Sang Mu asked. She's beautiful. The falcon preened on his arm. Isn't she? Sokka asked, petting her with his finger. I got it so we could send a message to Lyran and the Beaver Bear clan. We're going to need their help for the invasion and we'll need to coordinate. Aang just kept quiet while he watched all of them bantering with each other. It was the first time they were all together, united, and though they were underground in a cold, dank dungeon he felt a sense of warmth he hadn't known in a long time. He still felt the ache of people who should have been there, but it didn't hurt so much anymore. This was his team avatar as much as the other one was. Aang. Is everything okay? Zuko asked, and it took a moment for him to realize they were all staring at him. Even Appa's concerned grumble echoed through the chamber. He cleared his throat. Yeah, he said. Just thinking that this is the first time Toph and Sangmu are really meeting, isn't it? Yeah, I guess it is, said Toph, grinning. Welcome to the team. Sangmu smiled back at her. Thanks. It's great to meet you. I've heard so much about you. It feels good to have us all together again, Zuko said. Almost like we can take on anything. Azula stepped back from the circle. Aang thought he was the only one who noticed and he frowned. Her eyes fixed on Sokka and Aang's heart dropped when he realized what she was about to say. Before you say any of that, she said, rubbing her arm. Sokka, there's something I need to tell you about Katara. The water roared on both sides of their procession. Ty Lee walked at the fastest pace Haru's gait would allow, unsure of the intentions of whatever helpful spirit chose to aid them or where it guided them. All seven walked in silence and awe, their feet occasionally splashing in cold puddles. Behind them, the ocean enclosed on the path they had already tread, ushering them along with even more trepidation. She feared that at any moment it could come crashing down and drown them all, but another part of her, a flickering flame in her chest, told her they were safe. At least for now. Only Yu walked ahead with no outward display of fear, her head held high as she led the way alongside Ty Lee. But Ty Lee could see it in her aura, a tinge of something black staining what was otherwise vibrant purple, threaded with silver. Yu's fear bubbled just under the surface, but she kept it in check in a way that Ty Lee could only hope she did, too. Water levitated in orbs all around them, some great and others small. Some even had cod whirling about within them, drifting lazily back into the ocean after they passed. The parting seas eventually revealed long-hidden secrets, ancient shipwrecks and ruins hidden in submerged icebergs, preserved pieces of history like some cold, twisted version of the gallery of relics back in the Golden City. She tried not to look closely at figures deep inside the ice, human shapes clad in furs with spears, long-dead ravagers watching them pass, sentinels perhaps guarding something even more ancient. Far larger, darker shapes appeared in the ice on both sides of them as Ty Lee realized they descended even further, towering more than even Appa, with dark shapes protruding that made her think of tusks. But they were no animals that she recognized. Jet was the only one who found the word on all their minds. Wow. Eventually the slope began to ascend again. That didn't make much sense to Ty Lee, she wasn't much of a seafarer, but even she knew the water was supposed to get deeper the more you went out. Soon a stone structure barred their path, a twisting tower that widened toward the top with ice. Ty Lee guessed that meant it was an iceberg when the water levels behaved normally. The ocean didn't part wide enough for them to go around it, and Mai was the first to see a path that would allow them to ascend up the slippery rock, so they determined that the spirit who guided them here meant for them to climb. It was just as slippery as it looked. Gashiun and Haru were able to mostly secure themselves with their earthbending and Ty Lee had better balance than most people, but the others didn't let it slow them down as much. Nonetheless, Ty Lee worried about one of them falling. It wouldn't do for them to come so far only for this mystery spirit to guide them unintentionally into peril. Suki managed to climb even faster than she did. The twisting, sodden path eventually brought them to a cave opening where stone changed to ice. Even this had been smoothed over years and years by water, but portions of it were flattened enough for them to walk normally. It was small and narrow, just high enough that even the tallest among them didn't need to hunch down at all, and a vibrant blue like the ice in Agnicolae. Only Haru's occasional cough echoed through the tunnel as they walked, and soon enough the winding path forced them to ascend again. Where is this taking us? Suki asked, rubbing her arms. Ty Lee realized for the first time that despite the ice, it didn't feel that cold in here. I don't know, said Mai. But I hope we'll eventually go high enough so that we won't drown when the ocean rushes back in. Her dry tone and calm delivery of their icy, watery deaths made Ty Lee frown and it shut down any further conversation. At last, after one final and almost completely vertical climb, the tunnel widened into an egg-shaped chamber with an opening in the top that let in morning light. The very moment that Jet, in the rear, climbed out of the tunnel and into the chamber, they heard a distant rumble outside and the tunnel behind him filled with water. Jet's eyes widened as one last air bubble burst. I hope nobody left anything back there. Now what? Gashiun asked, lowering his face mask. Are we trapped here? There's another tunnel going into the back of this chamber, Suki pointed out. Maybe we're meant to keep following it. I think we should take this opportunity to stop and rest, said Yu, glancing toward Haru. He took a seat against the icy wall, breathing heavily from the exertion. Suki, did you bring medicine in that pack of yours? I did, said Suki, unslinging it from her back. Don't really know which ones, though. I tried to grab a bit of everything from the storeroom. But I can help with the food part of it. Anyone know anything about healing or remedies? Mai asked, looking around at them all. Surprising every single one of them, Jet raised his hand. Under all of their perplexed looks, he glared. What? For years I've had to look after a bunch of kids with scraped knees and fevers and stuff. When we had no adults around, all that fell on me and Smellerbee. Suki, show me what you got. I can try to help, said Yu, kneeling down at Haru's side. There were plenty of healers among the water sages. While I am no waterbender, I know a bit of the theory behind it. Gashiun, this interested Nagi quite a bit, would you like to hear about it? Gashiun shrugged and crouched next to them. Sure. While Suki looked through the pack, Ty Lee turned to Mai. What about you, Mai? How are you feeling? I'm fine, she said, but even she didn't look as steady as usual. Haru needs it more than me. He also hurt himself. I just wish we had wood to start a fire. But all we have is ice. What else is new? Ty Lee frowned, but when she looked past Mai she saw something carved into the ice. It was in a part of the chamber that she suspected never saw sunlight, no matter the time of day. When she approached for a closer look, she determined it to be a crude carving of two waves swirling into each other, perhaps the beginnings of a whirlpool. Or an early insignia of the water tribes. From where she stood now, she could see deeper into the other tunnel on the opposite side, the one that led deeper into the iceberg cave. I think I'm going to keep going, Ty Lee said, squinting ahead. Her legs burned with the need to rest, but her curiosity got the better of her. Everyone else can stay here. I won't be gone long. No one said anything as she departed, focused on other things. She tried not to think about the possibility of discovering more figures frozen for perhaps eons in this ice, and instead fixated on the parts of this iceberg she found pretty. At times, the ice became so thin it was like she viewed the world outside from behind a glass window. Mai's hopes were correct. Now Ty Lee could see that they had made it above the water level, and their island looked like a pure white iceberg covered in snow. Parts of it had frozen into natural arches or tall columns and other abstract shapes. She wondered if this tunnel would eventually lead outside so she could look at them more closely. She saw the mountains from the North Pole mainland in the distance, and the valley that protected the spirit portal. No ships came out across the choppy, white waters between here and land. At least not yet. The tunnel eventually ended in a much smaller chamber than the one earlier, and to her dismay it had no exits. She let out a huff as she walked around it in a tight circle. Ugh! She exclaimed aloud. All that for a dead end. Still restless, but now frustrated and with nothing better to do, she sat on an outcropping of ice next to a puddle of water. It took her a moment to realize it wasn't a puddle at all, but another tunnel that had been completely submerged in water. Like the one they entered in, it must have connected to the ocean because she saw two fish swimming around in it, one black and the other white. She leaned her chin against her palms as she watched them. You two were able to swim in here just fine through that tunnel, huh? She asked. It's no use for us. Maybe if we were waterbenders, I guess. I wonder if we'll be able to break through the thinnest parts of the ice leading outside, if we had to. Or maybe the weird weather will warm things up enough so that it'll eventually melt. If we don't starve to death, first. She thought of the things in the ice that she definitely still didn't want to think about and shivered despite the comparatively warmer air in here. Then she pictured herself, Mai, Jet, and all the others frozen in ice the same way, forever and ever. Nope, stop thinking of that, she told herself, rubbing her cheeks. I'm not going to keep thinking of the worst outcomes. That's not what I'm here for. Iroh told me I should come along to the North Pole to help keep everyone on the right path, whatever that means. But I don't know how. And what if that path leads to a dead end, like this one? Her shoulders slumped and her head hung low, but she glanced at the two fish that just kept swimming in circles, deaf to her complaints. "I'm just going to pretend that you're good listeners," she said. "I don't know what to do. We came here originally just to save one of Aang's friends, who I never even met, even though Mai wanted to actually secretly kill someone. But it turns out that we don't need to save that friend anymore, which is kind of a relief since I didn't want to go to the spirit world, but it's also kind of terrifying, because that means Mai can focus on doing what she wanted to do now. And now there's this whole thing with the Night Seer." The name still gave her chills every time someone mentioned it. She was suddenly very thankful for the presence of the two fish. She didn't want to be alone while thinking about the Night Seer, either. The ice around the chamber was thin enough for some sunlight to come through, at least, so she didn't need any torches or anything to ward off shadows. "You know, despite having the living embodiment of one of the two spirits of fire inside of me, there's a whole lot about spiritual stuff that I don't know," she admitted, pulling off her mittens and wringing her fingers. "This scary night spirit stuff? I'm in way over my head. I think we all are. I don't know how I'm supposed to keep everyone on the right path or anything. Did I already mess that up? Since Jet killed that pirate captain? But did that guy deserve it? And should I be trying to stop Mai?" She groaned. The questions just kept coming. She supposed she was thankful that Mai and Jet weren't trying to kill Yu and Suki, at least, in their vendetta against the water tribes. She wished the spirit of destruction in fire would show itself some way, maybe, like fire bending on all of their enemies as they did at the Golden City. Ty Lee looked back at the two fish and almost jumped when she saw that they had become completely still, both of them facing her as if they were staring. "Did I say something funny?" she asked, puckering her lips like a fish without even really thinking about it. "Oh, wait, duh. You can't understand me." She thought about testing it, though, just in case. "You know, I thought about catching and eating you guys in case we ran out of food," she said. "You look like you'd be easy to catch." The black fish's tail wiggled and the white fish let out a single loud bubble, but otherwise they didn't react. Not really conclusive evidence. "Okay, maybe you can't understand me. Don't worry, I wasn't gonna eat you after I just poured my heart out to you." Her ears rang and then a sharp jolt went through her head, causing her to gasp and rub her temples. For a moment, the surface of the water looked like the moon, darkened by the black fish's scales and with another dark shape rippling across it from a circle on the white fish. It made her think of the Night Seer and her ravens over a new moon, like on the scroll they'd taken from the pirate captain. She thought she saw the gleam of Yu's blade, and it sliced through the air and made her flinch. "Ouch, what was that?" she said, blinking rapidly. "Did I just get a vision? Did the Night Seer do that?" She looked around the room instinctively. Something about the Night Seer had awakened a primal fear in her, like she was never alone. Like something lurked in even the smallest slivers of darkness. "I think I'm going to head back to my friends now," she told the two fish. They had gone back to swimming in circles with each other. "Thanks for the company, even though you're fish." She wondered, briefly, if she was starting to lose it. When she made her way back to the larger chamber, Haru was fast asleep in a bundle of furs and parkas. Jet and Gashiun looked up when she arrived. "Find anything interesting that way?" Jet asked. Ty Lee frowned. "Nothing. It's just a dead end with two koi fish swimming around. I'm worried that we might actually be trapped here." "Koi fish?" Suki asked, a hand on her hip. "You mean elephant koi? They like cold waters, but I don't know if they can handle water this cold. I didn't think they lived outside Kyoshi Island." "No, just regular koi," Ty Lee responded, shrugging. "Kinda small. Black and white." Yu stood, letting go of the medicinal paste she was mashing together with Jet. "Black and white koi? Can you describe them? Did the black one have a white spot and the white one a black spot?" Ty Lee tapped her chin, thinking. "Yeah, actually. They totally did." "Wow, you. Great guess." "Ty Lee," Yu gasped. "I think you just found the moon and ocean spirits." The snow falcon nibbled at Sokka's hand the moment he stopped petting it. "What do you need to tell me about Katara?" he asked. Angela crossed her arms in a way that almost looked like she hugged herself. Her gaze followed their feet. Aang felt a weight in his stomach. Did she really plan to tell Sokka about what happened to Katara here and now? Would it be better in the long run? He knew it would be, it had to be, but despite the powerful feeling he had that she still lived, he wasn't sure how Sokka would take the news. He held his breath. I tried to bring her with us, Angela said. Aang wanted to say something, felt the urge to protect her from more pain. But he vowed to share it with her. But she fought off my attempts. She wouldn't see reason. No matter what I said, she was too headstrong to come with us. I'm sorry. Sokka rolled his eye. Sounds like her, he said. He scratched the falcon under her chin. It is what it is. You tried, and I could have stayed to help you, but there was a lot going on that night. You didn't have all the time in the world to convince her. Aang frowned, but let out a breath. Her lie might not have been the best course of action, but he wasn't going to call her out on it. He saw Toph shuffle her feet and frown as well, but to his surprise even Sang Mu did, too. Angela gave Sokka a half-hearted smile. It is what it is, she repeated. Besides, Sokka continued with a shrug. You don't owe me anything. I'm the one who chased you guys around the Fire Nation and invaded Ba Sing Se. I'd say we're even, but, well. Nah, you definitely owe us more, Sokka, said Toph, crossing her arms. Sokka scowled. All right, I get it, former big jerk over here. Still trying to fix that, you know. And one of the ways I can do that is by sending this letter, so I'll see you guys later. After Sokka left, Zuko looked around at all of them and crossed his arms. Toph. It's weird. I heard it in her voice as clear as anything, but I didn't feel it in her heart rate, Toph said, pressing her palm against the stone floor. What was that about? Angela scoffed and took a step back, the sudden movement causing Sabi to fly off of her. Excuse me? What do you mean? I know when you lie, Zuko said, eyes narrowed, and feet spread in a way that Aang knew he wouldn't back down. You've been doing it our entire lives. But that was one of the worst lies I've ever seen from you. I'm surprised Sokka couldn't tell, said Sang Mu. I barely know you and I knew something was wrong. Angela put her hand on her hip and examined her nails. Well, perhaps I am off my game somewhat. Not off enough for my earthbending to tell, Toph grumbled, as Momo danced on her head to add to her irritation. That's a first, I guess. We all decided last night that there were going to be no more secrets between us, Zuko said. He looked at Aang, including him in his glare. That goes for all of us. There have been enough secrets that came so close to tearing us all apart from each other and some that even succeeded. We decided that we've had enough. Aang bit his lip. Well, you're not wrong, but, shouldn't we avoid putting each other on the spot like this? Seriously, said Angela. Why were Aang and I excluded from this team decision? And when did Zuzu get such a backbone? After you left us, Zuko said, without missing a beat. Running off with Katara in the middle of enemy territory, with no way for us to know if you were safe. Anything could have happened to you. Angela turned her back on all four of them. I'm sorry, okay? I messed up. I made mistakes. And now I'm not confronting them like I should. This is going to sound annoyingly traditional of me and I never thought I'd say this, but I damaged my honor. Aang refrained from going to embrace her. But you can still fix it. I know you will. And I won't let you do it alone. Zuko's expression finally softened at her words. I'm not attacking you. I just wanted you to know how scared I was of losing you. She glanced back at them, if only from the corner of her eye. I know, Zuko. I'll tell Sokka the truth. Sang Mu spoke up finally, straightening up from her position against the wall and hugging her blue mantle close to herself. It was long enough to cover her whole body. That goes for you, too, Aang, she said in a small voice. Everyone here knows something I don't. I've been able to tell for a while now. I'm scared for you, scared for what you're hiding from me. Aang looked to Zuko for support. She deserves to know, Zuko said. Sang Mu is stronger than you give her credit for. He shook his head. I never doubted that. It's just hard to say. I've had to confront a lot of things since the iceberg in such a short time, said Sangmua. The loss of our people. Min Min. So much fighting and running, nothing but endless cold. But I haven't been alone. I had you and Zuko, Appa, and the lemurs, even Sokka. And I've been so thankful for that. Even with all that, though, I feel like I'm on the outside sometimes. I wasn't sure if you just didn't trust me for a while, but I had to keep reminding myself that distrust was so unlike you, Aang. So unlike the Aang I've always known. Aang felt all of his strength leave him. You're right. It was unlike the Aang you've always known. He glanced at Zuko, Toph, and finally Azula, and felt some of his strength returning when Azula gave him a hint of an encouraging smile. I'm not the same Aang you met 100 years ago. When I woke up from the volcano, I was a different Aang from a different world with different memories. Sangmu took a moment to digest his words and then tilted her head. Now, was that so hard? Aang blinked. You're not surprised. Zuko and Sokka let slip that there were other worlds, she said, pulling at the edge of her mantle. It just confirmed some theories written long ago by Avatar Yang Chen. I've always liked her surviving writings. Mostly the poetry, but a lot of her academic texts as well. She blushed. And with everything going on with the spirit world, the worlds merging together, I knew something was wrong. I knew you had changed so much, in so many ways, and for a long time that terrified me. Because I realized that meant I could change just as much. Aang put his hand on the side of Appa's head and stared into his fur. He felt a knot in his chest, a tight feeling of guilt and shame. I'm sorry for keeping it from you. And I'm sorry for not being the same Aang you knew. He missed you tons, you know. He's inside me, and he was so happy to see you safe and alive. Sangmu smiled. But aren't you the same Aang? You have the same face, the same smile, the same love for Appa, and the same sense of wonder for everything in the world. You still care so much for all your friends. She stopped fiddling with her mantle and put a hand over her heart. It took me a while to see all that underneath the exterior you show to the rest of the world. And it made me realize that whatever changes may come won't be so scary. The knot in his chest unraveled. He felt a sting at the corners of his eyes and blinked away tears. Sangmu continued. Seeing everyone here at Camp Crystal, seeing you surrounded by all of these people who love and care about you, and are inspired by you, the Aang I knew always had that effect on people. I'm amazed at all of the friends you have and I can only hope one day I will, too. So I think, even if you do seem different on the surface, you're still the same Aang I've always known. Even though I don't know what happened to you there, the fact that you're from a different world doesn't matter. I'm from a different world, too. One from 100 years ago. Aang rubbed at his eyes and felt too choked up to say anything, so Toph spoke to Sangmu in his stead. For what it's worth, I don't think you're an outsider. Azula put a hand on Aang's shoulder but smiled at Sangmu. And neither do I. I'll tell you whatever you want to know, Aang said, once he regained his composure. The other Aang inside of him felt like he wanted to dance. Zuko's right. No more secrets. Ty Lee led you, Mai, Jet, and Suki back to the smaller chamber where she saw the two koi fish, but when they looked into the water, both fish had vanished. I swear they were both here. Ty Lee exclaimed, trying to look into the dark depths. And now that I know they were spirits, I feel pretty confident in saying that they gave me a vision. We don't know for certain that they were spirits, said Mai, who looked vaguely annoyed. They could have just been normal fish. But the vision. Jet hooked his thumbs into his pants and leaned over the water with Ty Lee. Well, whatever the case, they swam away. I wonder if it was because I said I was going to eat them. It's almost unbelievable that they would be here, said Yu, holding her fingers to her lips in thought. But when Ty Lee frowned at her, frustrated, she amended her statement. I do believe you. But they were gone from the spirit oasis in Agna-Kalay for 100 years. Until the beginning of the war, they had stayed in the same pond for almost all of our recorded history in perfect balance with each other. Why would they be in this iceberg cave, and why would they then swim away? Maybe they just wanted to go back into the ocean? One is the ocean spirit, after all, Suki said with a shrug. I guess the war put things out of balance. I was in the oasis for a little bit, and something felt really, really off about it. Based on what we know now, that was probably thanks to the Night Serer. Maybe now they want to do something about the war. Ty Lee exclaimed. I dunno, like the two fire spirits. They fought with us for a little bit at the Golden City. And now the spirit world is crazier than ever with all these light and dark spirits. I bet we can become friends with them or something. We can work together to save both of our worlds. Jet looked skeptical. Friends? With two fish? Ty Lee poked her finger in the water with a frown. Of course they wouldn't believe her, but why should they? She moved her finger around in circles, disturbing its pristine surface. It felt pleasantly warm. It was a little small for her to swim through, but she had the sudden urge to peek underwater. Perhaps she would see them swimming just under the surface. She leaned closer and did just that. Ignoring the reactions of the others, she pressed her face to the water and opened her eyes. She saw Agnicole from above. Flocks of ravens soared across the city, barely perceptible against the dark sky. The new moon hung low, a perfect dark circle that devoured the stars and the scant light around it. Silence reigned over the city. A blue orb, another moon, Ty Lee realized, drifted by the darkened moon. Spectral images of the two koi fish swam in front of her face, blurring together in a swirl of black and white, and it came together to form you, who spoke. The Night Serer is a being born of contradiction, she said. Created by the Destroyer in an attempt to preserve a part of himself as his opposite does. The only true darkness, an imbalance. You washed away in the tide that swept over the city. After she vanished, another voice echoed in Ty Lee's mind, and she saw the black fish with the white spot fighting against the current. She should not exist, it said. Ty Lee tried to reach for the black fish, afraid that it would somehow drown, but she couldn't move any closer. She could only observe from far above. Arnook appeared, striding among the current up to his ankles without losing his balance, crouched low over the water with his staff held like he was spearfishing. She tried to shout out in alarm, to warn the ocean spirit, but the moment she opened her mouth his pale gaze shot up at her. He drew back his staff and hurled it like a javelin straight toward her, and in midair it transformed into a raven and then a dark shape that looked so horrifying, so inhuman, that she screamed and pulled away and felt her mouth fill with salt water. She sputtered and coughed, on the floor of the chamber in the iceberg cave again. Mai was the first one at her side, pounding on her back as water dripped all over her and the floor. Suki had jumped back in alarm. Why'd you do that? Ty Lee heaved in deep breaths and tried to speak through the terror still pounding away at her chest. But with every passing second, the final image seared into her mind started to fade, the memory fleeting. She remembered everything else, though, and told them once she caught her breath. I don't understand, said Yu, brow furrowed. Why would my father want to kill the ocean spirit, especially if he wants everyone in the water tribes to become a waterbender? Ty Lee shook her head and rose on quivering limbs. It felt like she had been submerged for hours, but she couldn't have been under for longer than a few seconds. She looked at all of them, alarm and concern chief among their auras, and she gulped. I think we have only until the next new moon to stop Arnook before an eternal night comes. Angela left Aang to talk with Sang Mua, going back out into the dimly lit tunnels between chambers throughout the prison. Zuko and Toph stayed with them. She knew they were right, and that she had to tell Sokka the truth. For that, she didn't need Aang. His promise to face their troubles together didn't mean she needed him to hold her hand every step of the way. She couldn't put words to how thankful she was to have him, that despite everything he loved her, but this was a battle she could face alone. The shadows flickered as she passed. Torches set into the walls blazed blue against her will, and Angela grasped at her forehead with something like a snarl. The blue dragon wouldn't even give her a few moments' peace. She was joined in the hallway by a flickering image of a burning woman, her mother among blue flames. She reached for Angela, and Angela wanted to grab her hand despite the heat radiating off of her. The blue dragon shrank away from the flames, from their mother, a deep rumble in her gullet. The torches changed back to their normal color. Angela had conjured the image of her burning mother herself. It was the only thing she could do to keep the Fire Lord distracted, convincing her that it was another delusion to keep her away from the garden in Ba Sing Se, that moment frozen in time where she confessed to Aang. As much as it hurt, it was her sanctuary until the Fire Lord found it and burned it all away. But now she had another precious memory, one even better, one she would never let the blue dragon touch. She clutched the plum blossom pendant to her chest. The tunnel led to a dead end, changing to something natural instead of paved by earthbenders. Instead of torches, green crystals embedded in the cave walls cast a soft light. She didn't know that a piece of Ba Sing Se's catacombs had come along on their journey. Azula. The voice came from behind her. It was one so achingly familiar, a reminder of home that felt so far away. She whirled around to face its source and backed further into the catacomb chamber. I didn't mean for you to find me, she said to Iroh. Zuko had joined him, a grin on his face. Azula, it's Uncle. I know you didn't get to see him yet since the Force arrived with Aang, but it's really him. He's here. She made herself look at the two of them standing together. A distant memory stirred, one that wasn't hers, and the Fire Lord almost reveled at seeing Iroh again. She saw lightning strike him in the chest and blinked away the vision. Aang told me. That's not really him. He's not our uncle. Zuko's face fell. He looked hurt. What do you mean? Azula looked away from them again. Aang and the others were people she couldn't avoid, but Iroh was one she shouldn't have been allowed to see. He's the one from Aang's world. Aang told you that, did he? Iroh asked. He didn't sound hurt by her words. If anything, he was gentle. It isn't quite so. There's some of me still here, some of him. I still remember when you were a young girl. For your birthday, I had given you a hunting bow, but you tossed it aside because you thought weapons like that should only be for Zuko since you had your bending. You still ended up using it, if only a little. I remember the theater plays you forced your brother and Lu Ten to dress up for, those shows you'd put on for your mother and I. You were quite the little director. You should also remember how I killed you, she said. Those were different times. And a different place, Iroh said. But here, I've been blessed with a new beginning. And I'd like to have my whole family with me. Azula sighed when she knew he wouldn't relent. I could lose control, she said. I could hurt you again, even kill you. She looked straight at Zuko. Like I did to Katara. That's what I didn't tell Sokka. Aang thinks she's still alive, but... Zuko's lips parted, but he let out a deep breath and gathered himself. I can't imagine what you've been going through. But even the other Zuko doesn't hate you for anything. He's happy for me, happy that I have my uncle and my sister. Azula shook her head. But he hates the other me. As he should. I don't even think he knows how he feels about her, Zuko said. But that isn't what matters. She doesn't matter. You do. You've been navigating the storm for so long that you don't see the guiding stars beyond the clouds, said Iroh. You have something the other Azula didn't have, something that even I failed to provide for her as I should have. People who love you, Azula. People who will support you. No matter what. She still saw him falling to the ground under a burning sky, a horrific burn marring his chest. The blue dragon roared at his words so loud that she felt the pressure in her ears. But she didn't reach the spirit lights from the previous night. That part of her mind was still safe. I know, Uncle, she finally said. And she believed it. But now I have to own up to what I've done. I have to tell Sokka. Sokka's eye followed the falcon as she flew over the snowfields, the letter for Lyran attached to her leg. Her white feathers stood out against the rosy pink sky, but it couldn't be helped. He could only hope that no scouts or hunting bands would see her and trace her route back to Camp Crystal. But it was a bright, clear sky, and with his great-great-grandmother Sedna promising no blizzards until the invasion, he figured that meant the falcon's flight would be smooth. As long as she avoided wandering spirits, anyway. He supposed that was still an issue. But what wasn't, nowadays? Here you are, Sokka, said a voice behind him. He tensed when he heard her voice. We've been long overdue for a talk. He turned to look at his grandmother. Her expression was as gentle as falling snow and welcoming as always, but without her usual water tribe blues she looked almost fierce in her white lotus robe and shawl. He still couldn't believe she was also a member of a worldwide secret society all along. Hi, Gran. He got to see her the previous night when Aang first arrived with everyone, but their reunion had been brief, only long enough for them to confirm the other was safe before her duties pulled her away. I think so, too. Why the long face, my dear grandson? She asked, tilting her head and smiling. From what I've heard, you've found yourself. And you did it all on your own. He shook his head. I didn't do it on my own, he said. Aang and the others knocked some sense into me. But even before them, you did too. I was just too thick-headed for it to get through. She laughed, and it released some of his tension from his shoulders. He smiled with her. Perhaps. But even in Ba Sing Se, you were rational enough to do the right thing. You had all the time to think through what you were doing and you still decided to help them against Wan Shi Tong, and chose to travel to the South Pole with them. Even for that, I was proud of you. I still am, more than ever. Might have been smart and rational, he said, shrugging. But I still didn't have your wisdom. That took a bit longer to come. She wagged her finger at him. You'll never have your grandmother's wisdom until you're closer to my age, she said, almost as a reprimand. He drew back, surprised, but then her expression and words softened again. But you do have your own. You've become wiser and stronger than you have ever been. Your alliance with the Avatar and his friends is no longer an agreement out of convenience, but out of genuine friendship. Aang told me everything during our time at Lake Laogai together. Sokka felt something sting at the back of his eye and his lip quivered. Everything. Kun Na folded her hands in front of her. Well, almost everything. He told me you met Sedna herself and learned that she was your great-great-grandmother. And it was a secret in her grotto you discovered that changed everything for you. But Aang told me that secret was yours to tell. He thought it was important for you to let me know yourself. Sokka felt the tears fall down his cheek, thankful that Aang let him have this moment. It's Mom, he said, choking out his words. She's down there, under Sedna's protection. She's alive. Kun Na blinked, her mouth hanging open, and tears pooled in her eyes. Oh, truly. Sokka took a step toward her, nodding, and that one step was all it took for her to close the distance and wrap her arms around his torso. Stunned, he sank into the embrace, enclosing his arms around her shoulders. Yeah, after all this time, I finally got to see her. Talk to her. And you can, too. I hope Katara and Suki will be able to, one day. Oh, Kia, she said, sobbing into his parka. I don't know how I could ever make up for how I've failed her. This is more than I could have ever hoped for. She has no hard feelings, Sokka said, sniffling. Really, she doesn't blame you for anything. I'm so glad, she said. You've really told me something wonderful. I'm overjoyed that you were able to reunite with her again. You deserve to be happy. Sokka pulled away from the hug so he could look her in the eyes. So do you, Gran. I couldn't have found my way to her without your guidance. I tried to tell Katara, but I'm not sure she understands yet. She refuses to see the truth. Kun Na blinked away her tears and cradled his face with her hand. She will one day, I'm sure of it, she said. Just like you have. You are the key to bringing our family back together, the one who will cleanse the sins of our past. I'll try my best, he said, wiping his eye with his glove. There's still so much to be done. He looked over her shoulder at the figures walking toward them through the snow. Azula took the lead, followed by Zuko and Iroh. He furrowed his brow as they approached. What's wrong? Didn't mean to interrupt your moment, Azula said. Her cheeks and the tip of her nose were already pink from the cold. But I need to tell you the truth. Both of you, since you're here as well, Kun Na. Sensing the gravity of her words, Sokka frowned. What is it? There's no easy way to say this, she said. Iroh and Zuko stood behind her, but kept their distance. Katara might not be alive. Sokka stepped forward. What? How do you know? Azula closed her eyes, took a breath, and then opened them, and Sokka knew what she was going to say before she said it. Because I heard her. I lost control in the palace before we left. Sokka clenched his fist as Kunna gasped behind him. He wanted to be angry, the other Sokka inside of him certainly was, and afraid for his own sister, he wanted to lash out and make her pay. But most of all, he was just sad. Sad that, if it were true, Katara missed her chance to see their mother. He spoke with a low voice. When you say you lost control, you mean the other you. Does it matter? It was my hand that shot her in cold blood with lightning, her back turned away from me. What's to stop you from doing it again? He asked. An image flashed into his mind of pinning her against rock by the neck, rage and fear like he'd never known filling him and spilling over. But she looked smug back then, unafraid even while she had been powerless. She had caused the other Sokka so much pain, and despite his best efforts he felt it pouring into him. Zuko's eyes widened, taken aback. Sokka. Azula's expression was set into a grim mask as she ignored her brother. My own further attempts to keep her under control. So nothing, then. He directed his gaze to the edge of a cliff some distance away to the southeast, looking past his grandmother who looked as if she had been stunned into silence, her eyes downcast. Let's go to the bottom of that cliff, he said. She narrowed her eyes in something like confusion. Why? Because I don't want to endanger the whole invasion force. The bottom of the cliff ended in what was once the plunge pool of a waterfall that had long since dried up, an enclosed space with the cliffside rising up on all sides except for the lowland that led to the sea. Dodo puffins nested on the grooves in the stone going up the cliffside, but aside from them no one would be able to see Sokka and Azula. Zuko, Iroh, and Kunna had also followed, but Sokka paid them no mind. Down here, the briny smell of the sea stung his nose. What are we doing here? Azula asked. Letting actions speak for the words I can't say, Sokka said. A snowdrift shifted at a gesture of his hand and slid across the ground toward Azula, but she leapt clear over it. If she was surprised at his action, she didn't show it. Zuko tried to intervene, but Sokka shot him a look. Sokka, what's gotten into you? Even his grandmother looked disappointed, but he couldn't tell if grief might have had something to do with it. Sokka, fighting isn't the answer here. We need to talk this out. Sokka clenched his fist. I'm not looking for answers. I need to make her pay for what she's done. If anyone wants to join in, I'll fight you too. Azula winced but settled into a stance. A fight it is, then. I wondered if it would come to this between you and I. One of the lemurs swooped down and Sokka knew it preceded the arrival of Aang and Sang-Mua. Sure enough, they appeared on their gliders just at the top of the cliff and dove down to join the rest of them. Stop! Aang shouted. What's going on here? It was Azula who responded, her voice loud and sharp. Do not intervene, Aang, she said. But then her voice softened. Please. You too, Zuko. Toph appeared behind them, dropping down from the top of the cliff using her bare hands to gouge the cliffside and slow her fall. The grinding of the rocks in her motion disturbed the Dodo puffins. After all that talk before, you're both really just gonna duke it out? She asked once she got to the bottom. What's gotten into you two? I agree with Kunna, Iroh said. You should really talk out your struggles with your friends. Sokka was never my friend, Azula said. It's mutual, Sokka agreed, glaring. We've argued, debated, shot barbs back and forth at each other. You always tried to lord your power and supposed superiority over me. But I've had enough. I'm strong enough to give it back and I'm tired of pretending otherwise. His other self never had the power to truly stand up to her as an equal, always leaving the fights to the other benders of the group. But now Sokka could fight her himself. And now you probably killed my sister. Sokka, I think she's still alive, Aang said. She has to be. Azula let out a wordless shout with her first attack, a fistful of fire that roared toward him. Sokka pulled up a shield of water to absorb the attack and launched it back at her, but she stayed on the move and shot jets from her fingertips. She tried to get around to his blind side, but he turned with her to keep her in his vision. He took her by surprise by launching himself forward with a wave under his feet, an aggressive counter-attack, water coating his hands to slap toward her. White fire sprouted in midair behind him, It was his turn to be surprised now because he didn't know firebenders could do that without the source of the attack coming from their limbs. His watery arms had to pivot to circling his whole body to defend himself. It pushed him enough to make him stumble, but he formed ice under her feet to make her slip, preventing her from following up the attack. She scowled as she found her feet again, but Sokka was faster. He hurled water in her direction that turned to ice in midair, spikes that orbited around her and converged one by one with each aggressive movement of his arms. She tried to keep up with blasting them all out of the air individually before they struck her, but eventually a tornado of white flames surrounded her and melted them all. As soon as the flames cleared, she didn't see the wave coming at her in time, knocking her against the rocky ground, drenched. Azula forced herself up faster than Sokka anticipated. Her counter-attack was relentless, a constant barrage of punches and kicks that he tried to match with water and ice, but white fireballs in a mimicry of his orbiting ice attack flared all around him, sizzling through his defenses with enough concussive force to bring him to his knees. She leapt up and prepared to come down with a chop to finish him, but he held up his hand and she halted in midair with a grunt. "Sokka!" Aang shouted from the sidelines. "Bloodbending is going too far." Sokka rolled his eye and grunted with exertion, preparing to force her far enough away to give him space. "Calm down, I still can't bloodbend with the full moon so far away. Her parka is waterlogged." Azula had enough mobility to raise her arms and fall right out of her suspended parka, and as soon as she landed on the ground she roared a breath of blue fire, a concentrated beam that drilled through the ice wall he managed to conjure as a defense. He managed to dive out of the way of the attack. He crouched, panting, ready to spring if she had another attack like that up her sleeve. "Are you trying to kill me?" She gave him the barest of smirks. "Only if you are. Haven't figured that out yet." He smirked back but answered by raising the water on both sides of her, two walls that he clapped together with a single motion of his hands. She leapt above it with jets of blue fire from her feet and then kicked an arc of red flame at him in midair. He drew the meteorite sword and cut through it with a horizontal slash, but spun and swept up a cutting blade of water. She punched through it, igniting more white flames at both of his sides, but instead of defending he lunged toward her with a bullet of water. Both of their attacks struck at the same time, sending both combatants sprawling. Sokka's sword clattered as he rolled to a stop on the ground. When he moved to rise, he saw Aang standing between them as Azula also struggled to her feet. "Enough," Aang said. "I refuse to let you keep fighting each other. What are you even trying to accomplish?" Sokka pulled himself up into a sitting position, catching his breath. "She said she hurt Katara with lightning because she lost control. But you all saw it, she didn't even try to use lightning once in her fight with me just now." Azula pushed herself up, leaning on her knee. "Your point? Maybe I didn't consider you worth it." He ignored the pointed barb as her attempt to downplay it. "Meaning you do have control. You can still fight the other you. So you're saying I shot it at her on purpose," she said with a scowl. "No, I'm saying you lost the fight there, but even when push comes to shove you can still resist it," he said, shaking his head. "You lost that battle but not the war, as the saying goes. I refuse to believe you're the type of person who would try and kill someone in cold blood. Being around these people," he gestured to Aang, Zuko, Sangmu, and Toph, "they're bound to rub off on you. Like they did to me, as much as I hate to admit it." Sangmu put her hands on her hips. "So are you saying you fought her in an attempt to see if she could maintain control?" "That's so, direct. Unlike what I know of Sokka," Toph said. She grinned. "But I like it." "Not my usual tactic," Sokka admitted, leaning back on his hands. "But it's not Azula's, either. And I think it worked." Azula scoffed. "If you say so." But she looked at him with a sense of what might have been appreciation, definitely a look he had never seen from her before. Sangmu approached their battlefield with a tentative step now that the fighting was over. "So you're not mad?" "Of course I'm mad," he said, frowning. "Upset. Guilty. Confused, because maybe I shouldn't be feeling these things. My relationship with my sister is complicated, but she's still my sister. There's no more use worrying about what might have happened when instead we have to find out if she's still alive. Not just because Gran and I are her family, but also because she's a threat to everyone here. Maybe even more now, if she is able to recover. I agree, said Kun Na, looking over them both in what he recognized as her scanning for injuries. Regardless of how everyone feels about her, she cannot be ignored. What do you suggest? Iroh asked. Should we go into the city and see if we can learn any news of her fate? Wait, you mean both of you? Aang asked, looking between Iroh and Kun Na. No way, it's too dangerous. I agree with Aang, Sokka said with a grunt as he stood. Gran, you can't go. Anyone would recognize the Moonlit Mother. Maybe I should. You could be recognized too, my grandson, said Kun Na. And besides, you were already sighted there. They'd be on high alert for any sign of you. I can go with you, uncle, said Azula, standing. It's my fault anyone needs to go in the first place. Iroh shook his head. I'm not so sure that is a good idea, Azula. If she is truly recovering, then it would not do either of you any good if you were to reunite again right now. And before you two say anything, Aang and Zuko, I do not think either of you should go, either. I may look old, but I should be able to handle it alone. What about me? Toph asked, jerking a thumb toward herself and grinning. I think you really should bring some company. Besides, a little voice in my head is pretty thrilled at the idea. She said something about how a dangerous plan to sneak into an enemy stronghold with a fascinating stranger is one of life's greatest pleasures. Something I'm not getting. Iroh laughed. You know, that may not be such a bad idea. You and I may still be strangers, but that little voice is an old friend. Sangmu cleared her throat. And, if neither of you have ever been there, perhaps I should come along as well. I can help. I know my way around by now and I know the Aniaktu Alchemical Institute. If she's being healed, I think she could be there. Aang clutched his staff with both hands. I still don't like it, he said, but even Sokka could tell from his eyes that he had already given up on trying to stop them. It's dangerous there, especially with all the dark spirits that recently attacked. And Azula told us about the Wolverine Skunk clan launching attacks on Hakuda's supporters. Not to mention the other clan leaders in general. And there's still Chit-Sang and his wolf's skulls we need to worry about, Zuko pointed out. They could be anywhere. I think they can do it, Sokka said, glancing at Iroh, Toph, and Sangmu. Just, please be careful. Find out what happened to Katara and then get out. Sokka looked at Azula and he still wasn't sure what he thought of her. He didn't know what the other Sokka truly thought of her, either. But now, he supposed, they were allies. They'd have to be in order to face whatever would come next. He knew what it was like to make mistakes and mess things up, he had plenty of experience with that. As easy as it would be to hate Azula and Katara both, he knew that a part of him never could. Azula looked back at him. Then she looked at the others, taking her time as if trying to memorize the image of all of them in front of her. Thank you, she said, so quietly that Sokka wasn't sure if anyone else heard. Aang stared at his reflection in the bowl of water. For a long time, whenever he looked into his reflection, saw the expression in his eyes, he never liked what he saw. Always because he remembered what his eyes used to look like. But now they seemed fuller, somehow. Not quite how they looked before the comet came more than 3 years ago now, but close, like recognizing an old friend. Eyes that had experienced great sorrows but also overwhelming joys. He saw his other self briefly, and seeing what they both looked like side by side, Aang could have thought they were brothers. Azula appeared in the reflection next to him, causing the younger monk to disappear. I won't lie, she said with a smile. I thought it was going to look a little silly. But I like it. It suits you. Aang rubbed his hand over his smooth head and smiled back. Chapter 20, The Drowned. Sozin's comet blazed across the sky like a second sun, searing the world below in shades of red. Its tail cut a swathe through the clouds, a glorious and sublime blade from the heavens that filled Azula with more power than she could ever have imagined. She wished the royal artists were here to capture the moment in her official painting to celebrate her ascension to Fire Lord, her dominion over the Earth Kingdom. But instead, all she had was her dear, stupid brother and his peasant friend. Zuko had managed to ground her airship with his enhanced fire bending, and she gleefully met him on the field of battle. She couldn't remember what they had said to each other that day, only the feeling of power surging through her veins, the ease of fire bending and even the flight it allowed. To her and her brother, the waterbender was an insect, even with the lake they thought to fight Azula near to try for an advantage. Zuko protected the waterbender from Azula. But Zuzu couldn't be everywhere to protect everyone at once. As much as she wanted to kill them both right here and now, she knew it would be better to cause him pain in a different way. In the next free moment she kicked them both away with an eruption of blue fire and flew with jets from her feet across the battlefield. Below her, infantry marched across the Earth Kingdom like a cleansing wildfire that spread to devour everything in its wake. The aerial fleet had split to cover more ground, but Azula followed in the wake of her father's airship toward Ba Sing Se, a blue comet below the red one. Among the bustle of activity that constantly pervaded throughout Camp Crystal, the White Lotus Society had their own sequestered chamber as an island of relative quiet and peace within the maze of the former Laogai prison. Even now, the vast majority of the people in the subterranean camp lacked knowledge of the White Lotus, and simply viewed them as an extension of either Ba Sing Se, Ozay's contingent, or a group of independent old people who joined the cause. Even Aang still felt partially in the dark as to their true purpose and their scope as he sat with the old masters in their chamber, the sole person able to sit in on at least a portion of their official meetings, in this case, the new arrivals of members. With Iroh away at Aniakta with Toph and Sangnya, Bumi acted as the primary spokesman as the new arrivals came and took their seats. Of the four, Aang only recognized two, and one of them was someone he was meeting for the first time in this world. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Avatar Aang," said Hugh the Swamp Bender. Aang wasn't even sure if Hugh was a member of the White Lotus in his world. As thankful as he was to see the old man wearing White Lotus robes rather than a complete lack of pants, he did think it looked a little unusual on him. "Sorry we're late. We'd been sailing for quite a long time from the North Pole, and rather than crossing through the mainland we figured it was easiest to sail around and come to camp from the south." Aang grinned. "We're glad to have you." The second person he recognized, Spriggy the herbalist, stared at Aang with bugged-out eyes while Miyuki purred away on her lap. "Wait a minute, I remember you. You're really the Avatar." Aang went to scratch his head out of habit before he remembered he was bald again. I thought you knew." Spriggy lifted up Miyuki to look her in the eyes. "Grand Lotus Miyuki, you were right all along. Nothing gets past you, old girl." Miyuki only mewed at her in response. "Oh, I like her," said Bumi in a side comment that everyone heard. He elbowed Zhang Zhang next to him, who looked mortified. "Anyone know if she's single?" "Depends on who's asking," said Spriggy, fluttering her eyes coquettishly at him. Aang blanched and looked at his oldest friend, who looked back at Aang with an innocent shrug. "What? I ain't getting any younger. Just because I'm 90 it doesn't mean I can't make a new love connection. Rumor around here is that you have." "How is that fair?" Aang's face burned and he sank into his chair up to his eyes. "Bumi, you're 112. Well, don't tell her that," he responded, bursting into laughter. "I have the vigor of a man half my age." Spriggy fell into the same snorting laughter as Bumi. Well, we'll have to see if you can keep up with me. I'm pretty spry for 60. Next to Aang, Packer rubbed his temples as if a headache was coming on. "Just ignore it," he said to Aang. "I know for a fact that she's older than I am, and I'm 80. Piandao smiled at them with the utmost patience but cleared his throat. "Moving on. Hugh, has your pirate crew settled in?" Hugh nodded and smiled back. "They still don't like the cold, but they are getting settled here. And to my understanding, Avatar Aang, I brought along a group of kids who claim to be friends of yours. The Freedom Fighters, they call themselves, though we had to leave a couple behind in the North Pole. They insisted on staying for a mission, and all." Aang sat up straight again and beamed, curious about who would be here and who might have stayed. He worried for Mai and Jet all over again behind his smile. It'll be good to see them again. Before the last two arrivals, a pair of twins Aang didn't recognize, could be introduced. Lu Ten and Azula appeared at the doorway, the former saluting but both of them anxious about something. "Sorry to interrupt," said Lu Ten, folding his hands neatly behind his back as if to give a report. Lord Oze sent me. I'm here to notify Avatar Aang of a missing person. Aang frowned. What is it? Who's missing? Zhao, Azula answered, her face grim. It seems he had another episode and wandered off. We've searched all through Camp Crystal for him, but no one can find him anywhere. Zuko thinks he went out into the tundra. A current of tension rippled through the chamber, dispelling any levity that remained. Wu's bangles jingled as she pushed her chair out to stand. If the Water Tribe finds him, our position will be compromised. Indeed, said Kunna, her face as grave and unforgiving as the tundra itself. He must be found. This meeting is adjourned. As the elders and Aang all moved to stand and move out, Azula's eyes caught Aang's but then widened in recognition when she saw the last two arrivals. Lo? Li? What are you doing here? Aang stood at Azula's side as the two old twins came over to them. Like all of the other White Lotus members, they wore matching indigo robes with a White Lotus patterned mantle around their shoulders. Aang wondered where all the robes came from. Azula, said one of the twins. We can ask the same of you. Never did we expect you to be a companion of the Avatar or the White Lotus, said the other. That dreaded princess isn't with you, is she? I heard we just missed little Iroh. What a shame. There'll be time for questions later, said Azula, warding off their questions with more patience than Aang expected from her. Katara isn't with me. But I thought you two were headed home, and that you didn't want to fight anymore. Well, said one. About that, said the other. Aang's eyes jumped back and forth between them as they picked up the other's sentence just as one twin put it down, a juggling act to rival anything Ty Lee could have done. We sought our old White Lotus connections to make our way home, safely and quietly, one of the twins continued. Without the Water Tribe knowing, said the one on the right. But it had been many, many years since either of us had contact. So their passcodes were quite a bit outdated, said Hugh, joining their conversation. Regardless, I recognized our own, and knew they needed help. But I was headed this way, and they decided to join me. You inspired us, both twins said together, to Azula. Azula blinked. I did? But I thought you just wanted to go home. And that you hated being around waterbenders. Being a member of the White Lotus is not really something I ever imagined about you two. Not all waterbenders, said one twin. For the first time, we decided to put our considerable power to good use against our true enemies. Azula furrowed her brow. That's not what you originally told me. We know Hugh had nothing to do with our predicament. But we did have to do some soul searching, we admit, the other twin said hurriedly, glancing nervously at Hugh. And we came to the conclusion that the only ones deserving of our ire were the Wolverine Skunk clan. The twin on the left held up her hand again, her face set into a scowl that looked all too at home on her. And, of course, the drowned. And the Emperor, added the twin on the right. She tilted her head and counted on her fingers. And I suppose the Northern High Chief. Perhaps the Wolf's Skulls as well, they sound like a nasty bunch. And lastly, any of those evil spirits we've been seeing so much of. Aang frowned. Something about the way she gave a name to one of her various targets made him pause, spat with vitriol reserved only for them. The drowned. The ones who took us from our home in the first place, said the twin on the left. The White Lotus members had mostly finished filing out of the chamber when a disturbance near the door caught Aang's attention. Piandao, wincing, massaged his toe as if he had stubbed it. Well, that was rather ungraceful of both of us, he said over his shoulder to Pakku, the last to leave. Pakku waved him off as they exited. My fault entirely. Apologies. Listen, said Azula, narrowing her eyes in the direction of the doorway and then turning back to them. We can talk later. I am sure we'll have lots of catching up to do. We hope, after this is all over, we'll have all the time in the world, they said, perfectly in sync with each other in such a bone-chilling way that Aang backed away from them. As they made their way down the halls toward one of the grander meeting chambers, Aang glanced sideways at Azula. Well, they were a little creepy, he said. How do you know them, exactly? I think they tend to have that effect on people, Azula said. They're less ominous than they seem. They taught me during my time with Katara. Lu Ten led the way. People in their path parted to let him through without him even asking or gesturing to them. Firebenders from our village, huh? And they knew father. What are the chances? Quite minuscule, said Angela. Her eyes drilled into her cousin's back and her tone changed as swiftly as a lash. About as minuscule as Zhao's chances should have been for escape. What happened? If he really was a danger to us all, why would my father bring him along with the invasion force? Aang found himself wondering the same thing, but he didn't want to bring it up to Lu Ten. Zhao has his moments of lucidity, Lu Ten said, rubbing the back of his neck as if he felt her heat. Uncle Ozai thought it would have been better for him to stay among his people. That'd give him the opportunity to heal better. Zhao had already been left behind by our forces once. He didn't want to let it happen again. Of all the times for father to choose the compassionate approach, Angela said under her breath. She rubbed her forehead, an expression of pain that only Aang saw. Someone finds the notion hilarious. Lu Ten looked at her over his shoulder, his eyebrow raised as they approached the doors to the grand meeting chamber and heard raised voices behind it. He must have thought Angela was referring to those voices. General Zhang? I sincerely doubt that. Zhu Zhang did not, in fact, find it hilarious. Listen, I understand the man was spirit-touched like a third of the soldiers around here, she said as they entered. She stood over Ozai's chair, who calmly stared ahead. We need the numbers and can't afford to turn them all away. But from what I heard, that guy was a raving barrel of hog monkeys. Why weren't their eyes kept on him at all times? Angela stiffened next to Aang and stood almost behind him. Aang could only assume that Fire Lord Angela was not pleased about the way Zhang addressed Ozai, and how he took it without protest. Bumi, Kun Na, and Wu had beaten Aang and the others here, and already took their places around the chamber to represent the Creeping Crystal, the White Lotus and other independents, and the other leading branch of Ba Sing Se, respectively. Kun Na held up a hand to keep the peace. Now, she said. Let us focus on what to do next instead of dwelling on what could have been. Has a search party departed yet? Ozai turned to her, unblinking. No. We needed the agreement of all present before we sent others out into danger. Sokka edged into the room behind Aang and Angela. Actually, he said, announcing his presence. Master Pakku just went outside. He said a waterbender would be able to cover the most ground in the snow, and that there was no time to waste. In that, he isn't wrong, said Ozai, glancing up at Zhang. Aang had the impression of a volcano about to erupt. We do not have the time to squabble here. Zhang scoffed and waved a hand. Fine. Send a team out to find him. The rest of the camp is on lockdown. Aang stepped forward to volunteer. We'll go, he said, gesturing to Angela and Sokka. And we'll bring Zuko. Between his tracking skills and Sokka's, we'll find Zhao in no time. Especially if Pakku is out looking, too. Kun Na folded her hands. I wish you a successful hunt, she said, her voice laced with worry. But be sure to avoid any settlements. Zhao is lost and confused, Bumi said with surprising tenderness. If he is captured, he is a danger to everyone here. But in the snow and cold he is in plenty of danger on his own. Wu clasped her baringed hands together. Something tells me your troubles won't end once you find him. This morning when I read my tea leaves, I saw, of all things, the moon in danger. I fear this Moonslayer, a ravenous wolf, and a tower struck by lightning all await in the near future. Grave portents, all of them. Well, that doesn't make me feel good, Sokka said, putting a hand on his hip. Aang looked at Angela and Sokka, already turning toward the hall with Wu's words at his back. Zhao had tried to slay the moon once before. Let's go. They found Zuko near Appa's chamber and told him what he missed before heading out to the ladders going above ground. Aang decided to leave Appa and the lemurs behind for this mission. In order to track Zhao, they needed to be close to the ground, and that ran the risk of them being seen. Besides, flying too high on Appa was dangerous with all of the violent spirits still about. When they made it outside, they saw no signs of Pakku ahead of them. Wow, Master Pakku didn't waste any time, said Zuko, as they made their way to the snowdrift border of the camp. High above, the skies were clear but continued shifting with streaks of light, visible even in full daytime, a bouquet of flower constellations. Beyond the snow drifts, it was mostly flat land, and no indication that either Zhao or Paku had passed through other than loose snow to the northwest. Aang guessed that Paku had disturbed it by surfing across the fields. I think we should go southwest, along the water. We know Zhao took this exit from the camp and that he broke the snow wall to the west. Paku went north, so we'll cover the south side. Good idea, said Sokka. We'll look like four friends on a fishing trip if anyone finds us. It's as good of a start as any, Aang said, shouldering his pack. All four of them had previously put together packs full of supplies in case they needed to make a quick getaway. They set off across the snow as fast as they dared while Zuko and Sokka kept an eye out for tracks or signs of Zhao's passage. The only noises through most of the morning were the crunch of their footsteps in the snow, the waves crashing against the bottoms of the cliffs far below, and the wind over the landscape. Fox burrows and snow rat nests were the only breaks in the monotony of the snowfields. Without much of anything else to do while Zuko and Sokka did the tracking, Aang worried for Azula. You've been quiet, he said, falling into step with her. Is it the Fire Lord? Azula shook her head, her gaze fixed on her feet so that he couldn't see her face beneath her fur-lined hood. No. It's just something Lo and Li said. Did you see Paku's reaction when they mentioned the drowned? Aang tried to recall the moment. He had been mostly distracted by the twins themselves. You mean when he accidentally stepped on Pandayo's foot? It's probably nothing, Azula said. But he seemed in a hurry to get out of there. And the fact that he seems so concerned about finding Zhao is a little unusual for him, don't you think? To run out of camp without really telling anyone who mattered. Sokka was close enough to hear them. He told me where he was going. Anyone who really mattered. Azula amended. Hey. Aang shrugged. It was a bit weird, I guess. Maybe he just wants to help. Azula pulled her foot out of a particularly deep patch of snow. The more I think about it, the more I feel like something about him is familiar, in a way, she said. I had that feeling even when we first met him back in the Water Gardens. Sokka let out a sigh. I didn't really want to tell you this, he said. Aang could only see his scarred side, like he was trying to avoid looking at Azula. Because I don't think it matters anymore, but, the Drowned is a band of raiders that have been in our tribes for hundreds of years. Only the best waterbenders from the north and south get recruited into it. They would attack any nation, even the water tribes, and take their riches or prisoners or just leave devastation in their wake. It was during my granddad's rule that they were absorbed and made an official part of the water navy. My guess is that's why Paku seemed distracted when you mentioned it around him. So they took Lo and Li from our home when they were young, said Azula, as even Zuko slowed down to listen. Paku was famed as the leader of the Drowned at one point, Sokka continued. Until he deserted 3 years ago. But I don't think Paku is old enough to have been the leader when Lo and Li were taken. I see, Azula said, and she quickened her pace to walk ahead of them without another word. Aang and Sokka looked at each other, perplexed. Aang wasn't sure how she took that information. Paku was just another waterbender with a dark past, trying to atone for his mistakes by joining the White Lotus. Or did it hit too close to home because of Lo and Li? Zuko scowled, his footsteps coming down heavy. Maybe not old enough to have kidnapped Lo and Li, he said. But if it was the Drowned who attacked our village when we were kids? Sokka straightened his shoulders, realizing his mistake. Oh. Zuko huddled with Azula under their blanket fort while he brushed his fingers over the clay tablet pressed with their handprints earlier that day. It had finally dried, sealing the image of their hands in stone. He looked at the flame she held with an arm just outside of the blanket with distaste. The moon was bright enough tonight that they could admire the clay tablet together near the open window, but she just couldn't shake the opportunity to show off her firebending. The night was already warm enough. Maybe we're both earthbenders now, Azula whispered, grinning. That's impossible, Zuko shot back in a voice barely above a whisper. No it isn't, she retorted. Maybe I'm the Avatar and you're really from some Earth Kingdom family. He was about to respond when a scream shattered the night, and then was abruptly cut short. Movement from elsewhere in the house made Azula suffocate her flame. Mother appeared at their door just as shouts started coming from outside. She hugged them both close. Mom, What's happening? Angela asked. She didn't sound afraid. Ursa, stay here, said father, taking his swords and disappearing outside. It's okay, my loves, she said, trying to soothe them as much as herself. We'll be safe. Aren't the twins supposed to stop them? Angela asked. Zuko didn't know how she was able to find words. It was as if she didn't understand the danger of the situation, or worse, didn't think it was worth worrying about. But Zuko knew the stories. Who's attacking? Can't we burn them? SHH, Angela, said Mother. We must be silent. They heard a crash right outside their window. The sound alarmed Zuko enough to drop the clay tablet he didn't realize he was still holding, which cracked in two. He and Mother both froze, but Angela wiggled free of their mother's embrace and lobbed a fireball outside of the window, burning through the protective bug screen and dropping a flaming net on someone below. A man's unfamiliar voice shouted out in pain. Zuko looked up at his mother, whose eyes had widened in terror. Angela didn't seem to realize what she had done. Mother gripped Zuko's shoulder. Both of you, sneak out the back window in my bedroom, she said. Quickly, and quietly. Flee to the jungle and hide as best you can. Do not come back until your father and I come find you. Promise me. Go on, I love you both. Be safe. Angela finally seemed to realize what she had done. Wide-eyed, she looked at Mother as she stood and strode purposefully to the window with the fire outside, and Angela didn't resist when Zuko took her hand and ran. I should never have run, Zuko muttered. I didn't mean. Zuko waved off Sokka's stammered apology after he finished his story, but when Aang tried to offer a word of comfort to Zuko, he held up his hand and called Angela back to them. Zuko veered off into a different direction and crouched in the snow, the ermine tails of his parka dangling forward. Tracks, he said, once the others gathered around him. It's a pointed boot, like the uniforms my father's men wear. Sokka turned around and gazed back the way they had come. That's gotta be him. He headed in this direction from camp, but instead of going to the sea he cut further west. It looks like he's dragging his feet, as if he's wounded. But there's no blood, Angela pointed out. Perhaps his movements are just erratic. If he's wearing his uniform he'll be noticed immediately. Sokka squinted in the direction the tracks headed. A gentle slope cut off their vision so they couldn't see what lay beyond it, but all four of them ascended it and kept low as they crested the hill. Aang and the others pressed themselves flat when they saw the village on the other side of the slope, a cluster of huts and igloos nestled between two hills and around a river that fed into the sea. Smoke drifted out from the tops of the igloos and huts, the people huddled inside to escape the bitter cold, making it look like a sleepy village, even peaceful. Mountains loomed further to the west, like teeth. A dark blotch wandered just at the outskirts of the village, on the north end further away from them. Aang recognized the figure's black and red cape even from this distance and pointed him out. He couldn't see the man's features from here, but it could only be Zhao. He stumbled toward the village and it spurred Aang and the others to action as they rounded the perimeter and prepared to pull him away before he could be seen. It was a miracle he hadn't been already. Something rumbled near Zhao and it took Aang a moment to recognize it as a growl. He heard the snap of metal just after that and Zhao flinched away from the village, falling backward in alarm. Zuko hissed. The growl came from a massive grey wolf chained to a post, a guard to watch for dangers to the village. Any second now, someone would be coming out to investigate. The wolf's jaws snapped and slobbered toward Zhao's direction, and as they neared with increasingly frantic urgency Aang could see the terror and confusion in Zhao's eyes. He had frozen in fear. Other noises popped up around the village. Doors opened. "Shut up that mangy wolf!" someone shouted. Snow converged around Zhao's body and condensed, encasing him inside it and yanking him over the hill. But Aang and Sokka were too far away for it to be either of them. All four flattened themselves to the ground again, hearts pounding against the snow. Did someone see him? Sokka whispered as they slid to the side of the hill away from the village. We'd be lucky if they didn't see us. What's got Old Kvichak all riled up? Probably just some fox wandering too close, as usual. Or maybe just some spirits this time. Come back inside. Sokka looked at Aang and Zuko incredulously. They named their wolf after my grandfather. Come on, Aang said, leading the way in a crouching gait toward where Zhao had been pulled. When they rounded the next low hill, they saw Paku standing above Zhao, who was pressed to the ground by the snow. Aang breathed a sigh of relief. "Great timing," he said to Paku as they approached. Paku gave no indication of surprise that they had come. "We have to hurry back," he said. "He's cold. Too cold. And his mind is lost in rage right now." Zuko and Azula knelt with fire in their palms to warm him as best as they could, but Aang frowned when he saw that Zhao had been gagged by a strip of leather. Zhao glared at Paku with hatred in his eyes. "What's this for?" Azula asked, peering up at Paku. "If you're concerned about the cold, get this snow off of him." "I was worried he'd make too much noise," Paku replied. "We can take the gag off of him once we get further from the village." "But the snow was so he wouldn't attack me." Aang pushed the snow away with a single gesture and Zuko and Azula helped him up, but Zhao pulled the gag away himself. "I recognize you now," he said in a wheezy voice, as if his throat had been constricted. "Zuko, Azula, this monster, this waterbender, attacked our village the night your mother died. I saw him around the camp and couldn't place it. But now, it's all coming together." Still supporting Zhao, both Zuko and Azula glared at Paku. "I knew it," said Zuko, his voice low and threatening in a way that reminded Aang of the other Zuko with startling recognition. He imagined Zuko with his scar and a snarling attack, the anger he had from when they had first met. "The drowned did attack our village. It was you." Sokka stepped between them. "Guys, I know this is a really big deal and I completely understand how you're feeling right now, but we need to get away from here. Can we talk this out once we go back to camp?" Zuko didn't look away from Paku, his voice a dagger cutting through Sokka's attempt to make peace. "Stay out of this, Sokka. You have your mother back. I don't want to hear how you could possibly understand us." Sokka backed away, hurt. Azula only watched while she tended to Zhao. "You killed our mother," Zuko said, and when Zhao stepped back Aang thought Zuko would free his arms to grab his swords. But his hands didn't go to his swords, his mittens twitched like he was about to firebend instead. "I did," said Paku, who did nothing to react to Zuko's aggression. He didn't take a stance, didn't look away in shame, instead, he stared right at Zuko, accepting his rage. "I finally realized why I found you familiar when I first met you kids." Aang stood beside Sokka. He tried not to look at Paku. It was as if the sanctity of the White Lotus had been defiled. "Zuko, Azula. Please. We need to get Zhao to safety. Sokka's right. Now is not the time." "No," Azula said, and for a moment Aang thought she would dismiss him the same way Zuko had dismissed Sokka. "You didn't kill our mother. You may have been there that night, but I saw who did it. It was a different man." Aang whirled to look at Paku while Zuko and Zhao gaped at Azula, their rage turning to shock. Paku sighed and turned away from them, walking a safer distance away from the village. As if he decided Zuko was no longer a threat. Or that he welcomed an attack while his back was turned. "No," he affirmed. "I didn't do the deed. But I may as well have. I viewed the world differently, then. I had felt the helplessness of more powerful men taking my life from me and in my anger I wanted to make others feel the same way. Over the years I devoted myself to water, to my training, and I rose through the ranks of our navy until I was personally selected for the drowned. I was the river beating down my enemies, the deluge sweeping fire and earth, but it wasn't until I came to one tiny village in the Fire Nation that I realized I never stopped being the helpless boy I had been all those years ago. The river picked me up in its current, ripped me along its path, dragged me against the rocky bed until it wore me down to a husk of a man, and it spit me out in that village. My men, those who had also given themselves wholly to water, attacked in the night. Our mission was to find the last firebender among those islands before she could flee to the Golden City and join her flame to theirs. And I was to take her home with me, away from her people, a weapon reforged and turned against them. This village was a treasure in the valley that stood untouched by the current for 2 generations. They had enjoyed their peace for long enough, we were told. I watched the panicked villagers flee into the shelter of their jungle and get snatched up by its vines. I almost called to my former student, Bato, out of habit before I realized he had left us. one of the few who managed to rise above the current and force his own way. There was a battle, or maybe a scuffle. There weren't enough fighters in the village to call it a true battle. I didn't partake, all I wanted was to go in, do what we came for, and leave with our prize and as few casualties as possible. It should have been easy. A warrior yelled and rushed me with his sword, but at a gesture my water enveloped him and the force of it knocked him out. A fire started somewhere, one of their homes ablaze, but I didn't think it was the firebender, just flames licking at the mayhem. I turned to one of the men accompanying me. "Where is the boy?" "I just saw him run into the jungle, Master Paku." "He had found prey." "Where?" I asked again, more urgent this time. When he pointed away from the village, in the trees, I went that way at once. I tried ignoring the screams. I brought these horrors upon these people. I was doing my duty. With the drowned, I'd fought in many battles. But never like this, never against the truly helpless. I found the boy in a clearing, next to a lake, the full moon shining above us. A woman floated face down in the water, her hair like shadows rippling. Camellias drifted from her pockets, buds and petals forming her shroud. Here in the trees, the sounds from the village had been muted. "What have you done?" I asked him, my voice breaking through the quiet of the night. "Tell me, Yakone." "I found our target, Master." "Aren't you glad?" My newest student beamed, proud of what he'd done. I wish I had seen his bloodthirst months before. I could have stopped it. But I had been blind to it. That was the last firebender. She won't be a threat to us anymore. The last firebender is a child. I remember how my voice shook with horror and rage, but most of all I despaired. What would Kunna have done if she had seen me now, all these years later? I was old, and bitter. And I had unleashed a murderer. That was an innocent woman. Yakone only tilted his head. A minor thing, no more guilt than if he had broken a toy. "Oh," he said. "Is that really so much worse than kidnapping a child from their home? I did her a favor, Master. She has been blessed beyond measure, granted a greater boon than any of the other unclean people of this village. She's now one of the drowned." "Let's go," I said. It wasn't much worse, after all. We're leaving this village. Forget the mission. I want to put this place behind us. At the edge of the clearing, the leaves rustled. And the current ripped my feet out from under me again when a little girl appeared, her eyes wide. "Mom." Once he finished his story, Zuko lunged forward and grabbed Paku by the collar. "You brought that monster to our village," he said through gritted teeth. "I did," Paku said, staring him in the eyes. "Do what you must. I deserve it. I should have deserted from the Water Navy earlier than that. Even after that night, I waited too long. I should have dealt with Yakone, but I was too weak for it. All I could do was run away, and do whatever I could to make amends ever since then. That is why I joined the White Lotus Society." Aang had frozen. Paku had done something inexcusable and part of him wanted to defend the old waterbender, someone he had always respected. But the other half of him understood Zuko's pain. The wind around them picked up, scattering a dusting of snow across the fields now that they were out in the open again and away from the village. Bright lights shone above them, light spirits that had drifted low out of the sky, like snowflakes. Zuko didn't let go of Paku. "I always wondered what I would do if I ever found myself in front of my mother's killer." "If you want vengeance, take it," said Paku. Azula, who had been supporting Zhao alongside Sokka during their trek, stared ahead across the snowfields. "Your vengeance would be misplaced, Zuko," she said. "Paku didn't murder our mother with his own hands. You should be asking where this Yakone is." Aang looked at her, taking a deep breath that filled his lungs with bitingly cold air. "What about you, Azula? Is that what you want? Petty revenge for something that happened years ago is beneath me. It's done with. No use dredging up the past," she said. Something about her airy dismissal of it bothered Aang, even though he didn't want a violent outcome. "But if Zuzu wants it, I won't try to stop him." Zuko narrowed his eyes at her and shoved Paku away from him. "You want to make amends? Tell me where Yakone is now." Paku sighed. "If you believe that is what must be done, I won't stop you. As I said, I should have done something about Yakone a long time ago. I'd never met a waterbender, a bloodbender, as ruthless as him. After I left, he rose through the ranks of the drowned faster than anyone before him. He's the leader now. Zhao gripped his head with both hands, a sudden movement that made Sokka jump away from him. He pointed at Pakku and Zuko. You think you can take me? You're a pathetic old man and a pathetic little prince. I am Zhao the Conqueror, Zhao the Moonslayer. The Invincible. The Moonslayer. I know the secrets of the spirits. I killed those fish. Tui and Law, I have the ancient knowledge. Once his outburst settled down into incomprehensible rambling and muttering, Sokka stared at him with pity. We need to bring him back, he said. Or, well, I can, on my own. The rest of you can go do what you need to. If I remember correctly, the drowned are based not too far from here. A day or so, on foot, Pakku said, nodding. Just past the western mountains, a nice fortress and port village called Blackstone Key. You won't miss it. Aang tried to soothe Zhao. The sight of a flame in Aang's hands seemed to calm him, or at least distract him. You're not coming with us. Pakku shook his head. The values of the White Lotus cannot be reconciled with an act of personal revenge like that. We're meant to be observers, impartial and balanced, interacting directly and openly with the world only in moments of great importance with the fate of many at stake. I must continue to atone in my own way, however long it takes. I can only guide you to the board, but you must make your own plays. Whatever they may be. Zuko turned away from Pakku. Azula, Aang, are you with me? His tempered rage made Aang worry for his friend. He didn't know this Zuko could be capable of it. He nodded along with Azula. Like Pakku said, he could only guide Zuko. Keep him safe on his mission. For the first time in a long time, all three of them set off together. Their trek to Blackstone Key took them further west, past the village where they found Zhao, and through a mountain pass far less perilous than the East Epic peaks. They trudged up the slopes, venturing past frozen lakes and great pillars like in the Wolong forest but shaped from ice rather than stone. Or they might have had stone underneath, but they had been covered with ice over the years of exposure to the frigid climes of the South Pole. The most dangerous part of the journey involved the dark and light spirits. While the sky was clear of spirit world weather, the two opposing spirits clashed above their heads or in the fields, wrecking parts of the mountain pass. Aang, Zuko, and Azula gave them a wide berth. Once, they came across travelers passing between Blackstone Key and the villages from the snowfields, but Aang and the others hid in the snow until they passed. I think we're being followed, Aang said, keeping his head low as they walked. Every so often I see a shape moving behind us, but it might just be a hungry animal. Maybe those travelers. Azula suggested. Perhaps they saw us and doubled back in suspicion. I don't know, Zuko said, and Aang suspected he didn't really care. He focused only on the path ahead of them. Ever since they learned about Pakku, he had been driven only to find the man named Yakone. Aang wanted to offer words, any words, comforting or supportive or even something to persuade him from this course, but struggled to find them even when they made camp for the night. Do you have a plan? Aang asked. Part of his question went unspoken. Will you kill him? Or do you just want to face him and find closure? For what you'll do when we get there. You should stop him, said Aang's other self, who had been unnervingly quiet this whole time. The monks would never approve of what he's doing. He's your friend, you need to guide him. I need to keep him safe in this, Aang responded. But he needs to come to his own conclusions. I have my own beliefs about what I think is right, but I can't decide that for him. Maybe the other Zuko is helping. I'll think of something once I see their fortress, he said with a grunt. By the afternoon, they found Blackstone Key. From the edge of the mountain pass, they had a view of it from above. True to its name, it sat in a harbor formed naturally from solid black stone covered in white snow, jetties stretching out like crude teeth of a heavy key. Mostly wooden warships coated in ice docked here, but from their vantage point Aang could also see smaller catamarans, long canoes, junk ships, fishing boats, and even heavy trade barges. It bustled with the activity of dock workers hauling crates, shouts, and whistles echoing up from below as the harbor master managed the coming and going of ships. The fortress itself stood just beyond the docks, enclosed in a square ice wall about 30 feet tall, edged with spikes on top rather than any flattened path upon which patrols could walk. Instead, two of the opposite corners of the wall had a lookout station. Inside, it protected what looked like a perfect block of ice from the outside, an unyielding, solid, and unadorned bulwark against the sea. Crowning the stronghold was the tallest igloo Aang had ever seen, stretched into a cylindrical shape rather than a dome, with an opening that lookouts could use to survey the harbor below. In the absence of Sokka, Aang turned to Azula out of habit. "What do you think?" he asked. "It's well defended from the sea and the land behind it," she said. Aang still had trouble sensing how tense she might have been, if at all. He wondered if her troubles with Fire Lord Azula occupied her enough that the idea of vengeance for her mother was meaningless in comparison. The fact that it is all made of ice would make it difficult for their enemies to pierce their defenses, but with a waterbender on our side that shouldn't be as much of an issue. Their sentries are also focused on the ground below and the sea, they wouldn't expect an attack from above. "We'll sneak in," Zuko said. "Keep it quiet, find Yakone, and get out." Aang frowned. He wondered if Sangnya would have a better chance of getting through to him. "What will you do when you find him?" "I don't know yet," he replied, and he bent low and grabbed the hilt of his sword as if he intended to charge toward the fortress right then and there. "I'll decide when I meet him." Aang heard the crunch of snow behind them before he heard the voice. "Wait." All three whirled around to face the person who had come up the mountain pass behind them. Wrapped in a parka with broadswords on his back, Aang widened his eyes when he recognized Ozai. Both Zuko and Azula lowered their eyes, perhaps a habitual show of respect. "Father," Zuko said. "What are you doing here?" "You were the one following us, weren't you?" Azula asked. "Didn't General Zhang leave the camp on lockdown?" In spite of everything, Ozai showed the hint of a smirk at Azula's words. "I snuck out to find Zhao, since he was my responsibility," he said simply. But then he looked over the fortress and turned grave. "From the moment I first saw Pakku, I recognized him. I knew who he was. But your Uncle Iroh convinced me that he was no longer the man he used to be, no longer our foe, and like all other members of the White Lotus he had been given a second chance, free of judgment from his past life. And so I buried the issue until I ran into Pakku on his way back to camp with Zhao. He told me where you kids went, and then I followed." Zuko clenched his hands. "You mean that you and Uncle both knew all along? Why didn't you tell us?" Ozai's eye twitched, but he clenched his jaw and looked away from his son. "Because there were more important things. This war won't be won by fighting against our own allies. Your mother is gone, and there is no bringing her back." Zuko scowled. "I know that. But that also confirms what I've always known. You didn't love Mom as much as I did." Aang felt a chill unrelated to the cold. He hadn't thought of the events of the night Katara went to find her own mother's killer in a long time, and Zuko's words reminded him harshly of what she once said to Sokka. Again, Azula said nothing. If Ozai had been hurt by the accusation, he didn't show it. "I am here now," he said. "And I will not let you storm this fortress alone." Aang looked closely at Ozai, almost as if trying to see through his face to find the Phoenix King he'd already met underneath in the spirit world. He'd not been prepared to fight directly alongside Ozai, and he wondered how much the man knew of the other world at this point. Ozai glanced at Aang and somehow he knew that they were both thinking of Ozai's admission of weakness, his request for Aang to kill him if the Phoenix King ever took control. "Have you practiced your firebending?" Aang asked. "Some," he said, examining his gloved hand. "My brother was able to spare some time to teach me the basics during our time in Chameleon Bay and Lake Laogai. Do not worry for me." With the way he looked at Aang, Aang thought he meant it in more ways than one. Zuko turned back to the fortress, focusing on their objective with wordless acceptance of Ozai's aid. "If we make it in quietly, there won't be any dark spirits attacking to complicate things." "I don't think it should be quiet and stealthy," Azula said, and she pointed her fingers toward the fortress, as if aiming. "In fact, quite the opposite. I'll cause enough destruction and noise that you three can take advantage of the chaos and confusion and get right inside. If dark spirits come, all the better, we're outnumbered, so we can use all the help we can get." As she spoke, Aang couldn't help but notice the glint in her eyes that told him some of her old confidence was back, and it made him grin. He wondered if it had to do with the fact that Ozai was there. Like she wanted to show off her power. Ozai peered at her. "Not the cleanest strategy, but it will get the job done." "Fine," Zuko said, starting the climb down the rocky slope. "You do that, and the three of us will break through." As the mountain pass was meant to be used for travelers going between Blackstone Key and the villages of the snowfields, a path meandered down into the port proper. Aang walked with Zuko and Ozai, masquerading as simple travelers headed to work. Rather than a mercantile port or a place for civilian passengers, Blackstone Key seemed to be entirely meant for the transport of supplies and restocking for the water navy, occupied only by warriors, dock workers, and sailors. As they neared, Aang watched workers unload heavy logs to be made into lumber, salt presumably from the north side of the continent and places like Peach Petal Island, and produce from the other nations that already looked as if it was just skirting the definition of edible. As soon as they integrated into the crowd of workers, the sky flashed and exploded with a spear of lightning, striking the domed top of the fortress and shattering the ice. Panicked shouts erupted from the docks as workers fled for shelter. From a clear sky. "It's the work of spirits. The Everstorm is coming for us." Aang took advantage of the confusion to slice at the twine bundling the piles of logs together, cutting clean through it with water in one smooth motion. The logs tumbled, adding to the panic, and they made their way to the walls of the fortress while everyone scrambled. The burning woman stood next to Azula as she watched the scene below, letting out a mournful cry that she forced herself to look away from. She lost track of Aang, her brother, and father as they interspersed with the crowd. The blue dragon was jubilant for the first time in days, as if Azula casting lightning down below was like a leash she had slackened. Her time with Aang had been wonderful in dulling the bite from the Fire Lord, but now that her father was here she had been re-energized. While she circled her arms for another blast, she pictured herself on the platform of an airship high in the sky, raining destruction while the sky blazed red above her. The second bolt of lightning struck one of the corners of the guard wall, underneath the watchtower. It took out enough of the wall that everything above it crumbled, taking down the sentries with it. Her lightning wasn't powerful enough to blast clean through the wall, but it made enough of a weak point that she spotted Aang heading toward the steam to wear away the rest with his waterbending. By this point, warriors emerged from the center fortress, rallying for a defense from their unseen attackers, and she knew immediately that Aang, Zuko, and her father would soon be discovered and surrounded. The burning woman reached out to her, sobbing, and Azula shook her head. Her mother didn't burn. She drowned. And the man responsible for it was inside. She had not forgotten his face. She came along with Zuko because she thought that finally confronting the man would give Fire Lord Azula some peace. But maybe it wasn't enough to watch it happen from a distance. Azula raced down the path toward the port, sliding down over the snow. She made it close to the wall just as the warriors began to engage Aang and the others in a fight. Azula locked eyes with Aang just as he dodged the swing of his foe's club, and she leapt through the gap in the wall and into the fortress. "Mom!" Azula couldn't help the quiver of her lip as she watched the two strangers facing each other in the jungle clearing. One was a teenager. He couldn't have been much older than Lu Ten. It was that one who walked toward her first, but she barely noticed him, fixated instead on the dark shape floating in the water beneath the light of the full moon. She watched the camellias drifting. Her mother must have been working on a floral arrangement before the attack. "Do not harm that child, boy." The older man's voice cut through her reverie, and the younger one crouched in front of her and looked her directly in the eyes. Any fight she had in her from earlier in the night had drained away. As they fled into the jungle, watching the vines grab the people she knew, she had been separated from Zuko. Now, she was alone. "That was your mom?" he asked her. His voice was almost soothing. "Don't be sad, little one. She fought well. She picked up a spear and used it much better than any of the women I've ever met. I was surprised. There was a fire in her that made me think she was a firebender, I have to admit." Her eyes burned. The other man in the clearing, further away, blurred through her tears, and she didn't see him anymore. Just the one in front of her. Did you hurt her? Of course not, he said, and he cupped her chin with his hand. Your mother walked into this clearing and into the water all on her own. I didn't lay a hand on her as she drowned. She didn't move. She couldn't move. Her tears fell down her cheek. It was her fault that mother had to send her and Zuko away in the first place. Azula thought she could fight them. Why? Why would Mom do that? I don't know, he answered, putting his hand back on his knee and standing up straight. Maybe she just didn't want to be your mother anymore. Boy! The older man shouted. I told you, we're leaving. The boy smiled at her one last time before turning away to follow his elder. Goodbye, little one. Maybe we'll meet again one day. Azula said nothing as they departed. She stumbled toward the edge of the pond and fell to her knees, sobbing. It wasn't until sunrise that someone found her. Yakone didn't look so different from her memory of him. As the leader of the drowned, Azula correctly deduced that his quarters would be near the top of the fortress. She had fought her way through, made easier by the fact that few warriors saw her enter and most battled Aang and the others outside. She found him in the remains of the igloo-shaped room at the top, apparently a place where he met with his warriors and planned attacks. Maps and nautical charts clung to the parts of the wall that survived her lightning blast. Spears and clubs lined some of the other available wall space, and a hearth burned in the middle of the floor between them. He was older now, but no more than 10 years her senior, probably less. He wore a heavy overcoat rather than a parka, a water skin hanging from his belt despite the ice forming the room. His hair had been tied back in a sailor's style rather than the usual wolf tail of his fellow warriors, a strand loose and draped across his forehead. He stood straight, the gash in the wall from her lightning behind him. Noises from the battle below floated up to them, but Azula focused only on him. Do you remember me? She asked, falling into a stance. Her heart pounded. The blue dragon was silent, so silent that Azula almost didn't feel her. Would ending him give you peace? Yakone tilted his head in the same quizzical way she had buried in her memories. But he settled into a stance, too. You're going to have to help me out a little, he said. He spread his arm wide but peered more closely at her. Ah. Wait, those eyes do look familiar. You're that Fire Nation girl. Acknowledge what you did, she said, her voice carefully measured. He grinned at her. Why don't you make me? She responded by punching forward with both of her fists, unleashing twin swirling masses of blue fire that spiraled toward him. Yakone dove to the side to avoid it, even with their limited space, and dug his fingers into the ice. When he swept his hand out toward her, spikes jutted from the floor and nearly impaled her, but she thrust out her open hands and spread them so that an arc blazed through the room, melting through the attack and knocking him against the wall. Blue fire? He asked, bracing himself against the wall. That's a first. Hey, do you want to know why we're called the drowned? No, she said, creating a lash at the end of her fingertips that she lengthened to cut off his escape toward the stairs. He pulled part of the wall away to douse her flames, scattering his maps to the wind. I think I'm going to tell you anyway, he said. When a man joins the drowned, we do a ritual of sorts. Our way to become one with water. Azula moved throughout the narrow space, kicking and rolling to avoid his water and ice that came from every direction. She couldn't stay in one place for longer than a breath, or the very ice beneath her would pierce her defenses. She didn't care what burned in close quarters. We drown ourselves, he continued, pressing his palms to the floor. The ice rippled and the hearth fire went out in a blink of smoke as it sunk into the ice, the tables and weapon racks with it. We let the water into our lungs, the sting of salt in our eyes. And at the moment just before death, we emerge from the waves, as if reborn. Of course, some don't manage to survive the ordeal. You're mad, she said. The blue dragon chose to respond to her question at that moment, the only time she momentarily let up her assault. Would ending him bring you peace? You pretend this is for me, but you're just fooling yourself. And after that, on a full moon, some manage to unlock the darkest secrets of waterbending, Yakone said, smirking. Some witch from a Plains clan discovered it initially some few decades ago, but it has spread from her. Only through drowning can one wield the water within human bodies. The water rushed up to envelop her, but she blasted through the grasping tentacles and pulled herself free from the puddle growing around her feet before he could freeze it again. My mother didn't drown herself, she spat. You used blood bending to force her to do it. I figured it out not long after I first learned what blood bending is. Yakone spread his arms wide. Wait, your mother? I thought you were a Golden City girl. Didn't I kill your lover? The idea that this whole time he had confused her for someone else angered her so much that she lunged forward with both arms outstretched, screaming as she pumped the room full of blue fire. Steam rose from the floor, scalding her hands. In response, he pulled down the ceiling on both of them in an act of desperation. The snow melted around her in her rage. When she stood again, they both regarded each other under the open air and wind. Now, Angela could see a monstrous form emerging from the waves in the port, as big as a bloated whale walrus but shaped more like a cat gator, with a much more pointed mouth than normal, full of teeth. Wisps of light orbited its head, and when it opened its mouth she heard a high-pitched song. Dock workers fled from the creature. Rather than dark spirits like they expected, a monstrous light spirit had come. Putting that aside for now, Angela turned to face Yakone again. He stood near the top of the stairs, panting. You're lucky it's not nighttime, little girl. Then I'd show you fear. She realized, then, why he hadn't used blood bending on her through their whole battle. You can't blood bend without the full moon overhead, can you? She wanted to laugh, but the mirth didn't come. You're pathetic. I've faced much worse than you. A good waterbender doesn't need to nearly kill themselves to become a bloodbender. She walked toward him, blasting aside the water whip he tried to strike her with, and then spun in a sweeping kick that knocked his feet out from under him. Once she stood over him, powerless beneath her, she knew right then and there that she wanted vengeance after all. And most of all, she knew that the blue dragon had nothing to do with it. Yakone sat up, staring at her with fear in his eyes, but before she could finish him the point of a spear emerged from his chest. Angela froze in place as her father rose behind Yakone, ascending the steps with the shaft of a water tribe spear in his hands. Yakone gasped and the movement lifted his body with it, but Jose pulled the spear from his back and the waterbender slumped over, all life gone from his eyes. Angela gasped out a breath, it felt as if the spear pierced her lungs instead. What did you do? She stammered out. I had him. Jose tossed the spear aside, staring down at Yakone. He looked pitiless. This was the monster who killed your mother. Angela fell to her knees, clutching the snow in her hands. She lowered her head, fighting back tears as she heaved in deep breaths. What did you do? She repeated, quieter this time, her voice shakier. That was my vengeance to take. Not Zuko's. Not yours. Mine. I saw him do it. I saw Mom. Her father knelt down beside her and she looked up at him. She had not seen such sorrow in his eyes since the morning he found her near the lake. To me, this wasn't vengeance. It was justice. I wanted to save you from sullying your hands. This war was not supposed to touch you and Zuko. She let out a sob as she recognized her own reasons for wanting to kill Hakata. It already has, she said, clutching his arm. The tears fell now. She couldn't feel the blue dragon at all. I've already killed 2 people, maybe 3, maybe more. And you didn't know, you don't know what we've been through, all along. Zuko emerged from the stairs with his swords drawn, eyes widening when he took in the scene. He's gone. You took that from me, Angela said to her father, sobbing into his sleeve. He put his hand around her shoulder in the closest thing to an embrace she could remember him doing in a long time. Beyond the fortress, the light spirit started to vanish beneath the waves again, but she could still hear the panic coming up from below. I'm sorry, Jose said, to both her and Zuko. His voice shook in a way she had never known it to before. I've made such a terrible mistake in keeping myself distant from you two. I did it to protect you from the pain of losing another parent, but all I did was prevent myself from seeing how much you two had grown. And I couldn't protect you from the things that mattered. Zuko's hands shook and Angela could see the tears falling from his eyes, too. All that accomplished was making us lose a second parent, he said. Except this time, we never knew why, or how. Or whether it was our fault. Jose sighed. Your mother would be so ashamed of me if she saw me now, he said. She really held us together, didn't she? Angela's breath started to calm. She couldn't find the words to answer him, her energy spent. She supposed taking revenge for Mother was something that belonged to all of them, or none of them. Zuko answered for her. She did. A roar from the sky grabbed their attention, and to Angela's surprise, Appa flew toward them. As the bison neared, she stood, spotting Sokka at the reins. Thought you'd need a quick getaway, he said, hovering above the ruin of the igloo at the top of the fortress. He glanced down at the body of Yakon, and the three of them around him. Go find Aang so we can get out of here. Angela glanced once more at Yakon's body, just as Aang emerged to the top of the fortress as well. He took in the scene and his eyes found Angela's, but instead of saying any words he squeezed her hand as they departed, leaving Blackstone Key behind them. As much as I thought myself above it, I really did want vengeance against him. Do you think any less of me? Aang and Angela sat close to each other with only the dancing light of their own flames spilling light as Appa snoozed in the chamber. After a day and a night of hard travel in the cold, they both appreciated the warmth of another firebender. Angela's eyes reflected the light of Aang's flame, making them seem a brighter gold than usual. Something about the way she held her shoulders made her seem less encumbered than usual. While Aang was thankful that Sokka found them and got them out of there, he made an enormous risk in flying Appa over lands where he could be seen, but Sokka explained that he did everything he could to keep Appa and the location of Camp Crystal hidden. No light spirits had harried him on the way, or on their return trip. Of course I don't, Aang said to her. You've been through something terrible. Are you feeling okay? Angela hugged her knees. The Fire Lord is still here, she said. Quieter, but she's still here. Still always listening. Aang put his hand over hers. But how are you feeling? She paused, but let out a deep breath. I don't know. I don't feel better after watching Yakon die. For a long time after he killed my mother, he made me think she hated me. That her death was my fault. And once I realized that it was his doing, it made me hate him more. But now, I suppose, I know my father doesn't secretly despise us, either. I think he loves you, Aang said, smiling. Do you hear that, Fire Lord? Here, your father loves you. Angela laughed into her hand. Are you trying to antagonize her? Maybe you're right, but it'll be a long time before we are a big, happy family or anything. But it's a step in the right direction, Aang said. You told me once that your love for me helped you ward her away. Maybe your love for your family will do the same. It's worth a try, she said, as Appa let out a heavy snore. All this time, I've been using my mother as a shield from her rage. But maybe that was the wrong thing to do. I can't harm her, not physically. But I have to remind myself that I have what she lacks. She held Aang's gaze and he noticed the knowing and meaningful look in her eyes, and they smiled at each other. Zuko knocked at the door to announce his arrival and walked in with both Momo and Sabi on his shoulders, Sokka trailing behind him, both with dry hay in their arms. We came to feed Appa. Are we interrupting anything? Aang shook his head and flicked his fire toward the brazier on the wall, making the room brighter. Appa stirred at the mention of food, standing with such haste that it jostled Aang and Angela leaning against him. Not at all, he said. Appa looks hungry. While Appa happily munched at his meal and the lemurs joined him with nuts that Sokka fed to them, Aang and Angela stood and the silence dragged on with no one aware of how to fill it. How's Zhao? Aang asked. He's fine, said Zuko. Anyone see those freedom fighters yet? Sokka asked. I know he's sorta your friend, but Jet's not with them, is he? He wasn't, Aang said. He's still up north with Mai and even Ty Lee. When Iroh first told him that both Ty Lee and Haru had joined them going north, Aang didn't know how to take it. But he was glad they weren't alone. Smellerbee had still been beside herself with worry, though, even when Aang found her with Longshot. Did you guys get to talk with your dad? Sokka asked, upending the bag he brought to feed the lemurs to show them it was empty. Both looked disgruntled. Yes, Zuko said. No, Azula said at the same time. Kind of, they both responded together. But I did see Pakku, Zuko said, crossing his arms. His eyes wandered to the brazier. I told him about Yakone. He got quiet. He bunched up his shoulders. Then he walked away. I don't know what things will be like between us. It doesn't have to be anything, Aang said. We're allies in this fight, and he's trying to do better. But you don't need to be friends with him or anything. Sokka shared a glance with Aang. Do you two want some time alone? He asked Zuko and Azula. I'm okay, Zuko said. Me too, Azula added. She let out a deep breath. But, Zuzu, if you ever need to, I don't know, talk. Or anything. I'm here. Zuko smiled, and some tension seemed to leave his shoulders. Thanks. Same here. Zuko left shortly after that, and when he did, Azula leaned against the wall. This didn't end neatly, she admitted. How so? Sokka asked, without a tinge of sarcasm. I always thought it would be more final, somehow, she said, crossing her ankles. Meeting that monster again wasn't how I imagined it to be. Maybe it's because I wasn't the one to end it. Sokka put a hand on his hip. Well, here's my take on it, vengeance is a messy thing. Azula pursed her lips. What does that mean? Aang picked up Appa's brush and began working away at his knots. I think what Sokka means is, it's impossible to know how it's going to feel or how you'll react to it. After seeing you and Zuko, even saying Mua, I know how it drives people to do the things they do. There are times I wanted it against others too. It's easy to say it isn't right when it's not impacting you, personally. Yeah, more or less what I was gonna say, Sokka said. Maybe it's easier this way. You don't have to make that choice anymore. Aang held out his arm and Momo perched on it. But now that it's over you can look ahead, right? He asked. Azula stood up straight and smiled at Aang. Right, she said. I suppose it is. Sang Mu had come to know the Aniaktu Alchemical Institute well in her time researching the spirits and the barrier between this world and the spirit world, with the guidance of Nyoke and Nutta. It made it easy for her to find them and ask for their help. But when she went inside the institute and came out less than 10 minutes later, Sang Mu couldn't blame Iroh and Toph for their surprise. She found them again posing as an old traveler and his granddaughter, perusing the wares sold in the artisan's quarter. They had both stopped at a woodcarver's stall with a collection of statuettes on display. Iroh fawned over the sillier spirits and charms for good fortune while Toph admired the larger and more monstrous ones, but both turned away when Sang Mu approached. That was quick, said Toph. What happened? The princess is alive, she said in a hushed voice. But she's not here. She was taken to lands belonging to the Crab Spider clan to recover. Toph crossed her arms. Isn't that? It is, said Iroh, rubbing his chin. That's the same territory where our camp is. Hakata stood at an open portal in the walls of Winter's Heaven, embracing the cold as he gazed over the world below. Over his city. He'd made the gap in the wall with his own bending, a massive, yawning hole that made it seem as if the fractured, pitch-black sky would consume Winter's Heaven and everything in it. The cold helped to clear his mind. Only a few more distractions before his dreams could be realized. But first, tomorrow was his wedding day. Clouds passed over the moon, casting a shadow over Hakata, and when he turned back to the room, a spirit made itself known. It was a man with a long, serpentine body and no legs. In his arms, he held a long sword, but the naked steel was not bared at Hakata. His long, dark hair was pulled up in the Fire Nation style, and he wore a robe of white around his blue, scaly body. You're Seiryu, Hakata said. The cold moon itself, come to visit on the eve of my wedding. This world and the spirit world are joining as one, Seiryu said, his voice soft. Allowing the great Seiryu to cross over at his pleasure. It is nearly time again for my moon to ride across the sea of stars. Indeed it is, said Hakata. His fingers twitched. Why have you come? His lower half slithered across the ice, his movements languid. He bent to examine the sea creatures carved into the wall. Winter threw her lot in with the bridge between worlds. The night, with your counterpart in the north. Even the moon and ocean have involved themselves in mortal affairs for the first time in millennia. You could say I was inspired to do the same, as I once did with your arrogant ancestor. Hekada clenched his jaw at the implication that Arnuk was his equal, but he swallowed his pride and smirked. I'm listening. Chapter 21, The Puppet Master. Can I even start learning blood-bending without a full moon? Aang stood with Kunna and Sokka under a frigid sunset. Even with the sunlight, Aang barely derived any warmth from it, and he was not looking forward to training under the light of a waning moon. Spirits like kites or jellyfish, neither dark nor light, drifted by far above, and despite the cold he wanted to fly up there with Appa and see them up close. But there were far more important things happening. Within the snowdrifts that marked the boundaries of Camp Crystal, the plan to march to Aniakta had commenced. Earth Kingdom soldiers worked to load the war balloon baskets onto long sleds, and with supplies and provisions loaded onto wider carriers, they had made a caravan of sorts that brought to mind the sandbender merchants of Si Wong City. The only problem was a lack of methods to propel them all, but with their limited number of waterbenders, White Lotus-sourced mule mews, and a handful of buffalo yaks discreetly purchased from a nearby village, Aang hoped they would manage. Even Appa and Flopsy had harnesses hooked up to them, eager to help. They just had to make it to Aniakta to begin the invasion before they were discovered. Seiryo's moon was only days away, and Aang's battle with Hekada had to take place even before then. Not completely, Kunna answered his question, standing just a few paces away from him. Blood bending is unique among the bending arts. In virtually all other known forms of bending, the bender's power, their own inner strength and flow of chi, determines their capabilities. As I am sure you know, strength isn't everything, and oftentimes it is skill over brute force that wins the day. Can you tell me one of the key philosophies behind waterbending? It's using your opponent's strength against them, Aang said, thinking back to his previous lessons. Beyond their training space, he saw Teo panic as a pair of soldiers lugging a heavy war balloon furnace accidentally dropped it in the snow. Redirecting their strength and countering. Kunna nodded approvingly. Well done, Aang. But skill and technique can only get a bender so far against an opponent with vastly superior power, especially if they are a novice. Are you following me so far? Sokka paused in the sharpening of his machete. Like a seasoned warrior wielding a toy boomerang against another guy armed to the teeth. You might get a hit in, but there's only so much you can do against real, deadly weapons. Aang bit his lip, his eyes momentarily following the pair of soldiers with the furnace as they dropped it a second time before loading it onto the sled, this time on one of their feet. The soldier yelped and hopped on one foot while his partner laughed at him, and Teo looked ready to rip out his own hair. I think I get it, he said. Kunna folded her arms behind her back and continued. With blood bending, the bender needs to carefully balance their own power and precision. Too little power, and their victim will regain control. Too much power, however. And it goes to your head, Sokka finished for her. They say blood bending changes you. You're not supposed to have complete control over another person like that, and once you get a taste of it sometimes people can't stop. Like Yakone, Aang thought. But he left it unsaid, and he knew Sokka had the same thought. Or, I suppose even Katara in this world. Notice how I said victim rather than target of the ability, Kunna pointed out, her face set into a stern frown. In addition to what Sokka said, not only can too much power get to your head, but it can also result in horrible, violent outcomes. She paused, shaking her head. I would rather not go into detail, but if a bloodbender overpowers their victim so completely, it can result in a swift but painful death for the victim. Even if that is not your intention. I warn you of this, Aang, because as the Avatar you have more innate strength than others, and learning this ability may lead to unintended consequences. I do not believe any Avatar is meant to learn this art, but learning it is also your only defense against it. And I trust you not to abuse it. Aang gulped. I'm not asking this question because it is my intention, but wouldn't someone who uses blood bending prefer that outcome? The thought would never have come to him 3 years ago, but the gruesome truth that some people would use blood bending for its most dangerous utility was a fact that he had to confront. Kunna's expression didn't change. Anyone who is that much stronger than their opponent wouldn't think it worth the effort when it is easier to kill in other ways. Since the inception of blood bending, I know of only one occasion where bloodbending was used to such an end. She didn't elaborate on that occasion, and Aang didn't want to know. What about with the full moon? He asked. Or even worse, Seiryo's moon. Bloodbending hadn't been invented yet when Seiryo's moon was last in the sky, she said. But another unique aspect of bloodbending is that the full moon doesn't just grant power like it does for standard waterbending, it grants better control. That is why the rare few with the talent for bloodbending first begin to train under the full moon's light, practicing enough where eventually they won't need it. Most don't even have the power required to kill anyone with it, and I don't think anyone, even the Emperor with Seiryo's moon, would have more power than an avatar in that regard. That was a relief, but it brought him back to his very first question. What about me? What about now? If I need a full moon to begin practicing for better control, what do I do? Give me your hands, she said, holding her own out without her mittens on. Aang complied, but before he could place his hands in hers, she flicked her wrist and moisture from the air condensed to slice his finger. Ow! He exclaimed, as blood welled up in the shallow cut and dripped onto the snow. He had been starting to think that Kun Na's lessons compared to Katara's in terms of the positive reinforcement and questions to keep him engaged, but Katara never would have done that. What was that for? He was about to heal it, but she stopped him. Don't heal it yet, she said, as Sokka snickered. Try to use regular waterbending on your blood to staunch the bleeding. Once blood stops flowing, it begins to clot on its own, naturally sealing the wound. He scowled but did as she instructed. His finger throbbed as blood tried to pump out of the wound, but he focused on holding it still. Does this make me a bloodbender already? By the technical definition, I guess so, Sokka said. Don't worry, Gran did the same thing to me in my first lesson. It was through healing our wounded warriors coming home from the war that Hama first discovered bloodbending in her youth, Kun Na said. We were both healers together at the time, but she had always been frustrated by the wounds that our healing couldn't fix. For example, the ability to bend forms of water within other people, or even plants, had been known for quite some time. An uncommon and nasty technique was to bend the water within another person's stomach to make them feel sick. Or when someone is drowning, the best way to save them is to bend the water out of their lungs. The writings of a legendary healer from the north even discussed lowering the body temperature of her patients to prolong their lives in the field until a healer could give them proper attention. The other Aang's memories swam to the surface of his thoughts and he quivered. I think the waterbenders who attacked the air temples during Seiryo's moon used those techniques. But with one warrior bleeding out in front of her from his wounds that would not close, Hama ignored the advice of her peers, including even myself, I am ashamed to admit, when we told her he was a lost cause. When she realized she could bend the blood coming out of his wounds, she decided to expand on that knowledge and attempted to bend the blood still in his body to save his life. Aang hung on to every word. He never would have guessed someone like Hama would have had such a desperate hope to save a person's life. He had never met her in this world, but he found her to be terrifying in his. Did it work? He asked. Kun Na's answer was flat, even brutal. No, she said. It was not a full moon, and he had been weakened by his ordeal. Her first attempt at blood-bending had the unintended consequence of snapping the bones in his arm, and he succumbed shortly after. Aang promptly stopped bending the blood on his finger. His heart went out to this version of Hama, who fought so hard to save someone's life only to fail. He didn't know what to say. Once mastered, blood-bending can be used for healing wounds to that extent, Kun Na said, speaking with grave finality. But Hama wasn't ready for that. And neither are you. But it is critical that you know the importance of control. Without a full moon, we can start small, like with that cut on your finger, and work our way up. Aang nodded. Even after everything he had experienced, bloodbending was more terrible and more dangerous than he could have imagined, no wonder it was so rare. He and Katara had been so lucky to avoid the worst of it when they dabbled in bloodbending in his world. I understand. Please, tell me how I can counter Hakata or Katara's bloodbending. Sokka put his machete back into its sheath and stretched his fingers. This is where I come in, he said. It'll be good practice for me, too. There are two ways to defend yourself against bloodbending, said Kun Na. And both involve overpowering your foe, so simple, and thus it goes against the core tenets of waterbending. The first way is to bloodbend your opponent in return, but you are not at that level. The other way is to bloodbend yourself and counteract their attempts. But do it wrong and you can end up like that guy Hama tried to heal, said Sokka. He took a stance, a familiar one he saw on this world's Katara often, with his fingers splayed. Or worse. You ready? I'll start with one hand. Aang let out a deep breath. I think so, he said. The bleeding in his finger had stopped, but he still felt his finger throbbing as if his blood anticipated the upcoming loss of control. Just as they were about to start, a bird whistle echoed across the plains. Another whistle, much closer, answered it twice. A signal from the freedom fighters who went out with the scouts. Kemp Crystal had been discovered. In their days trapped on the iceberg, Mai had little to do and not many places to go. They had managed to carve through the thinnest parts of the ice to the open sky outside, but their tiny island of ice and snow had nothing they could use to escape. After 3 days, it felt crowded and uncomfortable and Mai almost felt ready to forsake a life with all civilization and become a hermit living in complete solitude if it meant getting a chance to leave this island and the people on it. If any spirits were listening, she would have taken that vow right then and there. She had a feeling that the spirits did listen, though. It stayed warm inside the ice, and it gave them time to rest and recover. Haru's fever had broken on the first night and he looked better and better every day. They had started eating through their rations and grew anxious about their dwindling food until fish hurled themselves from the sea and flopped onto the ice, startling Gashiun so much at one point that he slipped and almost fell right into the water. Driftwood, somehow miraculously dry, washed up in the night and they used that to start a cook fire despite knowing that the smoke potentially signaled their location from the shore. They even found sea prunes and seaweed that they used to make a stew. It wasn't much, and Mai didn't know how long it would last or how they were supposed to leave, but if the moon and ocean really did appear to Ty Lee, Mai knew they must have been the source of all this. But the new moon was due to approach again soon, and they had to find a way off this iceberg without freezing to death in order to stop Arnook. And with every day they delayed it was possible that Arnook's waterbenders would throw caution to the wind and risk the wild seas beyond the spirit portal to pursue them. If he truly did need you for his plan involving the Night Seer, Mai knew it was only a matter of time. As her thoughts wandered to Arnook and how to defeat him, her eyes fell on you. The princess paced around the icy chamber in a way that made Mai increasingly irritable. But it was Suki who spoke up first. Are you okay, you? You wrung her fingers. I don't know. I just feel restless, like we should be doing something. If you have any bright ideas for how to get out of here, I'm all ears, said Mai. I'm bored out of my mind. You shook her head, frowning, and went back to pacing. Ty Lee looked down the passage to the chamber where she had the visions. If only those 2 fish came back. I think they'd have all the answers. What about a plan for stopping Arnook? Jet asked. What if that night spirit gets involved directly? What'll we do then? Aang's not here with us, so we can't count on Avatar stuff. Haru slurped from his bowl of seaweed stew. We needed a spirit token to get by one of the Night Seer's ravens, right? Maybe there are other tokens like that. Spiritual items we can use to stop it or weaken them. Gashiun sat up from his pile of furs. Not a bad idea. The gods of the Si Wong Desert are said to have physical representations of their power in objects, maybe it's the same with her. Haru beamed. A little token like the one we stole from Han to stop the new moon? Jet asked, skeptical. Haru lowered his bowl. Not to stop the new moon, just whatever Arnook's doing. There's all the statues in the Aurora Gampa that people would pray to for favor from the spirits, said Suki, rubbing her chin. She looked at Haru and Gashiun with a grin. Maybe you 2 earthbenders could break them. Don't you break my statue there. I like it. The voice, deep and booming, came from directly behind Mai and echoed throughout the chamber loud enough to make all of them leap to their feet, Haru's wooden bowl of stew clattering to the floor. Mai's knives were in her hands and she was about to press her back against another wall when Jet pointed directly at her with his sword. Behind you. When she turned, she saw a monstrous, hairy torso sticking out of the ice that had a head with no neck. On reflex, she hurled a knife at it, but the creature sank into the ice as if it was intangible and her knife bounced harmlessly off the ice. "Oh, don't hurt it," said Yu, holding both hands over her mouth. She alone had not drawn her weapon. "I think that's a spirit. A benevolent one. Yes, don't hurt me." The booming voice rang out again. It stuck its head out of the ice again, tentatively this time, and looked around at them all. Its eyes were big and gave it the appearance of a fat, hairy baby. With a massive, meaty arm it scratched the top of its head. "I was sleeping. I didn't know a bunch of humans were here on my iceberg until Tui and La woke me up." Ty Lee stepped between Mai and the spirit, her eyes twinkling the same way they did when she saw something cute. "Sorry to intrude on your home, but we kind of had no choice. What's your name?" The creature didn't emerge all the way from the ice. "I'm Nuda. An iceberg spirit. Specifically, this iceberg. Not all icebergs have spirits nowadays, but mine's a really good one, don't you think?" "Great iceberg spirit," said Yu, and Nuda preened when you addressed him that way. "Was that truly Tui and La that we had seen? Can you please tell us where they are now?" He let out a deep, rumbling sigh that reminded Mai of Appa. Everyone always just wants to know about the ancient spirits. The elder spirits. I knew that was going to happen when I let them stay here on my iceberg after they left that oasis of theirs, and that humans were only going to come visit for them. I told my neighbors that. But I'm pretty old myself. I'm one of the great ice spirit Sedna's children, which means I'm descended from the great white tiger of the eastern wind. I bet you didn't know that. That is quite impressive, you said, but even Mai could detect a hint of impatience there. Ty Lee's admiration, on the other hand, looked genuine. "I can only imagine that you're very ancient, and very powerful and knowledgeable." Nuda looked smug. "Like I said, some even made a statue of me back at that temple of yours. But it's been a while since anyone left me any offerings. Do you know what happened to those humans?" "The night spirit took over," said Gashiun. "Can you tell us anything about her?" Nuda winced and quivered. No. Nothing. We stay away from spirits like that. Especially because she's the one who stole my mother's eye to observe the world. Who needs 3 eyes? Certainly one of the better things about having such powerful spirits like Tui and La here, it's good protection. Not that I'm not powerful or anything. Then how do we get off this iceberg?" Jet asked, but apparently his question was a little too urgent for Nuda's liking, and Jet widened his eyes. Not that we're in any hurry. It's, nice. Nice and icy. So we can go back and leave you some offerings at your statue," Haru interjected. "Clean it up, maybe decorate it a bit." Nuda clapped his hands together, almost giddy. "Really? Would you? If you're so tough, can you help us fight the Night Serer?" Suki asked. "We could use some help." Nuda spoke over her, evidently not hearing her question. "Well, it has been nice to have visitors, but I think it is time for you to go. The moon and ocean left my iceberg too, so I will be all alone again. What a pity. Good luck with your journey. I'll even call some goose spirits to fly you back." "Goose spirits?" Ty Lee asked. "Like Moose?" Jet shook his head. "No, he's got to mean a mongoose." "It's probably a goose snake," said Haru. No, said Nuda. "Just a goose. Or geese, I suppose. Now, off you go. They'll be right outside shortly. If you run into Tui and La, please remind them that my iceberg is uncomfortably close to all the danger, and now it has no defenses, other than me, obviously." "Obviously it's a desert goose dog," said Gashiun, surprising Mai by joining in on the debate. "Why would a desert goose dog be here?" Jet asked, incredulous. Mai was not about to waste any more time. "Who cares? We've got our ticket out of here. Let's go." "Bye, Nuda," said Ty Lee, as they all gathered their things. "Thanks for the help." "Even if you're afraid of the Night Serer," Suki grumbled under her breath. "He was so happy to get visitors until the moment we asked for some help." "It's okay," Ty Lee said, looking back at him one last time as they went outside onto the snow. The setting sun cast a golden light over the ice, making it shine. He was so adorable and cuddly looking that I didn't even mind. Maybe Aang would have been better suited to asking spirits for aid, but Mai wasn't going to stroke the spirit's ego by begging for his help. Massive bird creatures, mostly gray or white but with a shimmering quality to their wings that told Mai they were indeed spirits, flapped toward them and landed softly in the snow. They did have the beady eyes and black beaks of a moose, she supposed, and the long necks of a mongoose or goose snake, but the similarities ended there. They certainly honked like all of those creatures, too, and each one was big enough to carry a single rider. All of the spirits lowered their necks to accept their riders, and Ty Lee was the first to climb on. Yu gazed ahead at the mountainous shore, though, pausing at the edge of the iceberg. Mai and Suki looked at each other, and when Mai gestured with a nod toward Yu, pressing her to speak, Suki understood her meaning. "Do you have any ideas, Yu?" she asked. "I think Haru and Gashiun were onto something," she replied. "My father has always had that staff with him, ever since he started following the Night Seer. I wonder if that is the key to stopping her. And maybe we can do it without hurting my father. Maybe it's, I don't know, influencing him, somehow." "Maybe," said Suki, but she put a hand over her elbow and didn't look so sure. "He could even be damaged, like a dark spirit," Yu said. "Maybe we need to use earth spirit bending to cleanse the corruption. I'll speak with Gashiun, I think he can do it just like Nagi did." As Mai swung her leg around the goose spirit's neck, it continued to honk with all of the others. But she just hoped Yu's hesitations wouldn't get in the way of her mission. "Peaceful intentions?" Zhu Zhang asked, flabbergasted. "By Shu's Harry General?" Wu reprimanded. "There are children present." Beard. She finished. "Why would a clan approach us with peaceful intentions? How'd they find us?" "We wandered into the crab spider's web," said Kun Na, folding her hands neatly. They all sat in a hastily constructed round house of ice. Someone gathered wood and Aang started a hearth fire in the center, while a long table curved around the perimeter of the room. "I just hope our only choice isn't to be tangled in it." "Are we sure this isn't an attack?" Sokka asked. He and Aang had covered all of the sleds outside in a heavy tarp and layer of snow to hide them. But Aang wasn't sure how effective that would be. If anything, it might have drawn attention to the fact that they were hiding something. But it was all they could do on short notice. Seated at his side, Azula looked apprehensive. "Or a trap. According to our scouts, it's a small delegation and they are not coming from Aniaktu," said Wu. She wore heavier robes than usual and a fur-lined hat, and concealed her shivering hands inside her sleeves. "We must assume they are working independently from Hakata. But if we don't hear them out, there is a chance they could reveal our position to the Emperor, and our surprise invasion from the south will be in shambles." Of all the clan territories they could have landed Camp Crystal in, it had to be Hama's clan. Aang crossed his arms, not sure what to make of it yet. One of Oze's soldiers poked her head in to inform them that a line of sleds pulled by buffalo yaks entered the perimeter of their camp. Moments later, 4 people strode inside, 2 tall burly men with heavy jaws that looked like twins, followed by Hama with her hair in an elaborate style and heavy parka. And the last person Aang wanted or even expected to see, pushed by Hama in a sled that had long handles with her legs wrapped tightly in furs. The contraption made him think of a wheelchair. Katara. Hama was forgotten. He felt Azula tense beside him, felt them staring at each other in silence with a static charge connecting them. Katara narrowed her eyes just a fraction in something like complete disdain. After passing over Azula, she directed her gaze first to Sokka and then settled on Kun Na. There, they flashed with something like hatred, and it was that sudden emotion that made Aang remember to stand. As he did, he realized that both Azula and Sokka had stood, too. Sokka's voice shook, but it wasn't with relief. "You're alive." "Humiliated," she said. "And in constant pain." "But yes, brother. I'm very much alive." She looked back at Azula, who said nothing. "You 3 will stand down," Kun Na said to Aang, Sokka, and Azula, stern but not unkind. "This is a traditional water tribe commune for peace. Our brothers and sisters must be offered only hospitality." "Thank you, Kun Na," said Hama, as she moved to the opposite table. She inclined her head to the others. I am Matriarch Hama of the Crab Spider clan, and these two are my sons. I present to you Chief Ombo and his brother, Bolivik. Neither wielded weapons, but before Aang and the others came inside they were told weapons were forbidden in this kind of gathering. Good to see you, Auntie, grunted Chief Ombo, but it lacked any of the warmth Aang would have associated with such a title. After the rest of them made their introductions, Zhang was the first to speak. Only Katara didn't bother to introduce herself. How did you find out about us? She burst out, as if she had been waiting to ask from the moment they entered. You're in our land, said Hama. I don't know where you came from or how, but I know everything that happens here, every fox that burrows in the snow and hunter who poaches on our land, and we can only assume that you mean to attack Aniaktu. She let it hang in the air for a moment, the tension rising. It was Wu who broke it. And what do you mean to do about that? Hama raised a hand, palm up, and her fingers curled into a fist. We mean to join the winning side. Aang almost fell off the back of his chair. Of all things, he didn't expect that, especially not when she had Katara at her side. You want to join us? He asked. Why? The Empire is in disarray, said Hama. With half of its forces in the north, and you already passed our greatest defenses, defeating Hakata is within your grasp. Clans war with each other. Katara tells me the Wolverine Skunk clan assaults the lands around Aniaktu, keeping thinning Hakata's forces while they bleed each other dry. The Confederation of Kalus crossing huddles in their villages, living in fear of the spirits above and all around us these days, and will likely sit out the coming battles. And Hakata's greatest ally, the Buffalo Yak clan, is essentially leaderless with Cuskok and Bato dead. How are we supposed to trust you? Zhang asked, grimacing at the idea of allying with them. What do you gain, and what can you offer us? Hama smiled. You're shrewd. I like that. With this alliance, we gain security and keep our place in this society. Katara has been grievously wounded and disgraced, and has already tried to kill her father, so we cannot go back to Hakata. To you, we offer information and the strength of both the Crab Spider clan and the Wolverine Skunks under Katara. Are vague promises of information and strength all you can offer? Azula asked, her tone curt. Hama frowned. Or we could just let Hakata know exactly where you are, and doom your whole force along with us. You have little choice but to accept our helping hand. We've been backed into a corner, and we aren't happy about it either. She looked at Kunna and her eyes softened. Another hope we had was to enlist the aid of the greatest healer in the world, my old friend. Your granddaughter still has a long road to recovery ahead of her. Katara crossed her arms and looked away. Kunna looked between Zhang, Wu, Aang, Sokka, and Azula before looking back to Hama. How can we be sure you haven't already sent a messenger falcon to Hakata? She asked. You'd doubt me so? Hama asked, putting a hand over her chest as if hurt. You'd consider your oldest friend capable of such underhanded tactics? Yes, I would, Kunna answered bluntly. Hama threw her head back and cackled. Oh, you know me too well. But everything I said was the truth. We have nowhere else to go and nothing to gain by double-crossing you. Aang wished Toph was here to verify that, but she was still in Aniakta with Iroh and Sangmu and they hadn't received word yet, and he wasn't sure if she would be able to tell through the snow anyway. We'll need time to think on it, said Zhang. She pointed at them all. But in the meantime, you're not leaving our camp and you'll have eyes on you every second. I wouldn't expect otherwise, Hama said, bowing. We will leave you to discuss. One of her sons took the lead and the other took the rear while she pushed Katara out the door. Katara didn't look back at any of them, and it wasn't until after they left that Aang realized she had only spoken once. I don't like it, Sokka said, after they left. But Hama's right. We kind of don't have a choice. I suggest we proceed as planned, said Wu. And make sure they are kept in the dark about everything. Where we're going, how we're getting there, or how we plan to attack. What do you think, Aang? Kunna asked him. Aang sighed and looked at both Azula and Sokka, whose faces were unreadable and conflicted, respectively. I'm not sure if I trust either of them, he said. Not too long ago, I would have jumped at the chance for an alliance with Katara. But now it's complicated, right? His other self finished. I think we should keep going, he said, when no one else had anything to add. Their journey wouldn't be an easy one, especially after Kunna had told him what route they planned to take. We have to start moving or it'll be too late. It's time to head to the Howling Canyon. The sound of the wind whistling through the ravines gave the Howling Canyon its name. According to Kunna, local legends of hauntings kept people away from here, and it was considered so fearsome that it was said even spirits avoided this place. It was no great divide, but it was wide and deep enough to hide their whole invasion force, plus Hama's delegation. Aang couldn't see far in the night, but on the steep slopes of both sides he saw ice sculptures perched on them that looked vaguely human from far away. This is an ominous place, said Wu, walking beside Aang as they descended the slopes leading to the bottom of the canyon. As they went in deeper, the winds let out a high-pitched wail and Aang knew the name to be APT. Sadly, I don't think your capabilities as an avatar extend to spirits such as the ones said to inhabit this canyon. Can't some people become spirits when they die? Aang asked. The night felt darker as they went down. He watched Hama, ahead of him, carefully make her way around a patch of ice. Her son, Bolivik, pushed Katara now. I don't see how they're so unrelated. Spiritualists across the four nations have debated that since antiquity, Wu said. None have come to an agreement. That certainly happens to some particularly enlightened people, or vengeful souls who suffered violent deaths, but not always. Many don't even believe in ghosts, and consider them nothing more than angry nature spirits that you can find just about anywhere. But this canyon will lead nearly to Aniakta's doorstep, and if it is true that spirits avoid this place, our forces will be able to get there more or less unimpeded. The stories will work to our advantage. What's your stance on that debate? He asked, out of curiosity. I know the monks didn't really believe in ghosts. Wu weighed her answer. I believe some people choose to linger rather than continue to the afterlife, which happens to be contrary to the school of thought amongst Earth Kingdom sages. She shrugged and rubbed her hands together for warmth. But it's one of life's greatest mysteries, isn't it? I don't think anyone will ever truly know the answer. Wu walked ahead, leaving Aang to his thoughts. Azula replaced her shortly after, her eyes focused on Bolivik's back. Aang frowned. Are you okay? He asked. Need to talk about anything? Zuko's supposed to be watching Katara, but I don't see him, she said, scowling. It's fine, Aang said. I'm here, and Master Zhang Zhang, Sokka, and Nagi aren't far, either. But you're here too. And don't say you can't be trusted to keep an eye on her. I trust you. Azula's shoulders slackened. Thanks, Aang. She smiled. For the record, back in ancient times, like Uncle's childhood, it wasn't uncommon for my people to practically worship ancestor spirits. So I guess we have ghost stories at home, too. Once the supply caravan and all the soldiers made it down the perilous slopes to the bottom of the canyon, it was deemed safe enough to start more fires and make camp through part of the night. Appa and Flopsy took their well-deserved rests, especially as the former flew up and down to help transport supplies and soldiers to the bottom of the canyon. Here, more ice sculptures lurked in the shadows, giving them all the feeling of being watched. No one knew who had made them or how long they'd been here, but down where sunlight never touched it seemed like the only sign of time passing was their lack of distinct facial features, worn away by erosion like stone statues. Which somehow made them more unnerving. Aang and his friends set up their tents near Hama's delegation, which was in the middle of the Earth Kingdom soldiers and a handful of Daily. Even so, Katara managed to find some privacy just underneath the ice figure of a person twice as tall as them both. Aang had the impression that Bolivik left her near the canyon walls to keep her out of the way while they set up camp, and she sat in her toboggan and stewed. She caught him staring. Against his better judgment, he made his way toward her. Katara spoke first when he approached. No chains this time? She asked. I don't think it's necessary, he said, pulling his hat down further to cover his ears. You look at me differently, she noted as she looked up at him. He was brought back to that day in the tent at Ose's camp in Chameleon Bay. Back then, because of her chains, she had to look up at him too. What's the real reason you came to us? He asked. He was prepared to shout if she tried to bloodbend him. Why find us for help when we hurt you like this? Katara glanced toward the camp, as if searching for Azula. She told you the truth, did she? She betrayed and abandoned you. She tried to kill me while my back was turned. And still you consider yourselves the good ones. She turned back to Aang, glaring, and he recalled their conversation on Kyoshi Island, back when they had debated over whether the conquest of the water tribes was justified. Do you know what she did to me? You were shot with lightning, he said. And you survived. It happened to me once, too. I've got a huge scar on my back, and on my left foot, she said. She stared down at her hands. I wake up at night, convulsing like I did when she shot me. I dream about it, the white-hot bolt that feels like it's boiling my veins. And my left wrist and hand are still numb. She held up her left arm and wiggled her fingers. But at least I can move all my fingers. It's not like my legs. I don't feel them at all, and I can't move them. Hamma says I might be able to one day, with enough time. She clenched her hand so hard, her nails digging into her palms, that it must have hurt if it wasn't numb. Do you know how that feels? To have the ability to fight taken away from me? I hate it. She spoke without her voice shaking, it was so clear and so strong that Aang couldn't face her directly. Almost clinical, like she spoke about it happening to someone else. He lowered his head and said nothing. He had miracle water to heal his wounds. She did not. So you ask why we've come to you despite what your friend has done, she continued. Hamma said it best. But I have another reason. She looked at the ice sculpture looming above her. It was a figure that looked like it wore a parka with its furry hood drawn tight, an artistic rendering that made the person look bulky. Now that he looked closer, he couldn't tell if they were intended to have specific details or not. Do you think the ghosts of our past stay with us, Avatar? I do. Then you wouldn't find it so far-fetched to learn that my mother is still with me, she said, looking back at him. And for whatever reason, she wanted me to come find you. Aang let out a breath. Katara, that's not. It's not Mom. He didn't hear Sokka approach from camp until his footsteps crunched in the snow. His eye passed over her legs tightly wrapped in furs before settling on fixing Katara with his stare. Like I told you in the throne room, Mom's alive. I met her in person. She's been under the protection of a spirit all this time, and we can. She raised her voice for the first time, loud enough to turn more than a few heads from camp toward them. I don't want to hear it, Sokka. She winced and grabbed her head, her shoulders shuddering, and for a moment Aang thought she was crying until he realized they were involuntary convulsions. She took a deep breath and steadied herself with a pained grunt. I know she's with me. I feel her. You wouldn't understand. You're either lying or deluding yourself. I met her, too, Aang said, taking a hesitant step forward. Your mother is very kind. And she's safe, and I know she'd be overjoyed to see you again. But the voice you've been hearing, don't you get flashes, like memories that aren't your own? The only flashes I see are lightning when I close my eyes, Katara said. Aang shook his head. He wanted the Katara he knew to hear this. It's not like that. The person who's with you, she's someone very important to me. One of my closest friends. And I knew she has been with you for a long time now, that she'd be giving you strength and compassion even if you don't think you deserved it. I counted on that. I'm glad that, despite everything, you brought us together again. He smiled. I don't know what she might have told you, but I can promise you that she'd do whatever she could to help you. Katara, please, Sokka said, when she only turned her head away from Aang. It was as if she didn't want to see his smile. I know you don't have any reason to trust us, and frankly also the other way around, but give me the chance to bring you to Mom. When this is all over, we can go see her together. With Gran, too. I've heard enough from you, she uttered to them both without looking at them. Get away from me. Leave me alone. Sokka looked as if he was about to say something else, but Aang put a hand on his shoulder and shook his head. They'd said all they could, and if she didn't try to bloodbend them, Aang thought that was progress, however slight. My thought riding to battle on the backs of giant geese was perhaps the most absurd way to enter battle ever conceived of in history, and that was saying something since she had arrived at the North Pole with the aid of pirates who didn't wear pants. She wondered if she was doomed to see giant birds until the end of her days. She wouldn't have been surprised if the Night Seher was a giant raven as well. If anything, all signs pointed to it. A heavy sigh escaped as they flew across the dark ocean back toward Aurora Gampa, but at least the others seemed to be enjoying the flight. Countless ravens circled above the highest tower, so many in such a deep black that she could see them even with the night sky behind them. There was an uncomfortable lack of stars. The geese approached the monastery and landed in the shadows outside the torch flames lining the mountain pass. As they neared, the geese went mercifully silent as if understanding the gravity of the situation. Suki led the way, indicating a part of the mountain that led into the Hall of Records surrounding the inner courtyard. Together, Haru and Gashiun began tunneling into the side of the mountain, but to Mai it felt both slower and louder than their escape from here in the first place. "This rock is harder," Gashiun said, by way of explanation when he winced at one point. He shook out his hands, but Haru doubled his efforts as if to make up for his illness that prevented him from helping earlier. He used his mallet and fist together to pulverize the stone barring their path. They progressed in almost complete darkness. "What's our plan?" Suki asked. "We need to think of something before we get there. Mai and I can sneak through to the inner sanctum and separate him from his staff, but what about the rest of you?" "We can cause a distraction in the courtyard," Gashiun suggested. "Any plans we make tend to blow up in our faces," said Mai. "I say we just go in and fight our way to Arnook. You're all some of the toughest fighters I've ever seen." She couldn't see his face, but she could easily envision Jetsrai smile. "The brute force method? I like it. It's been appealing to me more and more," Mai admitted. They didn't have time for complicated plans. With the new moon approaching, their time was running out. Seirio's moon was an even worse deadline, just before that. "Besides, I have a feeling they know we're coming, anyway. And if we're going right into a trap?" Yu asked. "They won't hurt you, said Ty Lee. "They need you." "It doesn't mean I can't worry for the rest of you," she responded. "We're here," said Haru, breaking the final part of the stone that separated them from the monastery. It opened the way to a cavernous chamber lined with scrolls and relics, both water tribe and air nomad in its design. Each tumbling rock felt like a clamor in the otherwise empty chamber. "It's empty," said Jet, speaking the obvious. "Where is everyone?" "It's always empty," said Suki, and the smell of dust and other hints of negligence, snow rat droppings and gnawed pages, told Mai that was true. "Let's go." Yu led the way to the heavy double door and pulled it open as everyone drew their weapons. A burst of cold air and torchlight made them all briefly shield their eyes, but when Mai looked outside into the circular courtyard she saw exactly what she expected to see, Han and the other first spears surrounding the prayer mound in the center. The only problem was that there were more than she hoped. "You!" Han shouted, pointing at them as the door opened. The High Chief was right. Yu stepped forward as Haru and Suki flanked her on both sides. "Han, please listen to me. I know you have a good, noble heart. Please, direct your strength to defending your princess. I'm in terrible danger and could really use the help of you and the first spears." "Sorry, princess," he said, hefting his spear. "Our loyalty is to High Chief Arnook." Far above them, ravens caught and continued to circle, casting an even deeper shadow on the world below. But when they cleared to show the starless night sky, Mai gasped when she saw another dark shape, round, and barely visible. "The new moon!" Yu exclaimed, holding her hands over her mouth. "It's early." "But how?" Mai doubled over almost in pain as dread fell into her stomach like a heavy weight. They couldn't do this. They were hopelessly outnumbered. Their enemies would kill them, just like they killed Xiao and Lu Mao and all of her other warriors. Through her fear, she looked to her companions. Suki let out a shout of anguish and gripped her head. Jet had frozen in place with wide eyes. Haru sat on the ground and rocked back and forth. She heard a choked sob from Gashiun. Ty Lee alone seemed unaffected. Even Han and the other warriors dropped their weapons in panic, fear, and wails of sorrow. Yu shuddered as she stood in the center of it all, her blade lowered. Looking at Yu made her chest clench in agony. "What's going on?" Ty Lee asked, her voice high. She dropped to Mai's side. Mai, talk to me. What's happening? Han fell to his hands and knees. He shuddered, his fingers scratching against the rocky ground before his fists curled and he punched it instead. He shouted, almost a roar, and when he looked up at them and up at the new moon, his eyes had gone completely black. As if in a berserk rage, he launched himself at Yu, unarmed, and she only stood still in shock. Ty Lee was closer. She managed to wrap her arms around Yu's waist from behind and pull her out of the way of Han's path, but it left her own defenses open. Han barreled into her with animalistic rage, knocking her to the ground and pummeling her with kicks and scratches. Mai tried to force her limbs to move, to do anything to help, but she felt as helpless as she did when the water tribes invaded Ba Sing Se. She was paralyzed just as she had been by their sludge bombs. He gripped Ty Lee by the shoulders as if to slam her against the earth repeatedly, shouting all the while, but she managed to maneuver herself to kick him over her head. Han tumbled away, closer to Yu, and Yu had finally gathered herself enough to strike him. He made no move to dodge her strike as the blade cut across his torso, but it didn't slow him down either. He continued his attack as if he didn't feel it at all. Ty Lee! Yu shouted. Are you all right? I'm so sorry. I'm okay, said Ty Lee, and she sounded shaken, but Mai couldn't see her anymore to say how true it was. All of the other warriors in the courtyard had risen up in a chorus of shouts like Han's, overtaken with a battle craze that burned through them like fire. Many of them even turned on each other. What's happening? I think the new moon is making me turn everyone dark, just like KOH the face stealer made people turn light, Yu said, and even now Mai could hear the horror in her voice. She struck toward Han with the blunt end of her sword in an attempt to incapacitate him, but he gnashed his teeth and kept his distance. Everyone, I don't know how to control it. It's not just spirits anymore. I don't know what to do. The prayer mound opened. In a swirl of his mantle of black feathers, Arnuk emerged with his birch staff in hand. It had an eye marking at its head. This is the first step to our enlightenment, he said, arms spread wide. Seeing him, Mai felt white-hot anger sear her chest, as if burning away the dread she felt from Yu. Seeing him like this, exulting in the suffering of his people, made her want to see him die. Her knives were back in her hands before she even knew it. With Xiao and Lu Mao's names on her lips, she threw each knife and tried not to look at Yu. Her aim was true, but his staff deflected them both as if it was made of something stronger than wood. I see the deaths of all living things, he said to Mai, waving his staff. A gift from the Night Seer. And I know that I will live forever. As for you, I see a vision of your death here. From up high, a raven swooped down at Mai, and she saw it just in time for its wings to spread and encompass the night and everything she knew, and everything else in her vision went black except for Arnuk, who calmly walked over to her and pressed the tip of his staff against her forehead. They made camp only long enough for a light meal and quick naps, and then continued their journey through the Howling Canyon. Katara hated being confined to her toboggan, especially when one of Hama's sons nearly made her slip and fall off a ridge. Only her timely waterbending saved her life when she managed to freeze herself in place before she fell. But she wasn't the only one. One of the Earth Kingdom soldiers fell and broke his leg, and another got spooked by one of the ice sculptures when he claimed it moved, and in his hurry to get away he knocked a supply sled over the edge. Katara believed in ghosts. But she knew her father didn't, and doubted the effectiveness of this plan. But she also knew that both of them were well acquainted with the fears of others, and knew the nonsensical things they did in order to shut their eyes away from those fears. Perhaps Heikata would assume most would be too afraid to traverse this canyon. This journey reminded her a little of her disastrous attempt to conquer Ba Sing Se through the catacombs with the way everyone acted. Late into the night, they stopped again. Katara refused to sleep. Hama came to find her, hobbling away from the warmth of the campfire to heal Katara in the shadows away from everyone else. Her privacy was only an illusion, as she knew several people kept watch on her more than even their surroundings. A woman your age should stay by the warmth, Katara said without looking at her, knowing full well Hama never had much warmth in her heart for as long as Katara knew her. As should you, princess, said Hama, kneeling next to her. I've only ever known this blasted cold. Hama insisted on calling her that even though she'd long since been disgraced. Katara unwrapped the furs and bandages around her legs, not even feeling the sting of the cold on them. She hated it. "You'll be better soon," said the voice. "Healing is as much a matter of mindset as anything else. And you'll be better once Gran looks after you. If Sokka's telling the truth, what are you, if not my mother?" Katara asked. The voice paused. She could feel the other's hesitation. "It's not easy to explain. You should talk to Aang." Katara ignored that conundrum for now. "Any word from the Wolverine skunks?" "Nothing since the eclipse," said Hama, melting the snow to coat her hands in water. Katara had come to despise the gentle ringing sound of healing ever since her injury. "They continue to run wild through the lands of Hakata's allies. From what I hear, the fighting is fiercest in Narwhal clan lands. Chief Sayuk is putting up quite the fight." Katara tried to wiggle her toe. It didn't move. "He would. Chief Gilak struggles with them too," Hama went on, her hands passing over Katara's knees. Even Katara could feel how blocked her chi paths were. She felt as lifeless as the ice sculptures dotting the canyon. She wanted to break them all. "He burrows deeper into his hole, but we'll rip him out. At least until the Wolverine skunks respond that they have received the command to reroute their forces to Aniaktu. In the time it takes Hakata's allies to lick their wounds, we'll have the city." "Katara, Hama, can we talk?" Over the bellowing winds, Katara didn't hear the new person's approach. Her brow furrowed when she recognized the voice, and a hot brand felt like it dropped into her stomach. The voice in her head, whether it was her mother or not, tried to soothe her, but Katara pushed it away. Hama had been distracted by her work and looked up at the arrival. A brief scowl passed over her face before she leveled it. "Kunna," she said. She stood and turned Katara to face her grandmother. "I was willing to play nice in the name of our little alliance, but what reason could you have for coming to find us?" Kunna stood almost meekly, with her mitts joined together in front of her. "If we are to work together, I wish to make amends. Hama, there's no need for this bad blood between us anymore. And Katara, if you only knew the depths of my guilt regarding your mother." Katara cut across her, her temper flaring. "Is it true? That you were the one who conspired with my father to remove her from the picture?" Kunna put a hand over her chest, stunned. "What? No, that isn't how it happened at all. I learned what happened that night," Katara said, clenching the furs draped over her. "I know what you did. You can't lie to me. Didn't Sokka tell you?" she asked. "Your mother is alive." Hama shot a glare at Kunna. "What proof do you have of that? This poor child lost her mother and you deflect the blame. She told me what you did. And here I thought I was the schemer of the two of us." Katara bristled at Hama's choice of words, but said nothing. She hated how condescending it sounded, and how helpless it made her feel. Kunna shook her head. "It's not like that. Please, Katara, listen to me. Your mother and I only ever wanted to protect you." "Katara is with me now, Kunna," said Hama, standing nearly in front of Katara. Almost protectively, or possessively. "She is my student. I made her into the person she is today." Katara grit her teeth to prevent an outburst. How dare she make such a presumptuous claim? "I am who I am because of my own choices. My own triumphs. My own mistakes. Right now, I've had enough of you both," she said. "Leave me at once." Hama looked stunned at her order, but decades of maneuvering the courts of Aniakta kept her in composure. She bowed her head. "As you command, princess." Both women departed. Kunna just looked sad. Katara pulled her furs back over her legs and crossed her arms with only the raging winds and silent sculptures for company until not even minutes later another person trudged through the snow toward her. As soon as she saw who it was, she seethed. "Get away from me. I'm not in the mood." "What?" said Azula, standing over her with unflinching steadiness. Despite the lightness of her words, they lacked any levity. "No kind words after everything we've been through together." "I know she hurt you," said the voice. "But she wasn't in control. I know it wasn't her. I know that Aang and the others trust her, and that's good enough for me. I don't care, Katara said, to both Azula and the voice. Her back burned and her muscles in her upper body tensed so much it was painful. I hate you. I hate you for what you did to me. You're despicable and cowardly and weak. I'd kill you for it if I could get away with it right now. But I bet you feel good standing over me like that. I don't feel that way, said Azula, spreading her arms to leave herself open. She didn't have the smirk she usually wore, like something about the situation amused her. There was no glint in her eyes that told Katara she was planning something she could never figure out, either. I thought I hated you too. But why haven't you tried to kill me? I'd have thought you would. What would it accomplish? Katara asked, looking away from her. Your dear avatar would get retribution. And there are others I want to kill more than you right now. You'll get your turn. For what it's worth. I'm sorry, Azula said, and the weight in her words carried through the wind. I'm sorry for what I did. That wasn't my intention. Liar. Katara spoke so low that she wasn't sure if Azula could hear her. Get away from me. Go away right now, as if your life depended on it. Azula didn't move immediately. Go. Katara didn't look at her as she departed, too. Once she was alone again, Katara punched the air and pulverized the closest sculpture to dust with a helpless shout of anger. The shout turned to a wail when her head burned and her limbs convulsed with pain, and when the tears started falling she sobbed alone under the crescent moon. Everything was gray. The only sounds were her footsteps across the shallow water. She wasn't sure if there was a floor of any kind, or if the water itself was dense enough for her to walk over. It wasn't even deep enough to reach the tops of her feet. But she couldn't see anything around her other than distant mist and endless darkness. Her only companion was a fish that drifted alongside her, floating near her shoulder as if swimming through the sky as she walked forward. She couldn't remember why she had started moving. Mai knew she had a name, and that she was supposed to have weapons. But she had no possessions here. Where am I? She asked. Is this the spirit world? The koi fish, black with a white spot on its head, responded to her. It didn't move its mouth, and she felt its meaning rather than understood its words. It is something beyond that. Oh, she said. You're the ocean spirit, aren't you? Why are you here? And where's the moon? Tui clashes with night, but she is close to being overwhelmed. I came to protect you. Only the truly ancient ones of our kind can come here. And where is here? She asked again. She sighed when it didn't answer. Whatever. Why protect me? What's so special about me that you'd come to this place that other spirits can't go to? It is not yet your time. The Night Seer's power is at its strongest here. She has claimed you. So I'm dead. A wind from no discernible source swept through the void, and the chill of it made her flinch. The water under her feet drained away all at once and the ocean spirit vanished. Mai, said a formless voice, echoing all around her. That was Xiao's voice, one of her warriors. It's your fault we died. You led us into the war, said another voice. Lu Mao. She saw them. Crescent Island formed out of the darkness, and she saw them training on the beach. Another one of her warriors, Yuna, appeared at Mai's side. We were just children. What kind of captain are you? We were content to stay and protect our home and traditions. Mai folded her hands in her sleeves and lowered her head. The sun felt so real, the waves brushing against the sand bringing her back better than she thought her memories could. She could even vividly smell Yuna's hibiscus perfume. I know I failed. Xiao threw a knife at a wooden post, striking it with perfect aim. We died protecting you, Captain. Was that good enough for you? Always hard to please. Don't know why they made you our captain, said Lu Mao, stuffing his hands into his pockets and hunching his shoulders. You're barely older than we were. Mai stepped back toward the black void. I did it because I had to. I'm sorry. They faded away and she was alone again. She heard a cough. A sound she instantly recognized as her mother's voice. Because you had to, you say. Where was that sense of duty to your homeland? When she turned toward her mother, she was back in her bedroom. Mai found herself laying across her bed, tossing a knife into the wooden wall. Her mother's stern face was set into a grimace once she saw what Mai did to the wall. Tom Tom wriggled in her arms. Her father, Yukino, appeared at his wife's side. I'd never understand how someone so lazy could be appointed leader of our prestigious warriors, he said. Avatar Roku would be disgusted at how you left our island to pursue your fancies. Once you left, the water tribes came back. They killed us, Mai, said her mother. They slaughtered your little brother. Mai stopped throwing her knives. Her breath hitched in her throat. No. You left us defenseless. Her bed vanished from under her and she fell through the darkness. She felt weightless, like she could keep falling for an eternity. Is this what death was? Forever suffering, an infinite reminder of her mistakes. Her failures. She deserved this, she supposed. In this place beyond the spirit world and physical world, she would plummet forever. In your pursuit of mindless vengeance you left us. That voice belonged to Azula. But Mai couldn't see her. She landed softly on her feet in a crouch, but when she stood up straight she saw Zuko in front of her. Zuko, of all people, didn't need to be here. He stood far away. We failed our mission, Mai, he said. His voice sounded distant and garbled. Because you went to the North Pole, we lost. The Emperor killed Aang. Killed me. I thought you cared about me, Mai. I do care about you, she said, stepping toward him. A lot. Then why haven't you been thinking about me at all? You've been on my mind the whole time we've been separated. It distracted me when it mattered most. Then another voice rang out that she didn't recognize. Aren't you cold? I'm lost, she said. She still saw Zuko, but no matter how much she ran toward him he seemed further away, disappearing into the darkness like a lantern being snuffed out. I don't know where I am. I don't want to be confronted with everything I've messed up. All the people I've lost, all the people I've loved. I can't see them here. Not like this. She fell to her knees and choked out a sob. She hated how it made her sound. I didn't mean to leave my family alone. I wish I could change it all, save all the warriors who relied on me to keep them safe. I wish I could change my mind and go with Zuko and Aang and Azula. I'm so alone. I just asked if you were cold, said the voice. Now she recognized it. It sounded just like her own. I didn't ask for your whole life story. Mai's eyes widened and she spun to look behind her, but there was no one there except for Ty Lee. She wore her salmon-colored parka. Look what you did, Mai, she said, as if reprimanding her. Now we're all down here. All because I couldn't get you to change your mind about Arnook. Killing him wouldn't have accomplished anything. It wouldn't have brought any of us back. That's all your own fault. Mai sat down with her legs folded under her. You're not wrong. Vengeance on Arnook would accomplish nothing. I guess he'd become a martyr or something. It wouldn't stop the water tribes because another chief would just rise up to take his place. I told you that once, said Jet, appearing at Ty Lee's side. You'll never find the real culprit for who killed your family and friends. So why bother? It was you who did it. You and your own actions. So that's why you deserve to stay here, said Haru. Right here with us. Because you killed us, too. Mai furrowed her brow and shook her head. The voice that sounded so much like her own had jolted her as if waking her from a trance. But you three aren't dead. That I know. I saw you just now at the Aurora Gampa. You were in pain, and you almost turned you dark. But you were still alive. Is that what happened to me? Did I just lose my mind and become corrupted by the Night Seer's darkness? Ty Lee, Jet, and Haru blinked away. In their place, she saw Zuko again. No, Mai, he said. You've really died. Just like Ty Lee and the others. Just like me, Aang, and Azula. You're wrong about them, Zuko, she said, standing. She put a hand on his cheek and smiled. Around them, the darkness took shape and formed her old dojo. They stood there together as they had when she first trained him. Then she saw him at Sanctuary Gate, when they reunited. And finally in Ba Sing Se, at the water fountain and the paper lanterns that drifted in the night sky overhead. I know Ty Lee and the others are still alive. I know they're still fighting. And I know you are, too. Because you never give up. He looked at her with something like pity. She supposed she ought to grieve, but couldn't find it in herself to mourn her own death. What'll you do now? He asked. I could stay here with you, she said. It would be a pretty lie and an easy death, I suppose. Maybe I deserve worse. The voice, her voice, echoed faintly. There is no fathoming the depths of my hatred for this place. You'd hate it here? With me? Zuko asked. Apparently, he heard the voice too. He lowered his gaze, crestfallen. She kissed him. He even had the warmth of the real Zuko. No, she said, when she pulled away. Never with you. But I don't deserve a pretty lie and an easy death. I have to keep on fighting. Zuko fell away, and so did the fountain. She saw a white dot in the distance before she realized the ocean spirit had returned to her. You have made your decision, it said. It took me a while to even realize there was a decision to make, she responded. It turned away from her, swaying as it led her through the void. There is always a choice. And your choices have led you here. I have found your salvation. Her salvation was a tiny, flickering flame. It looked to be made of pure gold, almost blinding in its radiance compared to the darkness around it. The ocean beckoned to her with its tail. It is a gift. Only human intervention can purify dark or light spirits. With this flame of rebirth, you will fight back, as you have chosen to. A gift of flame from an ocean spirit. She asked, and she couldn't help the right tone of her voice. You are a daughter of fire, the ocean responded. I have done all that is in my power to prevent your loss to the flow of this place. You may not bend the elements, but with the world as it is now, this flame has presented itself to you. It is not a gift from me. Use it before it dies again, fading to an ember. Mai didn't realize how cold the void was until the flame appeared. Giving one last skeptical look to the ocean spirit, she extended a hand toward the golden fire. Katara finally tried to get some sleep, but the wind battered her tent and the cold left frost on her pillow. After what felt like hours where she could only stare in the flickering shadow cast by her lantern, she crawled out of her bedroll and dragged herself out into the cold and the snow to her toboggan. It was slow and humiliating, but once she secured herself to it she was able to slide across the snow. Careful not to step outside the boundary of camp lest the Avatar's little sentinels try to stop her, she found a jagged outcropping of rock and parked her toboggan there. Whenever she couldn't sleep, she turned to waterbending. It calmed her. Helped her focus. She sometimes felt as if she poured her thoughts and feelings into the streams of water coiling around her and let them wash away. Maybe after this she would even work on healing herself. Just like me, said the voice, and as soon as it spoke her water splashed into the snow. The thought was accompanied by a memory of dancing under the moonlight, walking across the water like a spirit with a wide straw hat and veil. You were never a waterbender, she said. I don't care what the Avatar says. Whoever you are, I refuse to think one of his friends is stuck inside my head. She heard a crunch in the snow just around the outcropping and with a flick of her wrist she propelled herself forward to get line of sight on her eavesdropper. When she saw the two hulking forms of Ambo and Bolivik, she reached toward them and clenched her fists. They stopped in their tracks before they could run. What are you doing spying on me? We weren't spying. Bolivik protested. He was always the one with looser lips. Mother asked us to look after you. She was worried. She twisted her wrist just enough to make them both look her in the eyes. Did she? What, does Hama think I'm too weak to look after myself now? Not at all, Princess, Ambo grunted. His heavy cudgel fell to the ground. Let's pretend there's a chance she really did have good intentions, Katara said. For just a moment. That leaves us with two options. She sent you two to spy on me because she doesn't trust me, or to watch over me because she doesn't think I'm able to look after myself now. But whichever one you think it is, we all know what she really intended. Both answers make me mad. She left them there for a moment, taking pleasure in watching them squirm, before she let them go. They both fell to their knees. It wouldn't do for one of the lookouts to spot her using her bloodbending. Go find your dear old mother and tell her I demand she comes to see me. Her breaths came heavy as they scrambled off to obey her. She tried to calm herself, gripping the edge of her toboggan, before the flashes at the backs of her eyes could make her lose control and go into another fit. She hated the idea of those two witnessing her talking to herself. She didn't have to wait long for Hamma to arrive. Katara found a momentary satisfaction in the fact that she looked humbled, but that quickly vanished when Hamma didn't bow in her presence. She didn't bow every time she approached Katara, but she felt that this time it was pointed. "You don't trust me," Katara said, keeping her hands at her sides. "You can't afford to make any more enemies. Your only friends aren't here. Just be careful what you say, okay?" "Katara, you're not well," Hamma said, more blunt than she expected. "Your ordeals have taken a toll on you. You know I care for you like my own granddaughter, and I only want what is best for you. I feel it is you who is losing trust in me." Katara scowled. "Why should I trust you when you send people to spy on me?" Hamma narrowed her eyes. "What else am I supposed to do, Katara? You think of it as spying, I say I am ensuring the future of this empire. And that future is you." She felt a twinge in her numb wrist, like needles digging into her skin. "Are you trying to use me?" she asked. "Your family was never powerful. You've always had to grovel and scheme and claw your way to power and wealth. Is that all I am to you, Hamma? A way for you to keep climbing?" To her credit, Hamma looked horrified at the accusation. But she was always known for her acts. "How could you say such a thing? After everything I've done, everything I've taught you." She stepped forward. "You need me now, Katara. More than ever. Now that the Wolverine Skunk clan knows of your predicament, they won't ride to your aid." Katara clenched her fists. She couldn't even feel the cold around her anymore. More betrayals. Always more betrayals. She shouldn't be surprised anymore that Hamma had told the Wolverine Skunks about her injuries. "So that's it? You're only helping me, trying to make me heal, because the way I am now is useless to you? Or is it just that I lost my fangs and I'm easier for you to control now?" That second option had only just occurred to her, and she didn't know which was worse. Hamma had the look of a weaver whose threads had unraveled, her year-long project falling to ruin. The wind of the howling canyon roared around them, whipping dusty snow at their faces. "You don't know what you're saying." Katara raised a hand and each flake swirling around them halted in midair. The wind continued. "No, now I see with more clarity than ever," she said. "I can't trust you. I can't trust anybody. I can only trust myself. You're leading yourself down a path where you're going to keep losing yourself." She pulled the pelts off of her lap. Focusing on the blood rushing through her veins, especially to the places she could no longer feel, she held a hand over her legs and watched them shift to the side. Though her movements were shaky, she used blood bending on herself to climb out of the toboggan and stand to face Hamma. "I don't care where this path takes me," Katara said. "As long as it's my own." The snowflakes, frozen in midair and twinkling under the dim moonlight, all swirled and converged back together to an ice spike that she hurled directly at Hamma. Gashiun breathed heavily, pressing himself back against the door to the Chamber of Records. What was he even doing here? He didn't sign up for this all-out battle with Arnook's warriors and the personification of night itself. This was crazy. Now he was going to become a mindless and ravenous monster just like Han. As soon as you had told him Nagi was safely out of the spirit world, he should have left the North Pole right then and there. But according to you, Nagi was fighting. And she was helping the Avatar. And a little part of him, the voice he heard in his head, wanted him to do that, too. Something about making up for stupid mistakes. But Gashiun didn't know what that had to do with him. He kept quiet about it in their time on the iceberg. None of the others seemed to hear any voices, so he wasn't about to bring up his. After the initial change, they kept their distance from you. Gashiun didn't know if distance had anything to do with it, but he was able to fight off the monstrous change that came over Han and the others. The others did it with varying success. Ty Lee was the only one completely unaffected, weaving through their enemies and disabling any who came too close to the others with their guards down. Jet fought it off. Haru and Suki seemed to struggle more. And Mai. Mai fell to the ground, and he wasn't sure how or why or what did it to her after she threw her knives at Arnook, and it didn't look like she was breathing. Haru slammed his hands into the ground with a shout not unlike Han's roars, making the whole courtyard rumble. Gashiun was one of the few who kept his footing, and used the opportunity to divert Han away from Haru's back with rocks and dust, but that resulted in Haru turning to face Gashiun, and Gashiun wasn't prepared for that. "Come on," he said, and he couldn't avoid the almost whiny tone of his voice. Why did everything have to spiral so far out of control? Haru joined both fists together and slammed them into the ground, gouging the rock underneath them in a path that led to Gashiun. He dodged out of the way, but before he could retaliate he had to somersault out of another attack. Haru came at him furiously, without thought or strategy or pause, and Gashiun did everything in his power to block the onslaught. Rocks fell on him from above, either dislodged from Haru's attacks or done on purpose, and Gashiun pulled a shelf out from the wall to defend himself from it. "What's gotten into you?" Gashiun asked through grit teeth. "Why was I able to fight it off but you couldn't? You had conjectured earlier that her father was possessed by the dark spirit." She told him of some healing ability, something she called earth spirit bending, and explained that Nagi figured out how to do it. What was he supposed to know? Why did she think he could do it, too? He pulled himself up and around the shelf he had created and climbed up the wall around the courtyard, giving him space from Haru. "Haru. Whatever imbalance came over you, you've got to resist it." Haru was about to strike him up on the wall, but Jet leapt at him from behind in a flying kick. It knocked Haru down on the ground face first. "I think he's dwelling on something he wasn't telling us about," he said, holding his swords ready. "I was, too. When I looked at you before, I remembered all the pain I've ever gone through in my life. The family I lost to those pirates. But I reminded myself that the captain is gone now. He'll never hurt me, or anyone else, ever again. I'm free of him." Gashiun didn't know enough about Haru. Didn't know what he could say to help him draw on the same inner strength Jet did. He wondered if he did the same without realizing it. Did Haru really suffer that much about something, and keep it all bottled inside? Gashiun didn't know why, but he wanted to know. And he wanted to help Haru conquer it, to help him without a second thought like Haru did for everyone else. Haru pushed himself up, throwing himself at Jet barehanded, but Jet caught his wrists and held him at bay. "Listen to us, Haru," Gashiun said, lowering himself down to the ground again. He slowly approached them both while the battling and shouting continued all around them. "I don't know what's bothering you, but you have to beat it. We're counting on you. For some reason, you's expecting me to cleanse this darkness from everyone, but I don't think I have it in me. It has to be you." Jet strained against Haru's strength, but then Haru pulled away from him, snarling. He pushed against them, pulling up a block of stone from the ground and sliding it at them both. Gashiun skated in front of Jet and chopped it with his elbow, dispersing the attack. Jet uncrossed his blades. "Come on, buddy," Jet said. "We're your friends, aren't we? After all we've been through." Haru stood there, his breaths rapid, but when he didn't attack again they began to calm as he stared Gashiun straight in the eyes. Under his feet, the ground began to glow a vivid green, taking the shape of undergrowth, and the light spread to encompass his whole body. Gashiun had never seen anything so incredible. When the light faded and the phantom undergrowth dispersed into glittering stars, Haru's shoulders slumped and he let out an exhausted sigh. "Thanks, guys," he said. "I kind of lost sight of myself. But you helped me find that light again." Gashiun's stance slackened. "You understood Yu's earth spirit bending explanation." He shrugged. "It made sense to me." Gashiun gaped, but gathered himself and focused on their surroundings again. Ty Lee faced Suki over Mai's still unmoving body. A weight dropped into his stomach when he thought he saw tears streaming down her face. Yu stood in the middle of the courtyard, near the prayer mound, and fought her way to her father's side. Gashiun exchanged a look with Jet and Haru. Jet went to aid Yu while Haru and Gashiun made their way over to Spirit Ben Suki. "Father!" he heard Yu shout. "This has to stop. Please, I beg you." Arnook raised his staff up high, circling it along with the pattern of ravens above. You don't understand, my daughter, he said. All I want is to defend what is left of my family. The Night Seher has promised me that not only can she give us the power to win this war, but she can also return your mother's soul to me from the depths of her domain in the beyond. She and I can be spirits together, with life everlasting, and the Night Seher will make you strong. You've always been weak, ever since you were a baby. You reached her father. The Night Seher is darkness. That's all she is. Ty Lee said, she's a being of contradiction. That she was created from an ancient spirit of destruction who sought to preserve a part of himself, as his adversary did. She shouldn't exist. She doesn't want the water tribes to win this war, she has just been using you. She wants to cover our world in an eternal night. If she uses that bit of life she imbued in me, I'm afraid. I'm afraid of becoming her vessel in this world. You say I'm a puppet dancing at the end of her strings. She is the salvation of our family and our people. He stared at her, halting in the movement of his staff. And you're already her vessel, you. You will be safe. So, you really haven't gone dark. Her words were so low Gashiun almost couldn't hear them. You yelled, all composure lost, and she swung her blade toward her father. His staff came up to block the attack, and despite being made of wood it defended him. Gashiun saw Jet behind Arnuk, hurling a warrior out of his way and leaping up with both of his hook swords ready to come down on the High Chief. Something pulsed from you and the staff, shoving Jet backwards. The air looked as if it shattered, dark veins surrounding you like a net. She let out a shout that sounded both pained and mournful, her hair darkening and head thrown back, facing the sky. Wild winds surged around her, a pure spiritual power, and she hunched forward, groaning. Arnuk took a step back from her, a euphoric smile across his face, and Gashiun knew right then and there that there was no way he would see reason. Enormous wings, black like a raven's, but somehow spectral and unlike real wings, sprouted from Yu's back. They flashed into existence for only a moment before fading. Gashiun thought he had imagined them. But when Yu stood up straight again, he knew it was no longer her. Arnuk knelt. The moon and the ocean thought they could delay you, he said to Yu's feet. But they are insignificant now. How does it feel to walk upon this world for the first time in history? Gashiun had been attempting to restrain Suki with his earthbending so Haru could cleanse the darkness from her, but Ty Lee fell to her knees and sobbed. My. Yu, how did this happen? I can't see Jet anymore, Gashiun said, looking into the melee around the prayer mound. This is bad. Really bad. Haru looked down at Mai as she lay face up, her eyes closed. She still hadn't moved, and now Ty Lee pressed her face into Mai's shoulder. Haru looked stunned. No way. Is Mai really? Little help here. Gashiun said. Somehow, Suki had enough strength to break through the bonds Gashiun put around her hands and feet, falling into a feral stance. Haru, I'm sorry, but I need you to focus. Haru clenched his hands and tore his gaze away from Mai. Right. When the green glow rose from Suki's feet, Gashiun also saw Mai's hand move. He was about to tell Ty Lee that, but then her eyes opened. Mai looked down at her friend sobbing into her shoulder. You know I hate hugging, Ty Lee. This, kind of falls under that. Ty Lee looked up at her with a gasp, eyes wide, and when Mai started to sit up she threw her arms around Mai's shoulders. Mai sighed. She felt exhausted, but she couldn't help but smile and patted Ty Lee's back. Sorry about all that, she said. She meant it, too. The world felt cold again, but it wasn't the unnatural cold she felt in that dark void. This was real. This was life. And now, that same life was in her. Something both cold and warm, a golden flame that felt like a song. Not that she would burst out singing or anything. No matter how full of life she felt, that would never happen. She gently pushed Ty Lee away and rose on shaky feet. The golden flame she'd taken inside of her felt a familiarity to something in Ty Lee, like a long-lost friend. She had to put this gift to use. The moon and the ocean were still fighting, somewhere both here and there, in ways she could never perceive. And it wouldn't end until Mai ended it. She walked to the center of the courtyard, toward the prayer mound where Arnuk knelt to Yu. But that wasn't you right now. The real you was still inside there somewhere, presumably fighting her own battle. Mai had never been a firebender. And she felt pretty confident that despite whatever gift she'd been given, she never would be one. But somehow she knew what to do. Fire spirit bending was a little different from the other spirit bending techniques. While the others brought balance to spirits, people, or places, fire instead burned away all impurities. She knew this would be able to outright banish spirits back to the spirit world, whether they possessed a person or not. It also had other traits, ones she would have to leave to others to discover. Yu's back was turned to her. As if sensing her approach, Yu turned, but before Mai could see her face, she held out a hand and let out a breath instinctively, and golden fire erupted around Yu. It swirled in a vortex that towered to twice their height. Arnook scrambled back, shouting out in alarm, but Mai didn't pay him any mind. Instead, she gazed into the fire. She thought she saw visions of the other Roku warriors among the flames, and when the fire burned away she felt a little bit of her grief go with it. Not much, but it was something. Yu stood, unburned, swaying on her feet with her eyes closed. Once the fire dissipated, Suki and Ty Lee ran to Yu's side, catching her before she fell. A dark shape darted straight up into the sky. A shadow that left Yu's body. At the same time, the ravens circling overhead dove down toward them, toward Arnook specifically, as he looked at Yu, horrified. He paid no mind to the ravens that engulfed him, and Mai was the only one who didn't look away when she saw his silhouette shrink down and become part of the mass of birds, an everlasting shadow and servant of the night Seher. When the cawing stopped and the ravens flew away, the only thing left behind was Arnook's staff. He got what he wanted, Mai said, but she felt no sadness or joy in it. The warmth she felt at her core had faded, but somehow she felt that a tiny golden flicker still lingered. She walked over to Arnook's staff, knife clutched in her hands, and brought it down on the leather drum at the top for good measure. Her knife easily pierced the leather, and when it did, she heard a gasp from behind her. It was Yu, and all of her comrades gathered around her. All of Arnook's warriors had stopped fighting, surveying the scene with confusion and keeping their distance. "I revoke the life I gave," said a voice, something raspy and chilling and unnatural. "The pledge is broken." Yu didn't move. Her chest didn't rise and fall with her breaths. The gasp had come from her, and Mai averted her eyes from the sight when she realized Yu might be wandering in that same dark void that she had. Suki shook her friend, holding Yu in her arms with her voice shaking. "Yu, come on. Wake up, please. This can't be how it ends. We still have to go see Katara. And we have to do it together." Ty Lee had both hands over her mouth, her eyes wet with tears again. "I didn't realize defeating the Night Seher would make you lose her life." Gashiun was the only one who still stood with Mai. "I bet you knew," he said. "You knew, and she did it anyway. That's the kind of person she is." Jet laid his swords on the ground. "And without any second thoughts. Without even raising the possibility to us," said Haru. "I bet she thought that if she told us, we wouldn't want to go through with it." Suki hugged her close, openly crying. Mai found the whole thing unbearable to look at. After all they'd done, it wasn't fair for things to end like this. She wondered if she was responsible. If they could have found another way. Moonlight shone again, and the false new moon fell away to show a crescent in its place. Even the stars returned to the sky, and the auroras, as if a black curtain had been lifted from the heavens. Mai looked up at it all, closed her eyes and took in a deep breath. She didn't know what to do next. When she opened her eyes again, she saw Yu floating above them. She had a silvery form and a white dress, drifting and ethereal, as if she had been woven from moonlight. All of her friends and all of the warriors looked up at her. "It makes me so happy to see her surrounded by all of her friends," she said. Her voice had a soft and gentle quality to it, ringing almost like a waterbender's healing. "You've all come so far and fought so much. I'm sorry I haven't been able to help you more directly until now." Ty Lee blinked away her tears, the only one of them able to speak. "What do you mean? I know we haven't known you for long, but you've been such a great help. And I wish we could have been friends longer." The spirit Yu smiled. "I can give you that chance. She had been given life by the Night Serer, just like the moon had once given life to me. And now, once again, I can do the same. Mai understood now. Thank you, you. The spirit smiled at her in appreciation, and when a beam of moonlight shone on Yu's body, the spirit faded away and Yu stirred. Her brow furrowed and Mai spotted the only black strands on her head turn just as white as the rest of her hair. Suki let out a gasp and hugged her tight. You're okay. You are okay, right? Yu looked up at all of them and smiled. Her eyes passed over the ruined staff and it faltered, but Mai watched her steel herself and look beyond the circle of her friends toward the warriors lining the perimeter of the courtyard. All of them looked stunned, many of them, Han included, nursed their wounds. I am okay, Yu affirmed, sitting up straight. She looked exhausted, but whole. And I hope, now that she lost her hold over the North Pole, we can look to the dawn. The ice spike cut through the air toward Hama, but a fountain of snow shot up to send the spike careening far over her head. Hama gaped at Katara. Are you blood-bending your own legs? Katara, don't be foolish. That pain, it is unimaginable. Katara raised both hands, simultaneously keeping herself balanced on shaky legs while a wall of ice blocked them off from the camp. Soldiers and Daily agents already tried to come to interfere, but without an abundance of earth they wouldn't be able to get around it. I can't feel it, Hama, she said. Bending the blood in her veins to force movement in her otherwise immovable muscles was difficult, and required more concentration than she thought along with her attacks. But she could do this. She would do it until it became second nature to her. If you force yourself to move in ways you are not ready for, you can really hurt yourself. Why are you doing this? I've had enough of everyone trying to control me. She shouted, trying to drown out the voice. Streams of water on both sides of her rose with the movement of her hands and she launched them at Hama, but she pulled up water from behind her and wheeled it around herself to deflect the attacks. Hama circled and directed the attack back at Katara, but she stood in place and shoved with her palm to dissipate the attack. I could make you great, Hama said, her voice heavy, spinning her arms to send a barrage of icicles. The fiercest empress this world has ever seen. If only you'd let me. While you rule from the shadows, Katara shot back, a whirl of water and snow spinning toward her opponent like a drill. That's all you really want, isn't it? Part of Katara's ice wall melted away, revealing her grandmother who stood halfway between them. But she didn't let anyone else in. It's lucky I was close, she said. When she appeared, Katara and Hama momentarily stopped trading blows. Snow piled under Katara's feet. I don't want you here, either, she said. Just looking at her grandmother made her want to unleash all of her fury, the Avatar's protection for either one of them forgotten. You're trying to control me just like Hama is. Just like you tried to get my mom out of the picture. Kunna held out placating hands. Katara, I know you are in so much turmoil. But all I want is for you to be safe and happy. I'm sorry I couldn't be there for you in the days of Sokka's exile. I want to fix that now. Meaningless words, Hama spat. At least I'm open with my intentions. You just want Katara for yourself. She already chose my teachings over yours once before. I'm trying to help her see her own path, Kunna said, putting a hand over her heart. Katara has always been strong and willful. And she can do so much good with that strength, if only she could come to understand that her strength isn't all that matters. A whirlpool spun defensively around Hama, slowly gaining in speed. Oh, this fight has been a long time coming, she said. Kunna sighed. I suppose it has. Katara pushed the snow she had been accumulating at the both of them, an avalanche that towered almost as high as her wall. Stop talking like I'm not even here. Kunna summoned an ice wall to block the attack, but instead of doing the same, Hama diverted it toward Kunna as well. She then spun around and skated away across the snow, kicking up dust behind her. Kunna followed after her before Katara could get her legs working the way she intended, and by the time she pursued them Hama had already coated her arms in water and used her elongated limbs to climb the side of the canyon. Kunna opted instead to rise on a snow spout, which Katara attacked the base of in an attempt to make her topple. Before she could press her attack, Hama rained ice down on them both. Kunna used that distraction to maintain her balance, stepping off of her spout to one of the higher ridges. Katara used Hama's method, giving her a moment to release her hold on her legs. While she climbed, she yanked at her grandmother with the invisible force of her blood bending, forcing her to crash into the snow. Hama still held the high ground, trying her best to keep her distance from them and the rest of the camp. Katara knew the Avatar and his friends would be here in a matter of moments. She just had to end this before then. When she tried to lift herself high in pursuit of Hama, Kunna kicked out with her legs and water whips rose from the snow to strike Katara. "Blood bending, Katara?" she asked, rising to her feet. She looked disappointed. "You know what would happen if the three of us used that? We'd simply neutralize each other. Not if I'm stronger," she shouted back. She used her water arm to suspend herself from a higher ridge and coiled a separate stream around Kunna's legs, but then one of the ice sculptures hidden in the cracks of the canyon wall bulldozed toward Kunna at the same time. Unable to surf out of the way, she pressed back against the massive sculpture. Above them, Hama pushed as well, straining under the force of bending such a massive construct. The sculpture's right arm cracked in two and its limb swung at Kunna, but she managed to duck underneath the strike and the detached limb soared toward Katara instead. Katara crossed both of her arms in front of her and took the attack, which almost made her plunge off of the edge. Her legs gave out from under her. Hama tried the trick again, sending a second ice puppet at Katara, but on the ground she made a smaller target and constructed an ice ramp that had it tumbling over the edge. The deafening crash below was hopefully enough to dissuade people from interfering. Kunna had recovered, taking advantage of Hama's attention being on Katara to hook her from below with a water tentacle around her waist. It dragged Hama down to their level, trapping her between both Kunna and Katara. Both of the old women struggled to catch their breath, but Katara felt that despite her wounds she could have kept going. "You've both betrayed me," she said to them, standing again with lurching, spasmodic movements. "I know I'm stronger than you both. I have you at my mercy." She held out both hands, and at the same time as she used blood bending on her legs to keep herself upright, she reached in and took control of both of their bodies. Both Kunna and Hama's eyes widened. "Katara," said Kunna, her arms pinned to her sides. "Think about what you're doing. Two opposite forces pulling at a victim can end with disastrous consequences. Blood bending yourself and both of us at the same time, in your condition, you could tear yourself apart." Katara felt all of the muscles in her body straining. Even so, she didn't falter. "How do we know that won't happen to one of you instead? No matter how strong you think you are," Hama choked out, "you can't overpower us both." The veins in her neck became pronounced and her left hand clenched, and she fought back against Katara's assault. "How arrogant you are to think you can turn the art that I invented against me. After everything I've taught you." Her expression changed to one of pure revulsion that she directed entirely at Katara, and struck back with her own blood bending. Katara's legs spasmed against her counter-attack, and she found herself unable to defend herself from it without being able to feel the blood flowing in her legs, the movement of her muscles. Kunna's own control returned to her, and the moment her limbs were freed, she turned to face Hama and pressed forward with her palm, pinning Hama against the canyon wall. Hama let out a grunt and Hama's hold over Katara was released as well. Rather than renewing her attack on Kunna, Katara directed her rage at Hama instead. Together, both bloodbenders overwhelmed the progenitor of the art's defenses. Hama went spread eagle against the wall, her feet rising from the snow. Both Katara and Kunna advanced, stepping forward with their full attention on Hama as the latter directed her gaze skyward. Her eyes started to roll into the back of her head as she moaned in pain, unable to resist them both. Kunna had told Katara once about the single occasion she had witnessed where a bloodbender had overpowered another person so wholly, so completely. It was back when Hama had first begun developing the art, adjusting from mastering the rats to controlling the men. The hapless victim had been flayed alive, too weak to fight back against her. When the bloody tears began to fall from Hama's eyes, Katara thought it to be poetic. "No. No!" Kunna exclaimed, echoing the voice. Before it could go any further, she let go. Without the aid of her grandmother, Katara was forced to release her hold as well. "I refuse to let such a horrid thing happen again." Hama let out a gasp and fell to her knees. She put her hands around her throat and hacked up more blood, a wretched sound. Katara felt as if she stood over them both. Neither of them were capable of going to the lengths she herself was willing to go. "It's what you deserve," Katara said. Her legs felt cold. The snow levitated to cushion her as she lowered herself gently to the ground in a sitting position, releasing her hold on her legs. An orange blur streaked through the sky and landed on the ridge with them, and moments later Sokka appeared as well, his waterbending finally catching up to theirs. The Avatar and her brother, side by side. She turned to them both. "You're too late. This fight's over." "Perhaps I do deserve that, or worse," said Kunna, lowering her eyes. "For many reasons, but not for the ones you think. I had no part in engineering your mother's disappearance. Hakata took advantage of our differing objectives all on his own. I was the one who killed Kvichak, and I did it because he intended to sacrifice you to the spirits. Your father schemed with Bato and decided the best course of action to secure his throne was to force your mother to take the blame for the murder I committed. My greatest sin and only regret was not speaking against my son. Katara, Sokka. I'm so sorry." "I've forgiven you, Gran," Sokka said. Both Sokka and the Avatar knelt at Hama's side to aid her. "You know I have. Doing the right thing isn't always easy. It took me a long time to learn that, too. You don't have to forgive her yet if you're not ready. But you can understand her." Katara didn't take her eyes off of her grandmother. "After what I just witnessed, I think I've come to understand you," she said. "Though perhaps not in the way the voice intended. I never knew you could be capable of something so cold-blooded. And now, I think I finally believe you." Kunna looked older than she had ever looked before. And Katara knew those words wounded her. "Who do you think you learned it from?" Just like a master waterbender, she redirected with the intent to hurt her back. Katara felt the heat rising in her chest. Sokka glanced between them both and frowned. After the quick healing on Hama, both he and the Avatar slung her arms around their shoulders to help her walk. "Come on. It's time to head back. It's almost morning and we have to be ready, everything will end soon." For the first time since her injury, Katara felt a stinging pain in her toes. And to her surprise, she felt them moving in her boots. She couldn't stop herself from letting out a gasp, and when she went to squeeze the tip of her boot to see if she could feel the sensation, she almost cried once she realized she could. "Progress, I take it?" Kunna asked, taking a tentative step toward her. "Tomorrow, might I have a go at healing you? A peace offering?" Katara paused, but when she looked back at her grandmother, she nodded. "I accept." Shortly after they returned to camp, after someone had brought Katara's toboggan up to her, she refused to be carried by Sokka. Katara found Hama administering healing to herself. She sat alone the same way Katara did since coming to the Howling Canyon, on the outskirts of camp and away from prying eyes. Sitting in the snow in the shadow of the massive, unknown sculptures, Hama looked away from Katara with a scowl when she approached. "What do you want?" Hama asked. "Come to gloat? Or do you intend to finish the job?" Katara shook her head. "No," she said. "What I want is peace." Hama looked back at her, one brow raised. "Is that so?" "I've decided to adjust my original plan," she said, folding her hands on her lap. "Before, I wanted to root out the violent clan leaders of the water tribes and pave the way for my father's unquestioned rule. But I've since learned my father is as bad as all the rest. So what will you do?" "I still intend to kill him," she said, making a fist. "That won't change. I want him and all of the warring leaders dead with me as the leader of all the water tribes to guide it through that storm. A rain in blood that will give me the strength necessary to do what needs to be done." Hama closed her eyes and leaned back. "The Bloody Empress. I like it." Katara continued, keeping her voice low. She said all this to Hama not to collaborate or scheme with her, but to say it aloud to someone who wasn't the disapproving voice in her head. It allowed her to organize her thoughts better. Once it was out in the world, she could commit to it. "But once that peace is achieved, once this war is finally over, I intend to step down. While I will guide our world in war, there will be no place for me in a time of peace. I intend for Sokka to rule in my place in the new era that I build." At that, Hama's eyes widened in shock. Your buffoon of a brother? Truly. Katara narrowed her eyes at her. Truly. He has the Avatar and my grandmother at his side, and he saw the bigger picture before even I did. My brother is not like the warring leaders, driven by his own power and ambition. He has suffered in his own way. He has come further than I ever would have thought him capable. She paused, letting her words hang in the air. And I've also come to the decision that there is no place for you in either of those worlds. Hamma tensed. What? You've betrayed my trust, said Katara. Before the dawn comes, I intend for you to be gone from here. I declare you a taboo breaker, Hamma. And I never want to see you again. Hamma stood on shaky legs, taking a defensive stance before apparently deciding against it. You don't have the authority to declare such a thing. Katara held her gaze. I just did. Check the description for the links to the author.